Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're at in the world. We're here with some more Kunoichi action. The Kunoichi Kavalry tournament, technically day 2, but it's fine. This is the first day of streams, so that's all that matters right now. Starting off with a fun match here. I am, of course, Megalaz. I've got OC by my side. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Today we're looking at the Diamond Division. We're here with our two teams, Colden 3 and Mango Mafia.
Yeah, we've got two lovely teams here in Diamond, like you were saying. Just going to be, a fun little match. Only 3 teams in this bracket, so going to be potentially fighting it out to see who's moving on to that winner final, who's going to be having to wait in the lower final, and things like that. But overall, it should just be a fun matchup here. I don't know if these teams have any sort of plans of like metas or comps they want to play, or if they're just kind of approaching this map by map.
Right, and we did just have a patch here recently. I don't think the patch changes a lot, like significantly, but we do see the release of Freya, so that could have some impact, and you also have a few changes with perks here and there, so it'll be interesting to see if they play anything different. Like, I know Hazard got some buffs, so, maybe teams are trying to play the Hazard more.
Yeah, but it's sort of just a wait and see situation. One thing we do know is I believe we can show maps first, maybe? I actually realized I did not pay attention, so I don't know what we're showing. We do not have a map selection, but we have the bracket. We can show you what that bracket looks like. So that's always lovely here, just so you can see what's going on in Diamond. Of course, this isn't the only bracket you're going to see on Kunoichi Kavalry stream. We've got a Masters division for the first time ever, yippee. And of course, that open tier that everybody's going to be competing for that prize money in. Not sure if there was a particular reason that Monarch and MX got the buy, but they did, just sort of the RNG shakeout of it. But yeah, so just a fun little set of matches here. Like we said, it's gonna be these 3 teams duking it out to see who can be the best among the Diamond teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of repeated matchups, I guess, between these teams. They're going to have to go up against each other a few times just to try and decide, which 2 are going to make it to the grand final, and that's going to be interesting.
Oh yeah, more than interesting indeed here. Because again, these shorter brackets, like you said, there's a lot of things that can come into the mix. Having Freya as an option here, although, some people are debating maybe not the strongest hero. You still have things like Sojourn that get to just run lobbies if you let them and things like that. That might be a little bit more prevalent in terms of that DPS, but who knows, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it is just what these teams feel more comfortable on, the options they have available to them. And also for a lot of these little weekend tournaments, sometimes these rosters are cobbled together from a bunch of different places. They're not necessarily, one cohesive roster that's played together before or anything like that. It's just like, hey, a group of friends that wanted to play. So that always makes it fun to just reestablishes that sense of community.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I'm actually taking a look. I know we don't have a graphic for it, but the map pool here, and it does seem like it's a bit of a larger map pool, and you have 4 choices, at least potential ones for control, and it's going to be Busan with Ilios, Lijiang Tower, and Samoa being the other potential options. But yeah, Busan as a map, I think you have a good few options where downtown, maybe you'll play more dive on that specific round, but then mecha base, like super brawl oriented. Each point on Busan kind of offers something different.
Exactly, and I think it's going to be a very good telling sign, right? Because like you said, Busan, you can play a lot of different comps throughout the 3 points, right? They're almost each very unique in the options they offer in terms of both hero choice and strategy here. Not something like a Lijiang Tower where you see pretty much the same strategies time and again here. It's actually a refreshing change of pace, not having to see Lijiang, but instead go to the lovely streets of Busan, I should say. But of course, the hero bans also have to come up here. Colon 3 gets to ban first, and I honestly, they really could go anywhere here.
Yeah, hero ban for first map. It'll be interesting to see. It's kind of hard to tell like what a team will prefer to do. when you're really unfamiliar with how they want to play or what they want to do. But the first ban here is probably going to give us an idea. What a lot of teams do in Control, this is pretty common in the OWCS, a lot of teams will ban out specific support. Like if you ban out Juno or something, you can kind of force more Kiriko Lucio, and you can make those kind of compositions a lot more viable. There's several teams that do that, actually. It's pretty common. So banning out of support usually tells you like what kind of compositions does a team want to play. Do they want to avoid dive and not deal with like Ana or something? We'll see.
We will see, but that support seems like it is not on the cards for greater than :3 for the time being here. It'll be the Genji ban coming through. Potentially maybe wanting to not deal with that flex DPS and running around wreaking havoc, but it could also mean you just got a star-studded Tracer player you want to just play Tracer.
Yeah, I feel like it is kind of forcing the Tracer in a sense, and that does show that you want to play the Tracer. Maybe also showing that you want to play Dive more. Although I feel like the Tracer is better against the Dive, so maybe it's like you want to play Brawl compositions, but with the Tracer instead of the Genji in them. We'll see though. Here we have Mango Mafia banning. Now they can ban tank or support, and again, like I said, support bans are pretty useful, and because it was a DPS ban first, from :3, that means you have a lot of options. Like tanks and supports, those are your most valuable bans that you can use in most cases. So we'll see what they go with. I mean, a few bans you could potentially go for, like on Sanctuary, if you don't want to deal with SIG teams, you can ban out the SIG there. So we'll get an idea. The Orisa, okay. So trying to ban out Brawl, again, Genji and Orisa both banned out, so both very Brawl-oriented bans.
Yeah, I mean, Orisa, like you're talking about those patch notes, did get a few minor tweaks here and there, an extra damage per bullet, as well as some very specific anti-Sombra buffs. But yeah, I mean, even with these bans, you could still definitely play some variations of the Brawl comp, right? Like things like the Malga come to mind, obviously, just because it just does whatever it wants to please.
Right, and Orisa as well. I mean, even before the buffs, she was kind of starting to creep her way into the meta, so we'll see if that plays a role later on in the match since she's banned here in map 1. For :3, we got Saccharine, Toxicity, Hyuga, I believe. Sorry, pronunciation. Vengeful, and Hollow Kenting.
You know, Hollow can't aim. She's had that name for so long, and I hate to break it to her, she can't aim. I've seen it. But, you know what? Agree to disagree type thing. But yeah, greater than :3, very solid lineup here, but their opponents on the other side, no slouches at all. If we can get a look at them. Probably, maybe. There it is. Mango Mafia's lineup, you got Wiz did nothing, Kisen, Zachary, K, Rat Rump, as I said. I almost said Rump Rapis, and Puppy on this team. And again, you know, some notable teams from the notable names from the Rising Division. Zachary K sticks out. A tank that feels like has been any and everywhere. And yeah, just an overall fun lineup.
I believe Zachary K might have been the tank for the team that got second place. I remember from coaching that match with Blow High Blast. I believe. I mean, he performed really well. They did really well. So I think it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how they approach things here in this match and to see what they play. I know they don't usually prefer like the Winston, right? And that's the one thing. But also, in a scrim recently, I think I saw Zachary on the Winston, so maybe working on some new heroes.
Yeah, it could be fun to see here, because like you said, those Winston character picks can come up, even with the unfortunate nerfs to our favorite Space Ape. Blizzard, what were we thinking there? We should revert those. I think Winston deserves more buffs, actually. I think we should have a Winston meta for like a year. I think I'd be completely okay with that.
It is really funny though, like Winston nerfs. That's actually something interesting with this patch though. I think it was aimed at China and Korea region, the pick rates there, because there's no way that NA and EMEA were picking Winston that much in ranked, and even at like the professional level, Winston was like not played everywhere, right? Like you have once again, obviously, but are we nerfing like Gushue specifically? It was an interesting change for sure. I don't think I agree with it.
Listen, You know, it was one of the controversies of the patch notes, right? Like, we just came off of that amazing Overwatch Champion Series at LAN, where, you know, had these teams playing a bunch of different comps and things like that. First time Winston's been seen, but uh, we just decided, yeah, no, we're just going to take Winston out back real quick. Just go ahead. Can't have a Winston meta for longer than a single patch, but hey, it's okay, because even with Malga being taken out back, it was played in the grand finals, so that should be fine, right? Let's just get some more Malga going. What's the problem with that?
Exactly, I guess. Just more Malga, more Orisa, more I think they buffed D.Va too. So like a lot of different buffs across the board. I'm interested to know like what their reasoning though for some of these changes are, because it really feels like either way though, the game right now is in one of the best places it's been, honestly. I think there's so many different options, there's so many different things you can play that we really can't complain compared to previous like metas and kind of really tough patch notes we've had in the past where it just made no sense. Remember when like Sojourn went I don't know how many patches without getting nerfed because they're like, oh, silver players can't hit their shots, so we're not going to nerf Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where potentially balancing purely off of stats every single time is not going to paint the picture, because it's a very different game across all of the elos and things like that. And so sometimes you maybe need to be able to look at things a little bit more with a better eye, so to speak. But in case anybody's wondering why we were stalling, somebody's game decided to crash. We love PC issues, but it seems like they've been resolved. We're heading on over to Sanctuary first. And OC, I believe you're talking about some Sigma comps potentially for this round.
Yeah, Sanctuary here is one of the places, and this is rare. I don't even know if there's another control map I can think of where like Sig is kind of commonly used, but here, I see Sig comps a lot. Ball is pretty popular here as well. There's compositions that have a bit more reach to them, I suppose, but you can also play really anything that you want to, and it looks like just straight mirror. All right, a straight Ramatra mirror. I know Zachary K is pretty comfortable in those brawl situations, so that makes sense. And Moira Lucio, so like kind of like a rush style from Colon 3, and then Mango Mafia, they're on the Kiriko Lucio, which is like a little brawlier. It plays a little slower. So Mango Mafia, they're probably going to try and like, extend the fight a little bit, but in a very, very enclosed fight here in this room, it's going to be difficult to do that.
We'll have to see if they can. Already a rail shot fired between Sojourns here is going to send Key running now with some pummels. It's just going to take the Kiriko out of the fight. Like you said, this comp, it wants to play fast, and it's doing just that right now. Just members falling left, right, and center. The Ramatra going to be the last one to fall here. Zachary K not long for this world, and that should be the first cap going to greater than Golden 3.
All right, and yeah, we're seeing the May from both teams in these Ramatra compositions as well, and I wonder if that's kind of the response from both teams to this Genji ban. I wonder if that was kind of part of the goal of the Genji ban as well, to force the May mirror, because, in Brawl mirrors, Genji's pretty common, Genji Sojourn, we've seen that a lot, but that May, the recent patch notes, the buffs, everything like that, that might make a big difference.
That always can be the difference maker here. Both Ramachas now in the pummel form, trying to see what they can find. So many members incredibly low. Finally, those fists are going to connect onto the Sojourn, getting a Lucio from your May as the consolation prize. Now the slow field thrown out on to Wiz here. You earn up a Blizzard, and you get a Moira for your troubles here, trying to stay alive, but it's simply just too fast right now. And it's going to be Graylin Colon taking another fight.
Okay. Now, Mango Mafia, they're going to be coming back with this Blizzard. That's the first thing that Colon 3 are going to have to deal with, and they're only going to have a Coalescence at the very, very start. Don't have the Annihilation just yet, so they need to be very, very careful. A bit of pressure on Hollow can't aim here to use that speed amp to escape it.
Yeah, and so now we have to see here if they can escape. Like you said, that it is now the Annihilation out for Hyuga, but it seems like Zachary K is getting the better of it in this pummel form already to their name in this fight, looking for a bit more here, trying to get these kills. Now it's going to be the Annihilation coming out just to try to secure this fight, and Zachary K will just clean it up for Mango Mafia.
All right, Vengeful going to have the Coalescence, still holding on to that actually. Hollow can't aim almost to the beat as well. Both teams, the support ultimates are going to be most important key ultimates here. Colon 3 though, they have like a much larger ult bank, so they can probably, they're probably going to open with this Coalescence, then continue going from there, rotating through the drum, through the enclosed lane onto the point.
And so now we have to see here, Overclock going to come out for Saccharine here, trying to find some follow-up shots here. There's so many members incredibly low again here, but it is going to be just a combo of everybody's damage together here to get kill after kill for greater than :3 as they take the flip back.
All right. :3, they still have both support ultimates, interestingly enough, and so do Mango Mafia. So we're now in a support ultimate duel. I think the Kitsune, though, that could come from Puppey is going to be a bit more powerful than the Coalescence. That's one of the issues of Moira, I think, compared to Kiriko or Juno, is the strength of the ultimate. You do build it faster, but it is a little weaker.
Yeah, and so now, like you said, that Kitsune Rush, it just does so much here. The Coalescence now trying to turn the tides here, but Puppey actually going to be missing from the fight. Now the Lucio focus down with that Coalescence here means no supports alive for the Mango Mafia, and they're just going to be falling over one after another here in a pretty, not completely dominant, but pretty solid round for greater than :3.
It's a very good round. They get that first fight there, and then they just built momentum. They did drop a singular one, but they only used one ultimate, right? So the ult economy was in their favor, and from there, Mango Mafia would work into their disadvantage. It didn't have the ults they needed. It was just a struggle. It was just a struggle to try and get back into that, and I think that final fight, where it was a little bit more even, where maybe Puppey could get the value of the Kitsune, just weren't able to get the knockdown. Just weren't able to get the value that they needed. And now, you know, we're either going to downtown or Mecha Base, two very, very different rounds, and it looks like it's going to be downtown. And this is where Dive can be a little bit more effective. And we're seeing :3 already thinking about it. There's the Winston, Sojourn Echo. The Echo able to control high grounds a little bit easier, but the trade-off of running Echo instead of a Tracer is that the Tracer is like more effective at going on backline targets and like directly following up with the Winston dive, but the Echo's better at just controlling angles and poking a bit. But I like the Echo against this Ramatra composition because Mango Mafia, they're not mirroring dive. So the Echo is a little bit better into it.
Little bit better indeed here, getting to just free fire off, and then hopefully some sticky grenades can result in a kill here. And it's stuck onto a lot of people there. Now the focusing beam not able to secure a kill here, but what is able to secure a kill is a majority of Mango Mafia here. They're cleaning it up so unbelievably fast here and getting the first cap in such an effective way.
Good first cap for Mango Mafia, and it looks like :3 are giving up the dive already. Hyuka not feeling it. Not feeling the Winston. Vengeful over to Moira. Okay, so going back to their rush composition. Now, I think the one interesting thing here for :3 is the fact that they have not swapped the Echo. They're going to stick with that Toxtricity. Kind of maybe trusting in the Echo to be able to take angles.
I think trying to see if they can here. Hyuka so incredibly low, has to keep those arms crossed to stay alive right now. Moira draining her entire healing resource to get that done here. Hollow can't aim in the meantime, has found one onto the Sojourn here, and things are starting to go from bad to worse for the Mango Mafia, losing members to this poke war time and again. The Echo cleaning up now, just the Ramatra, the last lone person standing on the point to stop :3's flip.
Quick swap for Mango Mafia. Quiescent over to the Ashe, and the Ashe is a little bit better just sitting up on the high grounds looking for dynamites. It's good against an opposing brawl composition, and I think also this swap off of the Sojourn is mainly to deal with Toxtricity's Echo. I struggle with pronunciation, I'm so sorry. But the Ashe, a little bit easier to deal with the Echo, so a bit of a counter swap there. Mango Mafia, they're gonna have to try and mark the Echo if they can. They're gonna come from the open lane here, and that's an immediate kill in the Rat Round Fist.
Yeah, and it's already going crazy. Zachary K trying to turn the tides with an amazing annihilation here. Has found 3, but it is still just the Ramatra on point now with that ultimate. Ran out of time here. It is just going to be those full health bars. Granted, no healers on the other side means that this Ramatra can actually pummel through and single-handedly carry the fight. Zachary K is able to do it in the best way possible here. Get a follow-up onto the Lucio, why don't you?
All right. Hollow can't aim, just barely able to get out of there. If Zachary K got that stagger, that would have been an insane play. 6 kills in a row it would have been, but that was 5. That was enough for Mango Mafia to flip it. Puppey has this Kitsune ready to go. It looks like Mango Mafia are going to shove this.
Yeah, and so now with the Blizzard here, it's going to catch onto Hyuka. A sound barrier is provided from Hollow Can't Aim to try to keep everybody healthy, and now the Coalescence as well here means there shouldn't have to be much more invested from :3 to win this fight back.
There we go. Fast fight from :3. Mango Mafia, it felt like they didn't have time to set up. Puppey didn't even get that Kitsune off, so the support ult just a little bit late. But now :3, they've used both of their own support ultimates. They just have Hyuka's Annihilation, and they're going to have to rely on that to deal with Mango Mafia's pressure. It's just going to be a lot. There's the Kitsune out of Puppy, and they're going to push forward.
Trying to push forward here, follow up on Toxicity. Echo able to live for the time being. Meanwhile, Hyuga is using that Annihilation in the backline here, chasing down who and wherever they need to, getting some of the kills here. It is a bit of a trade back and forth, but the numbers favor greater than :3 for the time being here. Now with just the Mei alive, you're going to have to die or reset to give yourself one final fight with the rest of your team.
All right, :3. Now 20% away from victory on this first map. Mango Mafia need to get back in there fast with their beat. ESN also had made a swap earlier onto the cast, so playing going for every hit scan hero here on the roster, swapping between them. Here's the beat from Rat Rumpus coming forward, but I don't think it's gonna happen. The kills just came through too quickly.
Yeah, Zachary K gonna need another miracle with the help of that sound barrier, trying to go ahead and get those eliminations, having to cross arms though. The focusing beam doing a little too much damage. Lucio healing is trying to keep this Ramatra alive, but unfortunately there's just not enough. Now Rat Rumpus, the last one here, it's gonna be some more stagger touches coming out. The Sombra actually coming in at a perfect time, and the Kiriko is there as well. This could be the follow-up needed. Hyuga now trying to get that kill, able to take one out on the Puppy, but feels very similar, having to just cross those arms and try to live as long as possible, praying for the reinforcements to get there in time. To Mei buying time within this cryo block, but unfortunately that overtime has been burning for a while, so it'll burn away here, and greater than :3 will take the first map.
Zachary K almost did it again. that was a little worrying. Toxicity on the Echo just sitting up top, trying to like stay as far away from Zachary K, because that Ramatra, the Annihilation, is such a threat, and you just can't underestimate it in these late fight situations for trade kills, because, well, we saw it earlier. That was a 5k from Zachary K, and you can't let that happen again.
Absolutely, you can't let that happen again here. There's quite a few examples of Zachary K almost being able to drag this team over the line, kicking and screaming, but unfortunately almost does not get you map wins here. So greater than :3 getting that first one out. Upside Mango Mafia now going to get our choice of, I believe, the hybrid pool, so they should have plenty of options and things for the strategies they want to play. Clearly maybe believing more in their brawl than any other composition, so maybe a more standard brawl map can work out in their favor.
Yeah, Mango Mafia, they could take it to King's Row. I think that might make the most sense for them, because looking at the map pool, you have Blizzard World, King's Row, Hollywood, and Umbani. I feel like Hollywood and Umbani, great for the dive. And I think :3, we already saw that they were willing to roll out on the Winston. So if they like that, then I think maybe Mango Mafia are going to avoid those maps and go for something like King's Row. Blizzard World is also an option. I think Blizzard World, though, is still kind of good for dive. It's still good for dive. You see a lot of D.Va there, a lot of Winston. So it might just come down to King's Row.
Yeah, and the King's Row is another one of those standard maps. Everybody loves it, so the pick would not be surprising in the least here. But again, teams, they have their options, so we have no clue what they could be thinking. Maybe they think, Blizzard World is just the best brawl map ever. It would be an absolutely incorrect assumption, but it's something that could be thought in their heads. We don't really know.
I mean, honestly though, like when you're talking a diamond level tournament, I feel like people just scrim King's Row too much. So if you throw them to Blizzard World, that can actually work. That is something you do need to consider, is the amounts that people scrim and like what you could make work, because Blizzard World it's flat enough that you could force some sort of like weird Sig May comp or something. You could figure something out, right? You're a bit open. You don't need to follow meta exactly. You just need to do something that makes some sense. That's always what I try to do with teams that are on the lower end, because you're not going to have players who are able to take advantage of every little mistake, every little weakness in a composition. So you just want to try and get a composition together that can work on the map, work in the situation, work against the team you're playing against. And we even see that in like the OWCS too, when like I believe Alcacia versus Virtus Pro, neither of them had a Winston player, so they ended up Malgamiring on what was it, Dorado, even though Winston wasn't even banned, right? Like, it wasn't like you couldn't play dive, it was just that they didn't want to. And that can happen a lot.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. That King's Row thing, I feel it in my bones. It's actually why I always try to tell my teams to specifically scrim Numbani. Even if you never really learn it. Like, as long as you get some fundamental understanding on maps that nobody plays, like New Body, and you just pick it against people, they will actually just lose their minds. They will just be like, we don't know what this is. It's not King's Row. We don't know how to play here. Like, people are so set in their maps, and maps, it's one of those things where it wasn't really thought to be that big of a factor, in especially back in Overwatch 1, but Overwatch 2 especially. It feels like every single map, the different styles, the different comps that you can play, it matters so heavily here, and it's just an extra layer of strategy you have to add in when you're thinking about your fight plans, your compositions, all of it.
Yeah, going into Overwatch 2, having only one tank means you can't just run any composition anywhere. You still couldn't do that in Overwatch 1, but it was easier to run compositions that weren't exactly optimal in a certain map because you'd have like one tank and then a second tank to fill the gaps, you know? Like, Reinhardt Diva, for example, was good on King's Row because nowadays, like, controlling the high ground on King's Row is actually really important, honestly. That's actually why, like, at the pro level, you'll even see on, like, first point, just because that high ground is so key, both teams will sometimes, like, mirror Diva. And then when you get the second point, they'll swap over to Ram again to go corner to corner and fight that way. But in Overwatch 1, you didn't need to do that. You didn't need to make those swaps in playstyle because you would just have a Diva who controlled the high grounds and then the Reinhardt who wouldn't. He'd just sit down there, he'd fight low ground.
What do you mean? The low ground warriors are simply, the best in the game. They're absolutely doing any and everything that they need to here. But it is King's Row, believe it or
All
not.
right,
These teams are. Yeah, no, you're just honestly just get the crown already for smartest predictions ever. You got it just nailed to a T here. Speaking of the low ground, though, a lot of teams, even though King's Row is like the standard brawl map, so to speak, higher elos for sure, at least have been seeing some level of success with dive comps here. Do you think we're going to see any of that or no?
I mean, I think here, when it comes to dive, it's mainly about first point and how you attack it. And that's how professional teams have approached it. It's that first initial high ground on the first point where people realize, well, okay, what if we just like don't play statue and don't like try and fight for that? We fight completely over the high ground, we clear the supports off, then we control the space, then we can like kind of collapse onto the point, right? That was the idea that people came up with. But Winston isn't really good at that. Ball isn't good at that either. It's just the Diva who kind of specializes in that. You can also like run an Orisa or something too and actually like run up to the high ground and then like boot people off. That's actually why Orisa is nice on attack and defense. So there's like a lot of different strategies. A lot of different people have different ideas. I think Virtus Pro actually, I think they did a TP strat to TP their team up to the high ground. It's all about the high ground though. Everyone's set strategy is all about that high ground, and it's interesting to see what different teams decide to do in terms of their set strategy.
All about that high ground. Somebody could go make a parody of that one song. I don't remember the full name, but anyway, speaking of, you're talking about the Orisa, that's more than likely to be back on the table here at Mango Mafia. You can't ban it twice, so unless greater than :3, it really feels like taking it out of the equation here. It could be a fun one to see here, but wherever their ban ends up going, it also ends up revealing, maybe something that they're weak against, something they don't want to deal with here. So I'd be interested to see exactly what it's going to be as the timer runs out. Drum roll, magic, da-da-da-da-da-da. Pharah ban. Okay.
Pharah. Okay, that's pretty common. That's actually pretty common. I've seen that a lot. Pharah is a very common ban in King's Row. It's one of the best Pharah maps in the game. Some teams don't like to deal with it and don't like to play against that, so they would rather run usually Genji instead. Is what teams like to run. So that makes sense. That's a fair ban, but it does mean that :3, I wonder if they're going to go after maybe Ramattra or something along those lines, right? You could go after the Ramattra here. That's on the table. You could also, if some teams have trouble with like an Ana in first point, although that's kind of rare around this level to see the Ana kind of first point strats, so maybe something more default like a Juno or a Kiriko or something to try and force the backline that you prefer to play. Like a lot of teams, they'll either prefer Kiriko Lucio or Juno Brig, so you'll ban like one of the heroes in those backlines to force whatever you like. But it looks like it's a Junker Queen ban. Now that's an interesting one. That's one I didn't really expect, but banning out the Junker Queen means I'm kind of expecting a Ramattra mirror again.
Yeah, I mean, the Ramattra mirror would make the most sense, especially after what we saw in Busan. The one attempt at dive immediately going back to that Ram mirror. And I think you're kind of fine with that for Mango Mafia, right? We saw Zachary K really excel on the Ramatra here, despite the rest of the team not necessarily being able to keep up at all times here. But looking forward, you just gotta kind of keep pushing ahead, and maybe if you can, again, get back onto a more standard map, something that you maybe practice your rotations on a bit more, that Ramatra can really come to fruition.
Right. Now, I think the other interesting factor that I want to see from the teams is what is your flex DPS choice now? The Pharah is gone. That's a popular one. And we saw the Mei mirrored from both teams for most of the map on Busan. So are we going to see maybe a Genji instead, or is it going to be Mei again? I think Mei definitely on defense first. You can actually cheese the hallway. You know how you can like shove the enemy tank up into the hallway? It's like really funny. It's kind of a meme, but it works. And it looks like it might be Mei. It looks like it might actually be Mei here, and that makes sense. And yeah, could we see a Moira mirror too? That would be really uncommon.
Especially if it's a Moira Juno, right? Like that is something that you do not see. All right, the Moira Lucia already is something of the past. But Moira Juno really just accelerates that to the next level here. But again, the Mei could also, like you were talking about, could be a fun option to try to slow things down. Specifically, punishes those more brawly tanks like the Ram and specifically Ryan. But I'm not sure if this is exactly what they. It seems like it's leaving spawn.
All right, we'll see Colon 3's setup in a moment. We Mei, Genji from Mango Mafia. They're running that Moira Juno. Now, that might look like an insane backline. Oh, it's going to be a close fight. Oh.
Yeah, they're already into the thick of it here, but they're just immediately torn apart. Zachary K able to get their obligatory 1 kill, but unfortunately with no supports, you are not going to be long for this world, Ramatra, and blink and you miss it. Colon 3 has already taken a team kill.
Okay, the camera pans. I see Colon 3 are set up literally at the first choke, and yeah, this is a very Overwatch 1 strategy right here. You never see teams hold this choke at higher levels, but I guess that this can kind of work, especially if you're trying to play super fast paced. It's an early pick from the Sojourn Zacharyne onto Rat Rumpus. That's the Moira gone, now trying to respawn this Moira Juno backline. I think the one thing about the Moira Juno is that it's susceptible to flankers. I think it'd be weak against the Genji that can just like roll through that because there's not much peel. But against the Mei, I can kind of see the vision. I know I might sound insane, but I can kind of see the vision. And it could maybe work.
It maybe work indeed here, but already with the Genji missing that vision, possibly not going to fruition here. Now it is just going to be some more cleanup here. Greater than Colon 3 just going to be firing off shots here and sending Mango Mafia back to spawn.
Yeah, these fights are happening in like the course of 5 seconds. You're not getting any chance to talk. These are very fast fights, very fast-paced fights, and Colon 3 are not just they're not giving any space. They're not even like baiting in. They're just, the moment that Mango Mafia try to cross this choke, they are engaging.
And now they're already down their Juno here, so it is just going to be that Moira trying to keep everybody alive, but they've also lost a sense of agency, no speed, anything of the sort here. So Mango Mafia, with all due respect, should be running for their lives here, just getting a reset. And it seems like they're going to get just that.
Yeah, and Colon 3, you can see they built up a pretty solid ult advantage. Mango Mafia, they can't just force their way through here at this point. I think they need to play for their ultimates, but they do get a pick onto the Sojourn, so they have a good chance here.
First pick is massive, and now that Blizzard is going to connect onto 2 here, being able to follow it. They actually have to make sure this Ramatra dies to more than likely secure the fight here. Now the Genji in just a little bit too far is going to be the next one to fall at the hands of that Moira, and despite an early pick, Colon 3 holds on.
That's a Blizzard for a fight win for Colon 3 now. Only needing to build up to this beat, and then they'll have 4 ultimates to their name. Mango Mafia about to have 5, so it's going to be... This orbital ray from Puppey especially going to be very important.
Orbital ray is out, keeping everybody healthy. Noxar City is actually going to be able to find one onto Rat Rumpus, and Puppey dies in the middle of that orbital ray here. So again, no support. Zachary K again trying to put on a carry performance right now. That Annihilation runs out. Keeson not exactly sure what's being bladed, but it seems as though that blade is going to end with a death sentence from the Terra Surge here. Now the Ramatra trying so desperately to live. The Coalescence finally comes back from spawn from Rat Rumpus here. It is now going to be the respawns. Who can get there first? The attackers normally the first with an advantage here. Zachary K trying to walk forward in that pummel form, seeing what can be done, but the spear and the boot is going to be sending the Ramattra far, far away into the grip of an ice wall. Now it is going to be kill after kill. This defense standing tall and able to weather the storm.
Pulling 3 in a pretty good position now. 30 seconds away from victory. Hollow can't aim, has the beat. That's the key ultimate for Colon 3. You don't want to get caught by Wiz did nothing. That's the Blizzard for Mango Mafia. So Hollow can't aim. All the pressure on the Lucio here.
All of that pressure here, making sure that sound barrier is provided, but it seems like nobody's actually caught up or frozen in that Blizzard, so can still continue to hold on to this as the overtime starts. Zachary K now missing from the fight. Toxicity's already claimed 2, and nobody else can get to the objective. Sound barrier wasn't even needed for Colon 3 to get a full hold on Kings Row.
Switching sides.
Hold of dreams, able to do as they please here. Absolutely amazing to see. And again, look at there's these well-coordinated fights from Greater Than Colon 3, only having to invest one ultimate here, one ultimate there. It looked a little bit dicey for a moment, but they were able to come out the better for it, with those respawns being in their favor, and just again being able to walk forward and do any and everything they needed here. And it seems as though it was just only a matter of time for them. Mango Mafia now has a gargantuan task ahead of them, has to try to pull off a full hold of their own to simply look for a tie.
Alright, the creature may be eating my Ethernet, but I'll do my best to keep up here. Colon 3 now on their attack. They're going to look for a shot at a spawn here. I think Zach Ryan's looking for it. And I think it's going to be still this Moira Juno strategy here from Mango Mafia.
Yeah, the Moira Juno, I mean, it's what they've selected, trying to put everybody onto their maybe most comfortable characters to see if that will be enough. Zachary K now trying to be the one holding forward here. We'll have to see how much value can be generated, because obviously the Orisa may be a little bit more durable than Ramattra is, unless Ramattra wants to waste the entirety of those pummels trying to cross those arms. Widow Shot doesn't find anything, so it'll be Zachary going immediately back over to that Sojourn, and we're all simply just waiting at the choke, trying to see, but Toxicity finds one onto Keyset. The Genji just a little bit out of position, and look at this immediate go button. The rest of Mango Mafia rotates through Hotel, so they're in the back of point in a little bit of safer positioning, but already down 1, make it 2 thanks to the spear from Hyuka. It is going from bad to worse here. Somebody's gonna get onto this objective. It will be Zachary K, but no supports alive, no form left. Means that this is just gonna be a blink and you miss it situation here as Greater Than Colon 3 takes Kings Row.
Victory.
All right, that's a very, very fast cap. Again, sorry if I'm cutting out here and there. My internet is very inconsistent, but it looks like it's okay, stable for at least a moment.
We'll have to see how that internet situation shakes out. It seems like sometimes you're having a little bit of trouble, but yeah, Greater Than Colon 3 now up 2-0, just one map away from sending themselves to a lovely matchup against I believe it was Monarch, but I could be mistaken.
Okay.
Do we have there you go.
Sorry. But yeah, I'm a little out of it, but yeah, Colon 3, solid defense there. I think that was the key there for that map, and we saw that interesting strategy with just close holding the first choke, trying to Maywall that first choke. That's something that's very, very uncommon, especially repeatedly, and they managed to make it work.
Managed to make it work indeed here. So now, with their backs against the wall, Mango Mafia, they've got to figure some things out, and we're going to give them a little bit of a chance to do that as we throw to a quick break. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we're going to have the follow-up of this matchup and so much more Kunoichi Kavalry action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
Alrighty, welcome on back. Hopefully you got yourself a beverage, a snack if you needed, did any and everything you needed to catch you up to speed. We're currently in the middle of a diamond match here for Kunoichi Kavalry, greater than colon 3, up 2-0 over the Mango Mafia right now. And OC, you know, how has the match been going so far in case people have missed it?
Busan, we started out a little bit closer between these two teams. We've had a Ramatra mirror on that first map because Orisa was banned, and a lot of May, a lot of Sojourn, a lot of Ramatra. Both teams went at it, and eventually, greater than colon 3, they came out on top. But Mango Mafia put up a good fight, right? You had Zachary K as well. Every time Zachary K pulls out the Annihilation, I feel like there's a certain aura in the air, and at least 3 people are gonna die. So that's been a bit of an issue for greater than colon 3. But on King's Row, they had an even more stellar performance, and I believe they were playing that Orisa, and they were just close holding the whole time on King's Row. Full held, a very, very solid hold from them, which secured them the map.
Yeah, and it's been securing them that map, getting those first 2 under their belt. Now just need 1 more here heading into map number 3, and I believe we already have the choice in. It seems as though Mango Mafia are going to be heading to, I'm waiting to see the graphic, it'll be magic, I'm sure. I totally didn't just jump scare our producer with this. No, it's fine. She'll definitely get it up.
Saravasa or New Junk City. I mean, it's going to be one or the other. My guess is New Junk City if you like Brawl, right? If you're a big fan of Brawl, New Junk C would make a lot of sense, but Saravasa, sure, I'm wrong. I do think it doesn't matter though if both teams have just been mirroring Brawl the whole time, right? So now the Orisa ban I think was already used from Mango, if I'm not mistaken, so they cannot use that here. I'm kind of expecting another Ramatra versus Orisa matchup.
I mean, yeah, that would not surprise me in the slightest here, but of course those bans can certainly affect that. If anybody wants to ban it or do anything of the sort here, we have to just simply wait and see. Mango Mafia, again, having a bit of a control here. Looking at their previous bans, though, with both an Orisa and a Pharah ban, it really seems like neither team has been leaning into these support bans. It's simply been more so trying to punish out these tanks or maybe problematic DPS they don't want to play against, so maybe that could play into this map as well.
Right, and we've seen that. I think one hero we've seen both teams kind of run a lot, but in particular, I feel like it could be a crutch for greater than :3, maybe the Moira, and then Mango Mafia could run some sort of Juno backline. That could be pretty good. That could be a solid ban. We'll see what they decide to do here in a moment. Ramatra, that's honestly maybe not a big surprise as well, but that maybe is forcing the Orisa mirror now. So actually
that comes out from Mango Mafia though. Like
yeah.
Mango Mafia was the one playing ramp.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. I am actually really curious about that ban because they were playing the Ramatra against the Orisa previous map, and now they're banning out the Ramatra, which is, you'd have to assume, forces the Orisa. And this gives greater than :3 a lot of freedom in terms of what they're going to ban here. I mean, some teams will ban Venture if they really don't want to deal with Venture here. Mei is a possible ban if they don't like that Mei mirror. And I'm also thinking maybe again a support, but what do you even ban support-wise, right? What would you go support-wise? Juno. All right. Juno's the ban. Maybe trying to get rid of that Juno Moira, but probably just both teams Moira Lucio now.
Well, I mean, like, you're more than likely, like you said, to see that Moira Lucio, maybe the Lucio Kiri, but banning the Juno when you weren't playing it kind of just makes tons of sense, right? Clearly,
yeah.
You know, you had the side of Mango Mafia who was willing to bend over backwards and play some unorthodox things to avoid playing Lucio. And now if you're going to have any speed at all, you're going to have our favorite frog in tow here. With the Ramatra ban as well, considering it, and it being Saravasa, I guess maybe Queen or Hazard could come up. You have
that's true.
Like, those are kind of the two things that immediately come to mind, but at the end of the day, it is still just an odd Ramatra ban from the team playing ramp.
Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking of it, previous map, I think we saw a Junker Queen ban, and this is something that Mango Mafia might try and play. I think they might have been trying to protect, or no, they didn't need to protect because Junker Queen can't be banned, but they're trying to get rid of that Ramatra, so that way, maybe they're trying to force Orisa versus Junker Queen because they prefer it over the Junker Queen versus Ramatra. And I'm trying to think of, like, what my preference would be, right? Like, if you want to force Junker Queen, what would you rather play against? And in the past, I remember back when I was coaching a bit more, we actually had this Junker Queen counter comp, which, funny enough, you want to know what it was? It was Ramatra, Moira Lucio, and Mei. That's what it was. That's what the counter comp to the Junker Queen was. So I guess maybe they're trying to get rid of that, and they're trying to run the Junker Queen. That's my best guess now, actually. Now, with the Junker Queen, are they going to try and, like, play the Mei still, or are they going to go with Genji or Pharah? It's like, we've seen so much Mei, it's honestly surprising me, but Mei with the Junker Queen might not have as much synergy.
Yeah, I mean, that synergy, like you said, it can certainly impact how you're playing things. But again, a lot of these players have been almost operating as solo agents here a lot of the time, and maybe that's the reason that it's not paying off for them. But leaving the spawn room here, it is the Junker Queen comp from Mango Mafia, but the Orisa is in tow on the other side. Okay,
so it is that Junker Queen versus Orisa, the Venture. I mentioned Venture earlier because Venture can be played on this map, and they can be pretty strong. So you have to keep an eye out for that. I think against the Junker Queen as well, it can be a little bit easier to approach that composition. Mango Mafia not running Moira Lucio, instead on the Kiriko Lucio.
Yeah, and so now we're having to see here the Junker Queen trying to walk forward here, taking a lot of poke damage in the process. So many people incredibly low here, having to try to hide, but the onslaught of damage just keeps going through here. Finally, they're trying to get some health into these health bars. It is going to be the Junker Queen shout, where Zachary K tries to walk forward. Unfortunately, no life steal in sight here, going to remove that queen from the fight. Hakuna, actually not long for this world as well here. They finally get the Orisa down, but it seems like it's just too little too late. Colon 3 already have a numbers advantage that's growing by the minute here, and it's just going to be a first cap for them.
Okay, so far the Venture from Toxicity working pretty well. Vengeful also, that Moira ult charge, like I said, you're going to be a little bit ahead of the Kiriko, but you're going to be weaker in terms of the ult usage than the Kiriko. So maybe for greater than colon 3, a good plan would be to use that Moira ultimate that coalesces very quickly, very fast. In general, again, Moira Lucio comps, they're rush comps. They want to play super, super fast. The slower they play, that Moira just runs out of resource.
Exactly. So they have to try to take advantage of it here. Is Zachary K going to be able to get into the backline? A well-placed Icicle is going to remove Vengeful as well here. So now a good numbers advantage from the Mango Mafia here. But Hyuka is single-handedly turning the tides here. This Orisa is so stable. Keeson trying to find some of these railgun shots. Finally found one onto Hollow. Can't aim to reignite the numbers advantage here. The Venture going to have to burrow underground to live. This Orisa still so healthy in the fight. Actually, you know, more than happy to keep this one going. No cryo means that Hyuka just did it on her own. Absolutely insane.
Hyuka, okay. The Orisa just going completely uncontested there. You also get the overclock out of Kiesan. I didn't think that Mango Mafia needed any more ultimates, but look at that. That's the first flashpoint going to greater than colon 3, and that was clean. That was pretty clean. And look, greater than colon 3, they've used no ultimates. They actually have ultimate advantage now, too, on top of everything.
Yeah, it's already a numbers advantage, and it's going even better here. Just the overclock needed right now. Already found one pick onto Puppy here. If we get the second one onto Rat Rumpus, those supports cannot catch a break today on the side of Mango Mafia here. And it seems as though it is now just going to be another quick cap for colon 3.
Very economical cap as well. That was just their overclock. So now the two teams are pretty even in terms of overclock charge. And like I said, you know, for greater than colon 3 now, they're actually at a bit, I would honestly argue, a disadvantage. The reason why I say that is because Puppy, Kitsune, it's a little bit better than the Coalescence from Vengeful. So greater than colon 3 need to get good value out of these ultimates in a very chaotic fight.
We're going to have to see as now the Terra Surge pulling everybody forward. Zachary K trying to, you know, go forward with that Junker Queen Rampage, but unfortunately Sound Barrier was there, so lots of ultimates being thrown in on both sides now. Ultimately not coming up with a lot now. Puppy, the first one to fall here. Again, Hyuka being the devastating final thing to get these kills time and again here. And Mango Mafia just cannot catch a break.
Mango Mafia really struggling to make their way in, and in that chaotic fight, in the end, greater than colon 3 came out on top, and that was the important fight for them to win, where they might be at a slight disadvantage. They got that really, really powerful Rampage and Kitsune out of Mango Mafia. That's all you need. That's all you need. Once you have those out, I mean, Toxicity, it's just the Venture Ultimate, it's just a Tectonic Shock, but that's enough.
It should be enough. Now the Blizzard actually going to be able to cut people off here. The Tectonic Shock trying to see if they can push their way back in. Hyuka, despite having to run into the backline, is still surprisingly healthy here. Now trying to put this Venture, or this Kiriko rather, under pressure here is the Venture. But it seems like everything is just coming up daisies right now for greater than colon 3 as they take the fight without a single casualty.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Mei from Wiz on Mango Mafia, I feel like it's a little bit more difficult to get value from it, because you saw that fight. You throw down that Blizzard, you expect to be able to at least zone greater than colon 3, but Hyuka is just like, oh, I'm just going to pop the Fortify, I'm going to walk right in there. I don't care. And that's why Orisa can be so good against that Mei Sojourn DPS line, because the Orisa can bypass a lot of it. She can get past it.
Yeah, the Orisa can do as she pleases here, just being able to live a lot. Zachary now going to get the first one onto a Mei once again. I feel like I've said that so many times. These Sojourns have power, and Hyuka just shoots Puppy down from range here. Absolutely crazy to just get a free kill onto the Kiriko here. Zachary K, again, trying to do what they've done before, turning this single-handedly, and with the help of Keyset this time, and an overclock, they actually are able to do it. Just these two alive, get it done, and Mango Mafia finally get a cap.
Kiesan and Zachary K, they clutch it up there, but now it's up to the supports. It's up to Puppy and Rat Rumpus, and over the course of this match, I've noticed that Mango Mafia sometimes are a little hesitant with their ultimate usage in terms of the support ultimates. So we'll see if they're able to work in this fight to build those ultimates as fast as possible and then also use them as fast as possible.
Yeah,
Oh,
trying to see what can be done. The Terror Surge pulling everybody in. Although, unfortunately, that shout was not there. And it's just going to be the quick cleanup again. Greater than colon 3. They love to get these team kills just so quickly.
Yuka, she's just completely walking over Mango Mafia right now. It's it's a little brutal, right? And Mango Mafia weren't even given a chance to really build their support ultimates. They might need to play for them a little bit more there, but Yuka getting just so much value.
So much value. So now we're trying to see where else this value can be generated. The overclock from Saccharine here, trying to see if they can find a single pick. Unfortunately, doesn't come up with one, just more of a space generating tool than anything else here. The Kitsune Rush now from Puppy is going to be able to get Mango Mafia onto the point here. They find one on the Ventral. That main source of healing now missing, forces the sound barrier out, but that sound barrier is going to give enough healing to remove the DPS line of Mango Mafia here. So it is just the supports and Zachary K. But now things are gone worse. The supports are missing, just Zachary K. This Orisa has to die to try to get back for a final fight.
Well, Zachary K is going to be staggered out. Rumpus has the beat. Maybe Mango Mafia can come back, go for like a very, very aggressive beat, and you need that as well to live the Tectonic Shock on the side of Greater Colon 3. So we're seeing the May on a flank. Wait, I think Wiz might get this. Look at that.
Yeah, Wiz is going to get the touch and now actually has the Blizzard as well from when they come out of this cryo freeze here. The sound barrier from Rat Rumpus is going to keep those few members alive. Zachary K makes it back to the fight here, but that sound barrier fades away. No value was generated just yet, so it is now just, again, the Orisa all alone here. Zachary K cannot do enough for Mango Mafia to get across the line here, and Greater Than colon 3 completes the sweep 3-0.
A very, very dominant sweep as well, and they looked, you know, they definitely looked beatable on Busan, and Mango Mafia, they had something going on Busan, but after that, I feel like the coordination from Greater Than colon 3 showed, and they were able to just use their ultimates a little bit more effectively, and they were also able to win their neutrals very effectively as well. And that venture at the end, I liked the variety, and I liked the flexibility from the side of Greater Than colon 3. We saw Toxtricity play the Venture, play the Echo, play the May, and that's something I wanted to point out just because that just allows Greater Than colon 3 to change their playstyle based on the compositions in play and the map in play.
Yeah, could not have said it better myself. The flexibility also was just something, you know, that was a little bit just great to behold there from the side of colon 3, doing as whatever they needed, flexing across the map. So Mango Mafia now going to have to go sit in that loser final, as Greater Than colon 3 is going to be moving themselves on for a match against Monarch. That'll be a fun one. I don't believe it'll be covered on stream, but it will be fun nonetheless here. And as we're just looking at these replays again, it was just such clean execution from colon 3.
Right, and I think for Monarch, when it comes to trying to beat this team, Greater Than colon 3, you just need a solution to this Orisa Rush comp. And maybe you find ways to ban out the Moira, you ban out the Orisa, but how you use your bans against this team are going to be key, and I think that might matter going into the grand finals in this division as well.
Yeah, and so we are, again, just having to see how that's going to go in this division will be a fun one. And while we could sing the praises of colon 3 all day long, I'm sure they can do a much better job of it themselves. So if you'll bear with us while we throw it to a quick break, we're going to go ahead and get an interview set up with someone from colon 3. Not sure who yet, but whoever it is, I'm sure they will be able to share their thoughts on the match. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Interview is set up and found here. We got Saturn, aka Sakurine, on the side of greater than :3 here for an interview. First things first, obviously, I just want to say congrats on the win. It's always fun to have wins.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess my first question would probably be just how, like, was there any real prep needed to go into this matchup, or do you just have confidence?
We always have confidence, and we always are a little bit silly. We don't scrim as much as other teams do, but I feel like we've played together for so long that it's just kind of there.
Makes sense. And this is an interesting question. Moira isn't very common, right? And today we saw a lot of Moira Lucio versus Moira Lucio, or just Moira compositions in general. How do you feel about like running those Moira compositions, and what do you do as a team to try and play around that?
Vengeful loves playing Moira, which is our Moira player, so we always try to work around them because we believe that their Moira is their strongest support hero. As for playing around it, I know that I don't have as much burst healing necessarily, like I would with a BAP or things like that, so I have more sustained healing, so I try to more play around health packs, just because I know if I get low, there's no burst. I'm just kind of dead. But
right.
we always really like to run the Moira, just because it's a comfort thing. I feel like it's a comfort thing for this elo.
That makes sense, and you can play very, very fast. There is, some viability to it. I always like to say, try and run something that at least makes sense, or you're working around it. Like, if you're going to run the Moira, maybe it's not optimal, but as long as you're trying to play it correctly, I think it can work in many instances. And also, when it comes to the Ramatra versus the Orisa, I'm curious, for your opinion, which do you think is better? Which do you think is stronger? And why do you think your team prefers to run the Orisa a bit more?
I feel like Orisa just doesn't die half the time because she obviously has Fortify, and even if you're all shooting at the horse, I don't think the horse is gonna die. It's a lot of sustain, which I think is better. But I'm also a peak gold 3 hit scan player, so I probably don't have the best opinions on that.
It's all good.
Good indeed here, but you got the win here. And now, obviously, with that matchup with Monarch looming here, just what is the overall team vibe right now? Is it just, we're silly, whatever happens, happens, or do you feel like y'all got it in you to take the whole thing?
We're gonna lock in. We're gonna lock in for that. We normally say that we're silly, it's kind of our thing, but we're gonna lock in.
Excellent. We love to hear that. Before we send you on your way, of course, if there's anybody you want to make a quick shout out to, go ahead, do it now.
Shout out to my team because I've been playing with them for almost a year now.
Hey, almost a year in Rising. That's a feat. That does not happen, to say the least. But hey, listen, obviously, congrats on the win once again here. We look forward to seeing you again, probably.
All right, thank you.
And just like that, OC, our first match of the day, is done and dusted. But thankfully, it's not the only match of the day. Kunoichi action just keeps on rolling.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't remember what the next match is. So what do we got going next? Open tier, okay.
Heading to the open tier where they're competing for that prize money. So, maybe going to be seeing some high-level gameplay that'll be fun to watch for sure. Of course, you'll be left in the capable hands of Rain and Thoru Mia. So, give them some love when they show up here, but they will be showing up on the other side of a quick break while we get that match and everything set up. But, yeah, so we'll see y'all in a bit.
crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking around for that break. Today, we are going to be covering the lower bracket of the Open Division here in Kunoichi Kavalry. I'm Rain, going to be covering the play-by-play for you, and tonight I'm joined by the lovely Thor. Thor, how are you?
Doing splendidly well and looking forward to see, this matchup between NicoCat Fan Club and HRT Shock, who, let's just say, already have met each other during this, playoff bracket just early on, with HRT Shock taking that win. So NicoCat Fan Club has a score to settle at least.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yep, these teams are familiar with each other, of course. Fairly small sample size here, so they faced off in that round robin as well, of course. Taking a look at the bracket here, so NicoCat Fan Club, yeah, getting knocked down into this lower bracket courtesy of HRT Shock. HRT Shock now finding them in this lower bracket as well, so we'll see which one of these teams is going to be able to fight through this lower bracket and find their way into that grand finals against NATO's Island tomorrow.
Yep, and if you're NicoCat Fan Club or HRT Shock, you want to win this match because that's pretty much your only way to get back into that grand finals we're having tomorrow. But we do have, the bans coming into place for these teams. But first, we are going to Lijiang Tower, which happens to be HRT's map choice. Lijiang Tower, common, tried, tested, true. That's how I always call this map. And always a good place to start if you really just want to play a hard rolling brawl. So HRT Shock will be banning first.
Yep, so first ban gonna be coming out for HRT Shock, and of course these bans are gonna work the same way that maybe you're familiar with in CGL, OWCS, where hero ban from that role means that no other hero can be banned from that role. So if we end up with HRT Shock selecting a support ban, that does mean that we will not be able to have Nico banning a support. So we'll see what HRT opting to ban. We got a nice little timer here just to kind of build up the suspension, because of course these hero bans can make a really big impact in the gameplay that these teams are going to put out.
And it looks like HRT Shock will be banning the Kiriko right off the gate. So at least we are pretty sure that limits the compositions that are expected to be run right away, at least when we're talking about the back line. Lijiang Tower really notorious for needing some level of speed and at least hyper sustain. So you're expecting probably something with a Juno in this as a replacement, because running a Lucio with any of these other characters really slows down the tempo unless you're running Lucio Moira. Not out of this world, just unconventional. Now, NicoCat Fan Club, seeing this, could have the option to ban a hero that maybe works well with a Juno Brig kind of situation. So maybe you also just want to lessen the amount of maybe spam or you need to go through. So maybe banning the Pharah or maybe the Junkrat might be the play. Really, who knows at the end of the day. But NicoCat Fan Club have decided to ban the Orisa.
Yeah, the Orisa being banned out. Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing a bit more Orisa now. I can put in a lot of damage, has a lot of utility, and a really good survive and sustain type of tank.
And I think that might be one of the reasons why that NicoCat Fan Club have decided to ban the Orisa, is the Kiriko allows you to sustain maybe just a bit longer through these slogs. So that might be a targeted pick. But here is that lineup for NicoCat Fan Club. The starting lineup are Greg, Stella Luna 16, Yosh M, Mazamel, and Arias Hunter.
I have to say, I love these roster reveals here. The little movement. Wrecking Ball is so cute in his little ball pushing the buttons up. But yeah, all right, NicoCat Fan Club, this is going to be the starting lineup. I do notice that, you have some substitutions potentially if you so need it. Let's take a look at HRT Shock now. So the DPS lineup for this team, we have Nymphia and we have Kai Sickle. We have Declan on the tank. And then rounding out the support line, we have Instinct and Ambivert. So excited to see these two teams. I mean, they faced off once already, but now they get to do so on stream. So maybe a little bit more pressure, maybe a little bit more drive to get the win here.
Yep, and one way or another, this is going to be a story of will HRT Shock manage to still keep that place of theirs into that grand finals, or will Nico Cat Fan Club turn things around? Only time will tell, but definitely the starting map of Lijiang Tower is where we will be settling.
Love to get everything started off here on the control maps. Now, HRT did get to pick this map, so maybe they're feeling, they have something up their sleeve, but there's really no doubt in my mind that Nico Cat Fan Club is going to be coming in prepared to play on Lijiang Tower. Like you said already, Thor, this is tried, true, tested. Everybody has played Lijiang Tower, probably in every scrim that they've played. It's really hard to avoid it, and of course, we have, these teams have met up already, so you already expect, what the other team's gonna be running. So these hero bans is where we could really be seeing the impact. So no Arisa, no Kiriko in here. So it'll be interesting to see what these teams are gonna opt to run. We could potentially see the Freya. Freya is available to be played here in Kunoichi, and rumor has it she's pretty strong.
I mean, only time will tell, only time will see, because one way or another, this is that first time Freya is integrated into these teams and lineups. I think one way or another she might actually still be situational, but we are headed to the control center, which has been notorious for heavily spammier characters. Some players still running to still opt to run that Junkrat sometimes, and maybe the oppressive Mei walls in the process. So it'll be interesting to see if that's what some of these teams will stick around with, or if they're going to try something different, because the tanks that normally would line up and sustain with them, not really as around anymore. The Orisa ban really impactful, but rolling out of the gate, HRT Shock running this Diva composition, and Nico Cat Fan Club opting to run a Hazard. So this is going to be a divier versus sustaining your tank kind of setup. So for HRT Shock, this is being more purposeful, I think, is the goal.
Yeah, looks like Nico Cat Fan Club, just taking a look, seeing if anybody was inside that white room. Didn't find the matchup that they were looking for, so now gonna push onto the point. Nice aggressive push here from Yoshim, but actually gonna have to just back out as that defense matrix from Declan is gonna be able to deny a whole lot of value. Ooh, defense though for Declan, almost losing the mech there, is able to pick up that mega health pack, and that is going to be Nico Cat Fan Club just really pushing HRT Shock away from that point.
Yep, and you can see the patience from the tank of Yoshim and how they plan to die, really splitting off the Diva from all the rest of the healing, and sometimes that's what you need to do, force out those boosters, and HRT Shock already making the changes. Kaisuke going to that Torbjorn, really, which is there to just maybe help provide a bit more damage to melt Yoshim, who really is diving in and creating the opening for everyone else of Nico Cat Fan Club. No ultimates to work with other than Instinct being one of the quicker ones building towards that orbital ring.
Ooh, some micro missiles out onto Yoshim. Does have that defense to try and stay alive. Not going to be enough, though, and that's a tank down for the side of Nico Cat Fan Club. Nymphia going to pick up the kill onto Stella Luna as well. It's all falling apart for Nico Fan Club. They recognize that. They are going to try to back out as HRT Shock flips this back over.
Yep, a little bit staying too close to the stun, too close for their welcome from Yoshim over there, and ends up melting after being split from the support line. But Nico Cat Fan Club can open up with that window, and that might just be their play, especially if Orbital Ray is going to come out, and that's exactly what Instinct is going to do, so they might need to wait afterwards.
Ooh, yep, you called it. The Orbital Ray out. It is going to be the window committed from Nico Cat Fan Club, but unfortunately, Yoshim was just kind of on an angle there, isn't able to get healed up by Masmel through that window, and once again, HRT are winning the fight here, and Nico Cat Fan Club, you have to wait for your tank to come back before you can take any space here.
Yep, and HRT Shock have 4 ultimates to work with, so really, this is going to be a little bloodbath with that Sojourn ult already committed by Nymphia.
Yeah, nice aggressive here. Gonna be able to take out that lamp to get things started. Pushing forward, trying to find something else. Not getting too aggressive, though. You need to recognize that you could be a victim to Hazard. It's gonna be the Blade and the Orbital Ray committed here, but beautiful job from Kaisuke using this Molten Core to really just deny any space from Stella Luna on this Blade. Not able to find any of the kills that they're looking for. Ambivert, though, is going to find that whip shot onto Greg, so no Sojourn now for Nico Cat Fan Club, and all the rest of Nico Cat kind of falling behind them. Stella Luna will be able to pick up that kill onto Instinct, but the Juno from HRT Shock going to be able to get back quite quickly.
Yep, and I think Nico Cat Fan Club may have to open up with this a downpour from Yosham because that's the only ultimate they have to work with. But they're going to have to slog through all this poke that's coming in to that tiny choke, and with no really speed other than the ring to do it, they have to be purposeful and target. So they're opting to go through the white room area instead to avoid all this damage.
Greg is on this Cassidy as well, so no longer on the Sojourn. They are going to be able to find the first pick onto Nymphia. Icicle had that hammer out, but Aureus going to be able to shut them down as well. And this is it. Nico Cat Fan Club has broken back into this point with a team kill.
Yep, and what I want to see Nico Cat Fan Club do is you have this window. That's your only ultimate to work with. You need to stuff this choke one way or another with this window, right? You have to force them to either go through it, push through it, and make it difficult for HRT Shock to go to the point, especially when they really don't have any ults to work with. And if you're Nico Cat Fan Club, you want to build towards a next set of ultimates to deny any space further. Greg already the closest to it.
Okay, here we go. Window is committed. It does catch Kaisuke out, who was trying to hide in that corner. Meanwhile, though, some members of HRT Shock have been able to get into this white room. Beautiful wall from Yoshim. It's going to split off Ambivert. They're going to fall to the spikes. Stella with the nice deflect kill onto Nymphia as well. Now, Declan was able to pick up the kill onto Maismel in this fight, so no Baptiste for the side of Nico Cat Fan Club, but Aureus Hunter doing a great job keeping her tank alive.
Yep, and I think in the process also that is completely fine, for Instinct had already was staggered out, so HRT Shock have to open up with this Sojourn ultimate just to create space and push back in.
Yep, that's a beautiful opening. You find the kill onto Stella, gonna find the second one onto Yoshim, but nice Deadeye from Greg. They are able to pick up that kill onto Nymphia, but going to immediately fall to Ambivert as overtime is burning down here. HRT Shock ultimately gonna pick up Control Center.
It's unfortunate because Masamel just being the one of the first picks means that your only sustain left is that Juno. And really, if you're talking about healing for healing output in a given moment, like that Baptiste has the Juno beat. So when in that kind of situation with no ultimates also maybe to work with right at that moment, Nico Cat Fan Club just have to back off that choke, give it to them. Like, yes, you want to put up some level of fight, but it might be too much of a fight to stay way too longer. So just unfortunate turn of events. Now we are headed to Night Market, and an Honor Brig really is a possible composition to run on this map. Not unconventional. There are teams who run it, especially if they plan it to run it with a Wrecking Ball, which seems to be what Nico Cat Fan Club are opting to stick with. Something to be a bit more disruptive. HRT Shock sticking what worked for them to take back Control Center and just going with it.
Yeah, HRT Shock has gotten set up on the point already. Yoshim does have the angle available for Nico Cat. Doesn't quite have the roll through. Nice little pile drive tech there. Is going to be able to get it. Hit onto Declan, but Declan is able to get back onto this point. Turret's down, at least, if you're Stella Luna, so that could be really annoying if you're the Genji. Declan, though, walking forward, has taken out the entire backline, but Greg, I mean, they are putting up some work of their own, gonna pick up a 3K there. That is going to allow Nico Fan Club to start the percent building here on Market.
Exactly, and really like massive play from Declan getting both of the supports of Nico Cat Fan Club, but you know, Greg just popping off 3K gets all the kills. There's nothing really left to keep Declan alive, so great job on them. But with playing this Wrecking Ball, you really have nothing to stuff that doorway other than the disruption of like the slam. So HRT Shock able to rotate just as quickly back to the point.
Yeah, HRT Shock already set up on this point. Ooh, Greg barely staying alive through this. Does have the support of Aureus Hunter there for them, but Shark is still on this point. Mech is lost by Declan here, so it's gonna be hard for HRT Shock to really sustain. That's the pick that Nymphia needed. Aureus Hunter is gone, so you have one of the supports down. Maismel is still alive here. The point has now flipped over to HRT Shock, but Nico Fan Club still finding some of these kills here as Deadeye is available for Greg should they need it, but no, it's actually just going to be the nice clean kills here. The Nano going over maybe in celebration.
Oh my gosh, that really, I think that was to just keep Greg alive through all of that, because Greg was trying to find an opening for this Nico Cat fan club to go back and contest point, especially with that very oppressive turret. Now, there are ultimates to work with from both sides, and they might push in with that Sojourn ult as expected.
Nymphia gonna pull out that Soj ult, but meanwhile, the mines from Yoshim are gonna find Kaisuke and really just split HRT Shock as they try to engage. Yoshim gonna be able to find Nymphia on that split, and as soon as that overclock came out, it was the engage from Nico Cat just to shut it down.
Yep, Yoshim just realizing that the only thing to deny the space for that Sojourn ult to get value is through that mine. So HRT Shock at least still have 3 ultimates to work with in this push. Rally might be one of them, I think, at least to push them through and deal with the survivability. But Nymphia already taking out Stella Luna.
Ooh, yeah, all right. HRT looking to break onto this point. Ambivert has popped that rally. The Molten Core also coming out. Oh, Yoshim falling so low is going to be able to get a little bit of damage done, but HRT Shock is going to be able to flip this over, and you did so with 2 ultimates there.
Yep, and if you're Nico Cat fan club, you just go back to spawn, wait for your Wrecking Ball to come back in, and just do the same thing HRT Shock did, which is open up with that rally. You want all that armor to really just go in and get that value you need, because you want to survive whatever this incoming push is, especially when there's an orbital ray.
Oh yeah, there we go. HRT getting a little bit aggressive here. Gonna be able to find a couple of kills. Instinct will fall to Stella. Yoshim gonna pick up Kai as well. Turret now finally out of the fight. Again, Stella Luna has a little bit more room to breathe, but ultimately, Nico Cat fan club just lost too many members there.
Yep, I think it was just a really coordinated push with that orbital ray, just providing max value against the rally. There are no other ultimates to work with for Nico Cat fan club to survive, but HRT Shock building towards that high noon and still have that bomb from Diva online means they have a lot of space denial, especially as we might be hitting towards this, I guess, last point of last fight territory of Lijiang Tower here.
Ooh, nice nade coming in from Maysmel, but nobody quite there to follow up on it as Ambivert finds that kill onto Yoshim. The Nano going over onto Stella Luna as well, nearly has that blade, gets a couple kills, gonna get that blade online, just cleaning up here for Nico Cat fan club. And 99% here for HRT Shock, but it is gonna be Nico Cat picking up that point for now.
Yep, and I think if you're Nico Cat fan club, you want Yoshim to build towards those mines. That's another space denial. Greg with another space denial. Stella Luna does not need to die throughout all of this. If you're HRT Shock, you may need to push with that rally and really fight and keep the point alive, maybe with the Molten Core of Kaisuke. Those are your options, especially as this is like last fight territory, but that pick from Yoshim's already super huge.
Yeah, you aren't gonna have the rally available just yet for HRT Shock. Declan does get demeched as well. The mine's coming in at a perfect time. It absolutely covers the point. There's just no way for HRT Shock to touch. Greg going to go for, or Nymphia gonna go for the touch, but immediately knocked back by those mines. Nico Cat fan club, they're tying us up here on Lijiang.
Nico Cat fan club may have learned a few things from their first matchup against HRT Shock and are bringing it to the table. So we are hitting that last fight, last point of Lijiang Tower to really settle the score and maybe turn things around. So we are heading to Gardens, a map still very, very strong for characters like Wrecking Ball. So it's going to be a lot of a question of which character is going to be your point toucher between for Nico Cat fan club, because if we look at what they're running, there really isn't anyone with a large HP pool to sustain other maybe than your Cassidy. So this is all also going to be up to Greg to maybe keep that point alive. But with if Kaisuke had stuck to the Echo, I think it would have cost Nico Cat fan club more problems than this Torbjorn. So we'll see how this goes, because I think they want that Torbjorn to really deny the value of the Genji.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Torb turret, it falls already. Yoshim has a bit of an angle here, looking for maybe an environmental kill. Not gonna find it, but Nymphia is gonna find the opening pick onto Stella Luna here. So it is now a 5v4, and you're trying to stay alive here. HRT Shock has set themselves up on this point, so it's really on Nico Cat fan club to try and find some angles here. But as the point gets captured by HRT Shock, Nico Cat fan club just retreats into this dojo. HRT Shock chasing, looking to find some picks. They are going to lose a couple members in the process, but ultimately will be in control of the point, and we'll just have to wait for Nico Cat fan club to regroup.
In regroup, you hope your Genji doesn't get caught out in that dojo area yet again, manages to survive a lot. So at least you have your ball and your Genji still alive and maybe being able to execute a faster dive. So Declan back already in that mech after being demech, but is antied, so this is going to be a bit of pain of hurt. No ultimates to work with other than that rally from Arias Hunter already being built up so quickly. They could re-engage with that and maybe the high noon.
Yep, HRT Shock. It feels like they have this point on lockdown here. NicoCat Fan Club are trying to break in. Everybody is positioned inside of this courtyard, though, so you don't really have any angles taken against HRT Shock. Kaisicle, the headshot onto Greg. That's going to prompt Aureus Hunter. She's going to pop this rally, going to try and keep her team alive through this beautiful nade onto Nymphia. Yoshim's going to be able to finish off that kill, and it feels like the nano over onto Aureus Hunter really just going to lock things down for NicoCat Fan Club, but you still got to cap the point. It is still percentage building for HRT Shock. Beautiful environmental kill there from Yoshim, and that should be it. It is going to be a NicoCat Fan Club getting the percentage building on Garden.
That is all this NicoCat Fan Club has written, and they have still 3 ultimates to work with. I think only having expended that rally and nano in that previous fight really to keep things alive. So if you're NicoCat Fan Club, you want to deny space with these next set of ultimates and maybe create that opening with that Genji Blade, maybe get a pick through all that chaos. But Yasham already being scouted out, Turret alive just bothering them, so they may need to just regroup slightly with the team, especially if they're going to push in for HRT Shock with this orbital ray. Definitely in the cards.
Yep, you called it, Thor. Here it is. The orbital ray in response. It's going to be the mines coming out from Yashim. Deadeye from Greg as well. Both supports, though, from NicoCat Fan Club already out of the fight here. So no healing for the side of NicoCat. Greg not finding that a problem. They're going to be able to take out the backline of HRT Shock. And now, with no healers on either side, it's NicoCat Fan Club, the team that's already in control of this point, going to win another fight.
Yep, and you know, great play from both teams, but really just understanding that you need to take these supports out, and and when you do for both sides, it's really who can survive through the slaughter and get the picks. At that point, it's all mechanics, and that's what NicoCat Fan Club ended up showing, just really a better positioning for everyone else to get those and keep those point to themselves. This is looking like it might be another fight to lock things in, and there's a blade online. I think they're waiting for Mazamel to get that nano.
Yep, nano now available. Stella, though, actually gonna fall before they're able to get that off. Declan finding that kill, and okay, we actually have Yoshim with the DC here, so NicoCat Fan Club have just lost their tank. Now, Yoshim didn't have the mines built up, had just used it in the previous fight, so at least you don't have that to worry about, but you're in control of the point here, and you've just lost your tank. This is not a great situation for NicoCat Fan Club to be in.
I think if you're NicoCat Fan Club, right, with that DC of your tank, you're going to have to wait for your tank to come back and really get the point turned in your favor. So what I would want to see is maybe that soft disengage from this team, right? Maybe give up a bit of that time for HRT Shock to take the point, maybe re-engage back once it had just turned over to HRT, because at least by then you could fight back with ultimates to work with. Genji Blade still online, has not been used, and Nano finally online, so you have a win condition. You're just hoping that the Brig of HRT Shock does not have rally, that there's nothing to deny it at all.
I can't remember if they do have rally. I feel like they might, though. No, I think that, well, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. That is basically the win condition here, because you're right? NicoCat didn't get to use that Nano Blade in the last fight. Stella falling early there, so that's what you're really holding on to now. But this is the option for HRT to kind of break back into this point. We do have Yashim back in. It is the rally coming out from Aureus Hunter. Bomb from Declan on the point. Isn't going to find anything. Ambivert is going to go ahead, pop that rally, get aggressive with it, as Greg are going to just toss themselves off the map there, and that is NicoCat definitely calling for a reset here, looking for one more fight.
Yep, and it's going to be all up to Yasham to be the one to touch the point. You're hoping you don't get a boot by break off that point, but they're already marking, they already know, and 99%, and they just managed to do it so barely, but you're waiting for everyone else, and there's the blade already in, denied by the Molten Core.
Yeah, the blade is on point, but what a beautiful molten core from Kicicle. It just absolutely denies all the value. Now NicoCat fan club grasping for straws. Greg has this Deadeye available, kind of zoning, looking, isn't gonna find anything. Kicicle though does find Yoshima in the meantime. So NicoCat fan club, you gotta break into this with no tank. Unfortunately, nobody there to touch, and that's gonna be HRT Shock ultimately taking Lijiang Tower in our first map.
Just really unfortunate for NicoCat fan club at the end of the day. There was a chance for that really huge play, but really just the disconnect. Unfortunate, unlucky, and hey, if that's what it takes to deny you of that, first map win, I think we're in for a pretty tight game between these two teams.
I agree. So the last time these two teams matched up, which was earlier today, it was a 3-0, but I think that maybe what we're seeing right now, Thor, is that it doesn't necessarily reflect what the actual skill level of these two teams are, because Lijiang Tower, incredibly close. We're seeing 99 to 99 multiple times there, and I think the NicoCat fan club doing a good job of kind of matching this tempo from HRT Shock. It definitely does seem like this team has been adapting as they've played against HRT more and more.
Yep, exactly, and I think that is something to speak highly about for NicoCat fan club, which is they are able to keep up with this HRT Shock team, and they are winning fights, turning fights around, and they all have like a good understanding of also what they want to use as an ultimate to enter in and clean things up. So I think this matchup may go the distance. It is only time that can tell, but hey, if there's one thing that NicoCat fan club has in their favor is, I think, bans. I think they have the priority for bans.
That's right. So since NicoCat fan club didn't win that map, it does mean that they are going to be able to select our next map, and they will have the opportunity to, ban out the first hero as well. So there's kind of two layers of strategy that NicoCat fan club has got to be thinking about right now. The first one, of course, being which map are you going to take us to? Because I believe our next map type is going to be a hybrid? Do we have a map pool? I can find the map pool.
We can find the map pool, yes, somewhere.
Yes. Because, it is a set map type, but they'll have kind of the pool to pull from. So pulling it up here. Now it is going to be a hybrid map. Looks like our options are Blizzard World, Kings Row, Hollywood, or Nimbani.
So if there's one thing we noticed from HRT Shock is this preference to play Diva into whatever NicoCat fan club is running, right? Whether NicoCat fan club was running something brawlier like that Hazard, or whether they were playing that Wrecking Ball, HRT Shock have decided, no, tried, tested, and true has been this Diva. So if you're, if I am somehow part of NicoCat fan club, right, I would pick maybe a hybrid map that makes Diva a bit more unconventional or different to play into, forcing maybe a different type of composition matchup, if that's what they want to do. If NicoCat fan club thinks they're better in a specific type of composition, they need to lean into that.
Thor, I think you're telling me that we're going to Kings Row. Because I'm looking at Blizzard World, I'm looking at Hollywood, Nimbani. I feel like those are all pretty strong map options for Diva. But all right, here it is. We've got the map select in, and lo and behold, we will be going to Blizzard World.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I am actually one of those people who actually likes Blizzard World as a map. If given a choice to play in a specific map that is not Kings Row, I would like to play Blizzard World. I'm also like a semi like, too much Kings Row, please give me something else kind of person. But Nico Cat Fan Club, with that first pick for bans, if I were them, I would either ban something that's really strong and they found a problem against playing in from HRT, and that could be maybe that diva, which really was oppressive. The clan on that diva was doing immense work for that team in creating openings, denying the value of the Cassidy. So really is a huge struggle. It also just denies healing, right? Through just nom 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 nom. There goes your heals, right? But I think that might be a strategic ban for Nico Cat Fan Club, and that's exactly what they do. Now, it could be targeted because the diva is a problem, or they want to protect a specific tank that they maybe want to play in Blizzard World. So who really knows? But HRT Shock now in the driver's seat for the next pick, and if you're expecting maybe a broader kind of game of composition running it, or maybe some hybrid form of it, I'm thinking maybe deny a Cassidy, maybe deny that, which, you know, the DPS of with Greg really popped off for Nico Cat Fan Club. So that's a potential ban. Another one really could be, hey, what is something that could push a point easily and through chokes where the chaos is somewhere else? A Tracer. That's another thing you could ban.
All right, here we go. Moment of truth. We will see. What did HRT Shock opt to ban? And it is going to be the Genji. So definitely thinking potentially Stella Luna on that. Genji was a force to be reckoned with. So we will not have the Diva and we will not have the Genji as we head into Blizzard World. But Thor, I think that despite having two kind of dive heroes banned out, I'm expecting that we are still probably going to see some dive here on Blizzard World.
I think there is going to be some level of dive. Now it just becomes a question if we're going for something like a hazard kind of dive that's a bit tankier, or are we going traditional dive of a Winston, or are we going for a Wrecking Ball kind of dive? Another thing you could expect is if you're starting on defense, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Sigma pick that comes out. Really allows for a bit more point pressure, and you know the Torbjorn's still on the board, so there are like the traditional Torbjorn's spots on this map that will slow down any push through a choke. But already we're seeing what these teams plan to run, and hey, Nico Cat Fan Club, ooh, this looks like a burn and melt them kind of backline. Squishy, burn and melt them glass cannon.
Yeah, definitely feeling like a very pick-oriented composition coming out from Nico Cat Fan Club, especially with, that Zen on a backline. It's very greedy. You really want to be finding the damage, finding the kills before HRT is able to push through. I think that, especially on first point Blizzard World here, it's a pretty hard choke point to walk through. So having that Discord orb plus the potential nade from the Ana could be very impactful.
Know which skin Ambivert is referring to that's hella loud. Whether I think it's that Brig skin or other elsewhere, but it looks like that's just Widow is out just for that solo pick, and there we have it. We have that Sojourn v Sojourn fight, and hey, Tricycle on that Tracer, so you're waiting for those coordinate dives with Kai and the clan onto the squishier and more glassy backline of Nico Cat Fan Club, who are playing very, very far away.
Yeah, Nico Cat Fan Club with this pick composition not opting to hold too far forward, especially once they see Declan on this tank. There's just a little bit of poke here, but Declan, actually gets caught out there by Yoshim. Beautiful slow field to just pull that Winston down, really disrupting the dive. Doesn't really matter though. Kaisicle already found their way into the back line. Did find the pick on to the Zenyatta, but Greg gonna be able to find them out, so it's all even in this fight here as a nice nade comes out, but there's just no follow-up there available for HRT Shock as a Nico Cat Fan Club are still sitting up on that high ground. Dive in from Declan, just trying to displace here, but falling just a little bit too low. It's the DPS lineup for Nico Cat Fan Club just coming alive. 2 ticks garnered there for HRT Shock though.
Yep, and Araya seeing that, hey, they are running this Monkey Tracer type of dive composition, have switched to the Brig. So I think that at least slows down the melt that comes in from that dive year composition. And in response, HRT Shock now just playing this Orisa. So that means no Zen Orb to really just melt that Orisa. So I think this is a strategic also switch, right? Allows for more burn and sustain. And but Stella really dropping very low. So High Noon available along with Nano, and that Nano might be committed to keep someone alive.
Ooh, the Deadeye comes out, and the Nano out on to Yashin, but it's the Sleep coming out to shut down Greg on that Deadeye. Now, Greg is able to stay alive through that. Yashin with the form takes out Ambivert. That Brig Shield just not gonna protect you from the Ramatra punches. And again, if NicoCat Fan Club, a little bit percentage gained there for HRT Shock, but they aren't gonna be able to stay on the point, forced to back out once again.
Yeah, a minute and a half left on the board, and wait a minute. Wasn't Genji banned?
Ooh, yeah, we have a Genji on the field right now. Kaisicle's gonna need to go back.
Needs to switch, guys. I think we noticed a kind of weird scenario, but yes, there should not be a Genji on the board. Very unfortunate, so might need to go on to that. Quick pause to figure things out and set things already. But
no, I don't think Kaisicle got too far out of the spawn.
Yeah, let's hope that's the
Thor
case.
did call it pretty early there. So hopefully they're gonna go around, get back onto a non-banned hero.
I had a wait a minute. I thought we had no Genji because Stella was doing immense work on that Genji. Let's be clear, on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Stella could be like, oh, we could go play Genji. That would be great. Like, yeah, no. But Kaisicle has gone back to the Torbjorn as necessary, but 2 ults building to 3 to work with for NicoCat Fan Club. And with a minute left, this is looking pretty dicey. HRT Shock may need to open up with a Soldier. So it's going to be a Soldier and just the Brig ult to really push through all of this for HRT Shock to keep the point and turn to their favor.
Yeah, here we go. It's Nymphia starting things off in this fight. Does have that overclock going. Annihilation from Yashimin response, but it just absolutely gets burned down. You can see all the assists there from Kaisicle. Kaisicle not done just yet. Gonna find the Brig as well. Gonna pick up Stella just for good measure. It does end up taking a little nap there, but the damage has been done. HRT Shock picking up that last tick and gonna get the payload moving.
You know, it's super funny at the end of the day. Kaisiko's like, wait, I'm on Genji. No, you're not allowed on Genji. Okay, we go to Torb, and then just gets a simple green 3 cave to push in. Hello? Welcome to Kunoichi, everyone. We have a game in our hands. NicoCat Fan Club switching to a couple of new characters, seeing what HRT Shock are running into. That's Sombra, Ball, Zed. That's a melt and make the tank suffer composition. That's all I can say. That's all we can write. And you could already see this HRT Shock stack really just stacking together and trying to get away. And Kaisicle already caught out by Yoshim.
Oh yeah, that is not too good for HRT Shock. You've kind of locked yourself in this room. You are going to be able to rotate up towards that high ground, but really holding down this space really well. You can see Yoshim thinking about maybe trying to put some pressure onto them. Kaisicle is getting a little low, has that recall. Here's the engage. Nice slam through the pile drive to follow up. Really just trying to find some cooldowns out of this HRT Shock squad as the payload is not moving forward just yet. HRT rotating up to the high ground. Nano comes out. Instinct is going to be able to get a Nano for themselves as well. Declan still though. HRT Shock just kind of rotating back up. Really have the side room on lockdown. Arias Hunter going to be able to find that kill onto Instinct, and that is probably HRT Shock gonna have to just rotate out now. You don't have that healing from the Ana, and we can see, unfortunately, Declan going to suffer because of that.
Yep, and I think that HRT Shock may have stayed a bit too long in that tiny room, right? So not really committing to any push when, if you think about it, they are brawlier. They can push into this like squishier core of NicoCat Fan Club, and honestly at this point it's really just you have to brute force it. But brute forcing the point slightly is Kaisicle, who moves it just a bit but not too much, opting to wait for everyone else from HRT Shock to at least regroup. But Yoshim being a pain in the rear end for HRT Shock puts mines on the high ground.
Yup, mine's in, slam out, the punch right into Nymphia's face. Yashim gonna be able to absolutely displace HRT Shock. Instinct gonna throw herself off the cliff. No mercy shown for Declan as Nico Cat Fan Club holding strong on the second point.
If there's one thing that HRT Shock have slightly in their favor is the cart is still pretty near. This is going to be all up on Kaisicle to potentially touch very quickly because they're the only one with the amount of movement to get to there, but Ambivert already out of the play with that rally with them.
Ooh, okay, Nano went out onto Yashim. The EMP from Stella comes out as well. She does end up falling, but it doesn't matter too much. HRT Shock getting wiped from the board. Going to have to be happy with first point. 83.77 meters on the board. It's a very clear win condition now for the Nico Cat Fan Club.
You know, I just realized. I pointed out the Genji ban and I wasn't sure if we banned Genji, only to remember that the bans are on the top left.
They are.
I'm so sorry, everyone, but it is true. But if there's one thing Nico Cat Fan Club have done, at least, is they've set their win condition. What they need to do, where to push the cart. They almost had, you know, a full hold, semi-full hold, right, on first, but, you know, they have set their win condition, and it now becomes a question of how do they plan to break into this HRT Shock defense, because there are a lot of compositions you could run on defense. Obviously, Nico Cat Fan Club picking the Ramatra selection instead for their defense. HRT Shock going for two characters that allow for stronger point presence, and also a character who I believe is very traditionally a Blizzard World first point defense type of character, aka Torbjorn. So,
yeah.
Come on, that turret is in a specific spot is going to be Stella Luna saying gonna pick Genji.
Oh yeah,
Oh, that's a tease. What a tease. But yeah, HRT Shock going for a a more heavy point presence type of composition, something a bit less divey, or something that at least has a longer sustained kind of presence. So this is going to be up to Nico Cat Fan Club to really create the openings and the angles, because from what's being shown, the clan already had taken Greg.
Yep, Greg is out of the fight here. That's a lot of that poke damage in the Ashe. Yashim gonna recognize that. The name of the game now is just stay alive until your Ashe gets back into it. But so much HP available for Yashim. Gonna go ahead and slam onto that high ground. Has to be careful though, because in the meantime, Kaisicle has taken out Aureus Hunter here. So you're not gonna have that Discord in the fight now if you're Nico Cat Fan Club. And everybody really split here, going for another slam. Stella is here to try and follow up, but the support is there from Ambivert. They're able to keep Instinct alive through that dive, and it's kind of just a little disjointed here for Nico Cat Fan Club. Greg finding themselves on that low ground. Declan recognizing that, trying to put some pressure on to those DPS from the side of Nico Cat Fan Club, and everybody from HRT is now on that low ground. Nymphia not going to be able to stay alive. Yashim finds that first kill on to the Sojourn. A beautiful pick there. Has to just kind of hang out a little bit. HP trying to regenerate here, but while you're waiting, HRT Shock is taking advantage of that. Unfortunately, Aureus Hunter got back into the fight just to be sent back to the spawn once again, and HRT Shock have given up just one tick here as Nico Cat Fan Club trying to push forward.
Yep, Hack coming out just to really slow things down, but they already know where Stella Luna is and are trying to get them out, scout them out, and this is going to look pretty dicey, but the Wrecking Ball already there to peel for them. Yashim just making sure that they don't die in the process. So great job for this Nico Cat Fan Club, who are finally coming back in, and hey, turret down, that means easier time for Yashim and Stella Luna to come back in, especially that there's a nano online from Mazamel, who might have to use it to keep this either Zenyatta or Cassidy online and up.
Okay, here we go. Yashim starting things out as the Mind's looking for the environmental kill. Doesn't find it, but does find a good old-fashioned kill on to Nymphia. Greg picking up the kill onto Instinct. The support, the Zen ult coming out from Aureus, just keeping everybody on Nico Cat nice and healthy, and that is going to be it. First point going to be captured by Nico Cat Fan Club.
And with a healthy time back to work with 3 minutes and 50 on the board to push, where essentially the cart has met halfway through the second point of Blizzard World. So I wouldn't be surprised if more than anything, these supports are the ones, pushing, staying on this high ground, and the Sombra might be the one to have to push the cart. But with Stella Luna having that EMP, that might be something for a later kind of fight. They may need to engage with this EMP first, get everyone else of HRT Shock out of this high ground, and that means bada bing, bada boom, more space to push in. But pushing in is this Terra Surge.
Yep, Terra Surge is out. The EMP actually comes out as well, kind of just denying a little bit from Declan, but already got that Terra Surge off the Discord Orb, absolutely melting the Orisa from HRT Shock, and that's going to be NicoCat Fan Club just abruptly shutting down that push.
Yep, and with the ball continuing to roll the cart instead of the cart rolling the ball, Stella Luna has decided to, keep everyone else on that high ground a bit busy. Greg, with this high noon, means there is so much open space that could be denied with it if they can force out the spear from the clan first, because that's going to be that ult denial.
Here we go. Yep. No, gonna fall as soon as that Deadeye is pulled. Now, it is an even fight here as HRT Shock did use that orbital ray, but everybody from NicoCat Fan Club just absolutely avoiding this ray. So very little value gained here. The point approaching that golden box of victory very, very quickly. HRT Shock, though, is gonna get everybody regrouped here as just the Wrecking Ball Yashim on the point. Going to have these mines available very soon. A nice little combo there. The slam plus the primary fire from Mazamel. Gonna find Instinct, but HRT Shock are answering back. The Deadeye gonna pick up that Ana. Now, there's no support here for NicoCat Fan Club, but there are a bunch of mines on this point, absolutely denying some value. Yashim barely getting out of that fight with their life, but still in it here. Stella Luna gonna pick up 2. It's a 2v2 on the point here. HRT Shock is gonna have just the better respawns though, as Kaisicle manages to pick up 2. Instinct alive. She's fighting on the point. She's all alone here. Gonna have to try and touch. Isn't going to be able to make it. NicoCat Fan Club picking up their map pick of Blizzard World.
And great job from them really playing this out and really capitalizing on the fact that that the Diva ban did come out from them, and it really allowed their backline, the team's backline, to shine, right? With Mazamel and Arise Hunter really allowing themselves to pop off and help DPS a bit more with everyone else on the team with those combination slams from their tank. It's really great. So really capitalizing on your bans, that's what they did, and it went splendidly well for them. And this is now in the ballpark of HRT Shock saying, hey, we have our Diva back, so how are we going to turn things around?
Yeah, this is beautiful from NicoCat Fan Club to get it tied up, but it does mean that you're now going to be fighting back into HRT Shock's map pick. And I mean, they won their first map pick of Lijiang Tower, so that definitely is an advantage for them. They know how to use that in a way that isn't going to be able to put them in that winning position. Now, we see just some nice little replays here. Beautiful plays from both teams. It felt like Blizzard World, just like Lijiang Tower, was incredibly close. So back and forth from these two teams.
Yep, exactly. That's how it is. But before we can even decide where we're going to be headed for map 3, we will be taking a short break, right? To get ourselves some water and, also get these teams some breathing room to figure out what their strategy is for map 3. So don't go anywhere.
All right, welcome back, everyone. If you're just tuning in now, welcome. We are in the Kunoichi Kavalry Open Division, currently in the lower bracket, where Nico Cat Fan Club, HRT Shock facing off for the chance to face a NATO in that grand finals. All tied up here 1-1 as we wait to see what is our third map going to be. Oh.
I mean, we really only have 2 choices for Flashpoint, right? If you think about it, aka Blizzard, please give us more Flashpoint maps. Stop making new game modes. Add more maps, please. But that's always been my gripe with Blizzard. But hey, there's one thing that's a bit different from Surabasa and New Junk City, one way or another, is that Surabasa has a bit more of like a open kind of map style. So it really allows for a brawlier kind of gameplay, something a bit more set. But because HRT Shock did lose that previous map, they get to ban first. And if there's one thing we're pretty sure of with maps like Flashpoint, is the brawlier tanks usually get to shine. Now, if what we're pretty sure of from Nico Cat Fan Club is they like playing something close-ish to a dive, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to, if HRT Shock bans the brawl tank that can dive, aka one of the newer tanks in this game, Hazard.
Oh, Thor called it. That's right. It is going to be HRT Shock banning out that Hazard. All right, that's exactly it, right? This is these Flashpoint maps. It's pretty big, pretty open, but it's still playing like a control point where you really do have to have at least a little bit of focus on that point, because the flashpoints themselves are going to take up so quickly. So you really need to be able to grab control of that point when you can, and you want to hold on to it, because if the other team gets in control, it can be all over very, very quickly. Now, Nico Cat Fan Club, they're going to be picking a ban of their own. Of course, as you can see, the tank is now locked, so they are gonna have to ban out either a damage or a support hero.
I mean, here's my thing is, if you're not used to playing against a Venture ban is always good, because Venture gets the most playtime in Flashpoint, but I don't think that's an issue for either of these teams. But it seems like Nico Cat Fan Club want to ban the Brig. Now, this is a Brig ban is something that's really opens up at least a specific type of composition that gets run, right? Normally we'll see something like a Juno Brig, an Ana Brig. Banning a Brig means you're either forced to play a glass cannon kind of backline like that Ana Zen we saw briefly on Blizzard World, or all teams will go back to speed, to Neumes. Yes, we might see a Lucio again. Again, as if we saw it tonight in this match. We have not seen a Lucio. Let's be clear. So this might actually be, a forced Lucio appearance. That is what we have yet to see, but that seems to be what this might be leaning into just from the bans.
Yeah, I agree, and I do think that Lucio over the Juno is sometimes played on these Flashpoint maps where you still have that speed availability, but especially with some of the new perks that Lucio has, one of those major perks being that your amp it up actually gets an extended range. So like you mentioned already, Thor, this is a big open map, so that could really open up the door for you to get more healing done using those perks. Of course, you do have to build up to those first, but it does look like, at least for HRT Shock, we do have Ambivert hovering over that Lucio for now.
I think that is that kind of given kind of situation. If you're a team that really plays into what might be more set types of, hey, flex support versus main support kind of split, then defaulting to that Lucio Kiri seems to be the best way to do it. Now, on the other side, Nico Cat Fan Club going for this Kiri Juno, which is not as common, but hey, it will get value. A lot of this is going to be angles. You get angles from different ways, and already is the Juno caught out.
Oh yeah, Aureus Hunter pushing a little bit too far forward. She finds herself ahead of her tank. Declan is immediately going to recognize that you have that speed from the Lucio as well. But meanwhile, Yashim actually going to find the Kiriko from the side of HRT Shock. So teams are even here as Yashim picks up another one. So no tank now as Kai Skull will take out that Wrecking Ball. Point is now opened. HRT Shock going to get the percentage building here, trying to find a couple of stagger kills. Deflect from Stella, who is back on that Genji, will allow her to get out with her life, but the team of Nico Cat Fan Club quickly back into this. Everybody really has the mobility to come back strong. Mazivel taking out Kaisicle for HRT Shock is an opening for Nico Cat Fan Club here. Just brawls kind of happening all over the point here. Lots of angles. Greg gonna find a Nymphia there. Instinct, she's trying to get out alive. Stella doing a great job with that dash to find the final blow, and it's looking good for Nico Cat Fan Club. Just gotta take down Declan, and the Tracer has the recall forced out. There we go. Point now gonna be flipped, but look at all that percentage HRT Shock got out of that.
And I think the challenge that Nico Cat Fan Club really has with this composition they want to run with the Wrecking Ball is there really is no point present. So this is a lot of communication on who's touching point at any given moment. Because with how quickly these points turn over and how quick the percentage ticks up, you really can't lose that point and trade it quickly. But Mazimal already trading it out by taking Kaisicle's head out.
Yeah, finds Kaisicle again. Mazimal doing a great job on this Kiriko, really denying value from those flankers. Stella Luna, she's back on the comfort hero, gonna find two there. The mines were committed by Yashim as well. So Nico Cat Fan Club, they're looking to just hold forward here.
And I think that's the great play because you don't really have a point presence. And so you want to stuff any rotation that HRT Shock wants to do because that's the only way you're going to prevent them from really taking point because they are a brawlier comp for HRT Shock. They want to sustain on point. So the best way to do it is to deny them any sustain on point, and that's exactly what they're doing by hitting them left, right, up, down, and center even when the Sojourn ult is online.
Whoa! Yeah, Nymphia is staying alive through that, but the rest of HRT Shock cannot say the same. Greg gonna pull out an overclock of their own, a team kill, a second team kill here coming out for Nico Cat Fan Club as they pick up Market.
Yep, and I think if there's one thing Nico Cat Fan Club has to do, it's the same thing. They really cannot fight on that point. They need to fight at those rotations HRT Shock want to do. And already you have Yashim trying to set that up, trying to scout them out. Know they're going from high, so they're going to try to, deny any further push.
Yeah, here we go as we're on the Garden map now. The HRT Shock has committed this Kitsune Rush, taking a lot of space here, really forcing Nico Cat Fan Club out. Gonna find that kill on to Stella Luna as well. Yasha's still in this fight, though. You have to be careful of this Wrecking Ball. Nico Cat Fan Club have the Orbital Ray as well. Gonna go ahead, push that on to the point in response. Ambivert, they get that barrier out, but everybody falling very low. Ambivert actually isn't going to be able to stay alive through that. Yashim has the mines on the point as well, denying so much space from HRT Shock. And with Declan getting demeched, that is going to be the end of the push there for HRT Shock.
Yep, and luckily enough, that just means Nico Cat Fan Club turns the point to their favor. Yes, HRT Shock did cap it first because of the type of composition Nico Cat is running, but now they are at this prime angle to stuff any push and really just check how HRT Shock want to rotate. And if you're HRT Shock, is this going to be a lot of being purposeful with your rotations and I guess diving, because now they've switched over to well, no, they've semi been on this D.Va for a while, so they're going to have bomb, and they're really just looking for that squishier target that drops very low for an opening. But Yasha really just making it super hard for them to do anything.
Yeah, there's just so much damage that's coming through just from rolling through. Nico Cat gonna go ahead, throw in the blade. Declan uses that bomb, not gonna be able to get the remake as Stella Luna finds that kill, and another really good fight here from Nico Cat Fan Club to hold on to this point.
Yep, great job for Nico Cat Fan Club, really playing with the ultimates they had online. That Genji Blade really providing immense value, and I think a lot of it comes from the disruption that Yashim is doing to enable it. So HRT Shock making some changes, going into that Moira from Instinct, allowing for, I guess, more survivability, and allows, I guess, like some orb healing from that chaos. Ultimates already committed, Mazima with that rush.
Yeah, and it's looking all blue in the kill feed despite HRT Shock trying to push back onto this. Ambivert will find 1 kill on 2 Casmel. Kaisicle gonna find Aureus as well, but as the overtime ticks down, that's now 2 points on the board for NicoCat Fan Club. Going into a potential map point as we move over to our next flashpoint, it is gonna be Temple.
Yep, Temple. And one of the really oppressive things about Temple is you could be hit from multiple angles from it just because of where the openings are. So the Wrecking Ball of Yashim is going to have a humongous field day. So a lot of this is going to be HRT Shock trying to build an ultimate to work with and potentially opening up with this Sojourn ultimate to at least take the point in their favor, because that's the only ultimate they have to work with.
Ooh, slam coming through. Ambivert will be able to get out alive. Greg gonna try and commit that overclock, but Declan just gets right up in their face. Now Declan does lose their mech for that, but creates a bit of space for Nymphia to push back in. A couple picks there for Nymphia with that overclock, but Yashim just doing so much work on this Wrecking Ball. Finds 2 and just absolutely zoning Instinct out from the rest of HRT Shock, and that's going to allow the other members of NicoCat Fan Club to clean up. Instinct going to jump off the map. Temple, it's starting out for NicoCat Fan Club here.
Yep, and if you are HRT Shock, that's completely fine because now you have ultimates to work with to open up. You've traded Sojourn ultimates, and you're at the end also technically Orbital Ray. So there really isn't much for NicoCat Fan Club to work with except for mines, which have been denying space. So if you're HRT Shock, this is really just having your Lucio mark this Wrecking Ball and deny any value from the incoming mines placement. Cole committed just to create that opening.
Ooh, yeah, the mines in response, though, so it's going to deny more space from HRT Shock to try and even push on to this point, but HRT Shock just taking a fight off the point. Kaisicle and Declan going to find a couple kills there, but there's the mines on the point, unfortunately, for HRT Shock. You've now got no supports on the line. Approaching this 80%, you got to try and stay in this fight. Declan now gone, and Nymphia, she's sitting on this angle. Maisonel is aware that the Sojourn's around, is going to have that TP out. The reinforcements for NicoCat Fan Club have arrived. Point is going to flip over to HRT Shock for now, though.
But HRT Shock have 3 ultimates to work with, right? So that means they can burn through one of these at a time, cycle them through just to keep the point ticking in their favor. But Yashim, with Kaisicle already dropping very low, they're trying to commit to a pulse somewhere, but Beat and Blade are committed instead.
Stella Luna pulls out that blade. Ambivert does manage to get everybody in HRT Shock with that beat, but Stella Luna is very persistent here. She will be able to find both DPS members from HRT Shock. So you really are supporting on the Lucio and the Moira, but Ambivert falling as well. Declan uses this bomb just kind of for the reback, but it actually does pick up Stella there. They're still in this fight. NicoCat Fan Club gonna commit this Kitsune rush on the point. Heck, throw the mines in as well. They're looking to clean it up right here, right now. The Instinct and Nymphia really just zoned into a tiny little room. HRT Shock is still in control of the point here, and they're finding the kills to match. Now NicoCat Fan Club do not have any support, and with the point percentage building up, it's going to be HRT Shock finally getting a point on the board here in Saravasa.
Yeah, just a few stragglers coming in from NicoCat Fan Club, and this is all that's been written. HRT Shock take that first point on Saravasa, and you know, this Moira swap looking to turn things around for them has been already providing immense value. So if I'm NicoCat Fan Club, a lot of this then is going to be slightly changing who our targets are for, you know, diving. And I think one of this has to be really going for that Sojourn right away, because I think they're the least, I guess, like while they have mobility, I guess they're the more stagnant ones, like a bit more loose, not as much self-sustained, so they're pretty someone you want to go into. So RS already taken out by Nymphia. Great start for HRT Shock.
Yeah, HRT Shock are going to be trying to take the point here, but Greg using that overclock, although it doesn't actually pick up anything, create a lot of space here. Stella Luna's going to be able to find a couple, but you trying to dodge this Coalescence from Instinct isn't going to be able to do so. It's a 2v2 on this Palace point of Saravasa. And although HRT Shock has the members getting back in, and that is going to be the first flip of Palace coming over, but NicoCat Fan Club's not done yet. It's going to be Yashim committing the mines on point. It does end up finding Ambivert, so you're not going to have those AoE heals for HRT Shock, and you have to fight into these mines that are on the point. Now that NicoCat Fan Club getting back into it, you commit this orbital ray on the point. The bomb, though, from Declan is going to come out. Greg not quite able to get around that fountain in time. That is the Sojourn going to be gone from NicoCat Fan Club. Declan going to go ahead pick up Aureus Hunter as well, so now you don't have that Juno. Nice pulse bomb from Kaiskull. There's now no supports on the side of NicoCat Fan Club, and the point percentage is still building for HRT Shock. Finally, NicoCat going to regroup.
Yep, they have to regroup. You still have Blade to work with for that next push, but with time ticking and the beat still available, the Blade might not get as much value. So your goal here at the end of the day is to at least create an opening and build towards the next one. And really the next one you have is that Mines of Yashim. Now, if you're HRT Shock, you want at least to keep this alive, deny any further push, and melt this Genji.
Ooh, yeah, you're gonna have to try and melt through this Blade. Stella, she isn't able to find anyone. Instinct gonna pick up a double kill on this Moira here. Greg, though, really doing a good job shutting down that Tracer as a Cassidy does, but Instinct's got their back. Gonna find a third one in this fight. HRT Shark tying us up here on Saravasa. It all comes down to ruins.
Yep, we have our map. We have for this specific point, for this specific map. So Ruins could actually be highly enable this Moira pick more. Just a lot of the walls allow for Moira orbs to get immense value, just bouncing them around up and down. So it provides immense utility if the scrappier fights in the room. But with Nymphia already taking out Stella Luna, it's not looking off to a great start for a NicoCat Fan Club. So the mines are committed to at least keep things alive, but with Yashim finally falling over, I think everyone else from NicoCat Fan Club just needs to regroup.
Yep, it looks like that's exactly what they're gonna do. HRT Shock will start the percentage building here on Ruins, and it feels pretty good to be the first one in control of this last flashpoint.
I think what I want to see HRT Shock do for this next fight is really either engage with that Coalescence or engage with that Overclock, because you want to deny even further the space for this ball to set up, and sometimes that means time. So you want to deny this time of setup and just go into that squishier backline of the Ana Juno, which, you know, they have to heal each other and aim to heal each other if they want to keep themselves alive.
Here we go. The recall has been forced out from Stella. Nymphia, though, using this overclock kind of in response to this Nano Deadeye. Greg is still alive, though. Going to be able to keep putting some damage in from the side. Nymphia going to be able to find that kill as well. And HRT Shock, it's looking very good for them as they approach that 80% mark on this map point of Saravasa.
You know what I would want to see, really just to send a message, is that they're going to coalescence into wherever that core is coming into, because you really don't want to deal with the Yashim on this ball. You want to deal with everyone else who is going to help get value from that ball. But the Tracer, Sombra already trying to turn things around cap point. They're letting their supports just, you know, take the brunt of that damage and turn it over and live to see another day and deny the health packs. So this is a lot of this is going to be touching, but Instinct fights already, Greg. That's just how Moiras work.
Yep, that is exactly it. The overtime is ticking here. NicoCat Fan Club trying to stay alive. Yashim rolling around on the point, doing so much work, but actually able to build up to these mines. And now Aureus Hunter back in this fight as well. It's going to be the orbital way right across the point, as we do have Greg back in the fight on the Sombra as well. The hack immediately going on to Declan. Aureus Hunter unfortunately will fall to that Moira orb. The point. NicoCat Fan Club unfortunately stepping off the point. HRT Shock again picking up their map pick.
I think my favorite part about all of that was not even just them stepping off point. There was no one even contesting point. They all just tried to chase for kills, which I feel like is a... I think this is a thing that normally happens in sometimes just generally higher elo players, right? Is that you understand how important it is to really put other heroes out of a fight. And so you do chase after them, putting yourselves in a position that's out of the point. kind of forgetting that it's still a point-based, objective-based game. So just really unfortunate at the end of the day that that's how things turn around and how the cookie crumble. But hey, if you're HRT Shock, you are happy to at least take this third map and, you know, turn things around to do that 2-1. So you are winning your map picks. But if there's one thing we're at least seeing is that they have been very back and forth. So we're looking like it might be a 5-mapper in our eyes at this point. Because if we're going along the play of, oh, we're winning our map picks, this might be a pretty solid story.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, HRT Shock kind of like barely pulling their map pick, right? They had to kind of reverse sweep on Saravasa to come out with that win, but that shows a heck of a lot of mental fortitude. So this is going to be their opportunity. Maybe they feel some momentum going in their favor here because, again, now it's going to be NicoCat Fan Club that's going to be able to pick the map. And we've seen that they won their map pick on Blizzard World, so very comfortable in their map choices. Now, we will, of course, they'll have the map pick from a specific type. So the map type for our fourth map is going to be a push map. We have Esperanza, we have Runasapi, and we have Colosseo.
So if there's one thing we've at least seen from NicoCat Fan Club is that they do like playing this Wrecking Ball. So I would not be surprised if the map choice they have at the end of the day is something that enables the Wrecking Ball. Now, normally I see Wrecking Ball get probably the most value in something like a Colosseo. Sometimes Esperanza, there is that immense value, a lot of those high grounds to really slam up from without having to use your grapple hook to do so. So there's a lot of ways that the value can be taken from a map like Esperanza. Now, if you want to play the backline that you ran on Blizzard World though, I think you may get better value probably sticking to Esperanza or something like Runasapi. I think the very long lines of Colosseo, while they're great for long distance Ana sightlines, there's just a lot of room for the Ana also to get flanked. So that might not be the best choice, but it is something we have yet to wait and see.
Yeah, I think that, kind of thinking about, like, if you want to go to Colosseo, like, you don't really have those kind of high grounds to really set your supports up on, like we would see in Esperanza. Even Runasapi, once you get towards those checkpoints, you kind of have the high ground that you can at least have your supports in a safe area. It looks like they are opting to take us to Runasapi, so potentially playing the Wrecking Ball, but definitely kind of opens up the doors for some other compositions here.
Exactly, but I think part of it also is just that that butt scratch area of Runasapi, the high ground is so oppressive, and if you have a really, really solid Ana player and a long distance hit scan player, it could be a struggle to just even get through that point, right? You're gonna have damage coming left and right, but at the same time, you are also going to have potentially a Wrecking Ball that's just going to roll themselves and keep the point alive from whatever angle they want, because if there's one thing I know about Runasapi, there's so many pathings that a Wrecking Ball can take.
Yep, that's so true. It's lots of different kind of angles, and we saw like the Wrecking Ball really doing a great job of comboing kind of these cooldowns as well. So very easy to get a Tracer set up on a flank that can really just go in for the kill as soon as that Wrecking Ball goes in. So we will have NicoCat Fan Club being able to ban a hero first here. Now, if you want to run that Wrecking Ball, like what are some heroes that we might see NicoCat try and ban out here, Thor?
I think you want to ban something that would make it harder for your core, if you want to play that Ana, to set up, right? So what's something that could just rush onto your Ana? You want to avoid those kinds of characters, so you might deny a Juno, you might deny a Lucio. Lucio heavily played in push maps, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's our boy Lucio, and that's exactly what is going to happen, because hey, consistent speed is a huge game changer if you're someone who is slow moving like an Ana.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that also the we saw Ambivert playing that Lucio in Suravasa, and Ambivert was doing a really great job of marking Yashim on this wrecking ball. So like even if you're not necessarily finding the kill, it's really just about kind of stopping that momentum. So now HRT Shock will have the option to ban either a tank or a damage hero. And I will remind chat that Wrecking Ball, HRT Shock has not banned out the Wrecking Ball just yet. So that could be an option here for them to ban.
I think if they want to lock this match already, it has to be that Wrecking Ball. You've only seen Yasham playing that Wrecking Ball for most of the night. For most of this match, the only time Yasham hasn't was that one point on Lijiang Tower when they played the Hazard. So now that we're running into this, hey, we don't have a Wrecking Ball kind of scenario, it puts Nico Cat Fan Club into this kind of a tight spot because, okay, we don't have a Wrecking Ball to play with. Are we going to stick to another dive character? Will Yasham have to play that mirror against the clan's diva? That's the question we're going to have. Or are Nico Cat Fan Club going to run back that Hazard and play it with a different kind of backline? Because that is their other option. Because, hey, the Hazard isn't banned anymore. They did show some signs of it on Lijiang Tower, but with some level of mixed success. So we'll see if that's what Nico Cat Fan Club decides to do. But HRT Shock definitely running into Runa Sapi with a plan in mind and basing that plan on just solely that Lucio ban already.
Yeah, we'll see what HRT Shock can pull out here. This is, of course, gonna be a potential match point, as this is a first to 3. So HRT Shock with that Wrecking Ball ban, looking to really close it out right here, right now. I think that if you need to win your opponent's map pick, definitely like banning out their strongest hero is going to be a fantastic way to do it. So we will see if they're able to close it out here. And now, of course, Nico Cat Fan Club, you're still going to be practiced on this map. Yeah, you don't have that Wrecking Ball to work with, but like you said, Thor, we did see them play a couple of other heroes. We saw the Hazard, we did see that Ramatra as well. So both potential tanks that could be played here on Runa Sapi. I am interested to see what tank HRT Shock is going to play, if they're going to move back on over to that Diva now.
I think that might be the case for HRT Shock, because the Diva really does work well for them at the end of the day. It's really has been all the other pieces that have been adjusting to make the composition work, right? That mini in-map reverse sweep from HRT Shock really was spurred from Instinct switching over to the Moira. So that really changed the tempo and survivability of that backline and even everyone else on that team just a bit, because that Moira orbs at the end of the day are still very impactful to your teammates who are, I don't know, balls deep across the map. So that's all we really have to say about it. But in this Runa Sapi hick, I wouldn't be surprised if we will see that Hazard from Yasham, maybe the Ramatra. But what I would be interested in seeing is what the backlines are going to look like with that Lucio gone. I'm probably going to see maybe some of those Juno gameplay coming up, because that's your only source of speed. Because your only other choice if you don't play that Juno is really accepting the fact that you're a bit more of a stagnant, slower composition that really have to rely on rotations to really make immense value, and just really playing your HP bars for some of these characters, which is kind of a hard say when you're playing characters who may not have as much survivability. But already we're seeing out of the gate Yasham hovering over that Hazard, and the clan, hey, apparently no, Lucio's not gonna stop them. They're still playing Orisa.
Yeah, Instinct, she is hovering the Juno as well, so at least you've got speed in some form. Kaisuke back over on this Torbjorn as well. Gave Stella Luna on the Genji a little bit of grief, and Stella, she is going to be playing that Genji, so no changes to what these teams have locked in. You called it. We will be getting the hazard from Nico Cat Fan Club, but HRT Shock, they're going to move over onto the Orisa composition to try and take Runasapi.
And I think that just allows for more solid point presence, sticking to that Orisa. And if you're going up, if it looks like a bunkerish kind of comp that HRT Shock wants to do, something that allows a bit more pick potential and forces Nico Cat Fan Club to really be a bit more decisive on how they want to dive, because they could just be melted easily.
Ooh, yeah, okay, HRT Shock, they try and kind of back out there, but immediately Nico Cat Fan Club, they recognize it. They see the spin come out from Declan. That is the go button. It is a nice team kill here for Nico Cat to start things out on Runasapi.
I think how Nico Cat Fan Club can do well in this, right? The Stella Luna probably going to get a lot of struggle having to deal with the Torbjorn. It's really splitting this Juno, Kiriko support line you have. One of them always has to be with that Genji when they go on a different angle or an off angle, and it's looking like that might be the job of the Juno. The Kiri opting to be the one to like slightly push the point for the team, and I think a lot of it has just to be because they do have that TP to get in and out to the safety of the core of their team as needed.
Ooh, okay, Declan getting very, very aggressive here, has basically walked on to the backline of Nico Cat Fan Club. Kaisuke will be able to pick up Aureus off of that, but meanwhile, Nico Cat Fan Club responding in turn. Declan gonna have to throw themselves off the map. Nico Cat Fan Club gonna go ahead and pick up the checkpoint.
Kaisuke already showing off the Freya just to really put some point pressure, slowing things down, trying to get a massive pick, already landing shots as needed. Stella Luna very, 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 very close to that Genji blade, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to open up with it with that rush combo, which has been a very potent ultimate combo to run into to set things up.
Ooh, okay, both Juno's gonna pick up a kill each. Declan did commit the Terra Surge there, wasn't able to find anything off the back of it, but it did prompt Stella Luna to try and use that blade. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to find anything. This Freya pick from HRT coming alive here, and they will finally win a fight out and start pushing this bot back towards their barricade.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was everyone from Nico Cat Fan Club were a bit split from each other, so HRT Shock, seeing that, really just went straight for the point, but everyone from Nico Cat should be grouped up together, and they're already trying to push onto this score with Joshua already dropping immensely low.
Oh yeah, Nico Cat Fan Club do not want to give up any percentage. They use both support ultimates here. Mazemal actually will fall, but Orisa Hunter is able to get that orbital ray off. You do not have your tank though if your Nico Cat Fan Club. Doesn't seem to matter. The DPS going to be able to find the kills. Another team kill for Nico Cat Fan Club, back in control of this bot.
But as an expensive trade, you used 4 ultimates if you're Nico Cat Fan Club. Okay, maybe 3 to get this bot back in your favor. Yes, there's still a huge distance for HRT Shock to traverse, but it's looking pretty dicey. But HRT Shock now have 4 ultimates to work with. They could use the same amount, and they've just decided to use down 4 for Nico Cat Fan Club to push things in their favor and deny further space.
It does lock down Declan, but nobody from Nico Cat Fan Club able to follow up and try and demech that diva. Now it's the orbital ray coming out from HRT Shock. Declan pushing forward, looking for this backline. Actually, Orisa Hunter does get a little bit split there. Kaisuke gonna pick up a double kill. HRT Shock finally having some room to work with, and with Kaisuke picking up a third one, it's finally time for the bot to start pushing this barricade forward for HRT Shock.
But that's a long way for that bot to still go. But hey, if you're HRT Shock, you're glad you only had to use probably 2 ultimates to go through that slog. Now, you still have that overclock and that rally, so you're hoping to use that rally maybe as a sustain, but I would suggest probably not. If they're ult tracking right, Stella Luna is going to have Blade, and that's something you may be able to sustain through with the rally. So maybe opening with Sojourn is the play, and they've already started with Orias Hunter falling.
Ooh, yep, beautiful here from Nymphia, taking a lot of space now. Ambivert did pop that rally as well, so really just sustaining this team as they get aggressive here. Stella Luna, she does manage to get out with her life. Maismel and Greg cannot say the same, though. Yashim actually coming back into the fight a little bit late there and then going to fall as well. And HRT Shock, they're continuing to push this forward. They are able to pick up that checkpoint as well.
Exactly, and that means this is looking winnable for HRT Shock. 5 minutes still on the clock, so there's a lot of time for them to continue rolling this and pushing this. But Kaisuke already split from everyone else in the team, has to back off. So if I am HRT Shock, I'm going to give some space back to NicoCat Fan Club and prepare for this blade that's incoming. Your only denial to that is having Instinct built towards Orbital, and they don't have it yet.
Oh, Blade is out. Stella, she saw Ambivert use that bash, immediately goes on to the brig, finds Instinct next. It's beautiful value from Stella Luna on this Genji. The Blade really allowing NicoCat Fan Club to come back into this before HRT Shock were able to claim that lead.
Yep, and so it should turn over for a better spawn for NicoCat Fan Club, as the clan was the last one to part ways with this world for their team. Now, NicoCat Fan Club have this downpour. No answer that could be dealt with it from the side of HRT Shock. Maybe that orbital ray of Instinct once Instinct builds towards it, but I think the best way to deny that really is going in right away with that ultimate.
Yeah, Yashim, nice little wall there, trying to maybe split Declan off. Is gonna commit the downpour here. It does commit on to Declan, but nice orbital ray from Instinct. She's able to keep everybody from HRT Shock alive for that. Kaisuke does have this bola ready. Nice hit. Does connect onto all three members of NicoCat Fan Club, but it's both support ultimates that are going to try and keep them alive. It's not enough to keep Maismel alive, but Ambivert has been traded out as well, so there's no Brigitte for either team here. Greg is working with a Deadeye. Declan not in the fight. It means no DM available. Greg doesn't even need the ultimate. Just going to hit their shots. And NicoCat Fan Club getting very close to finishing Runasapi.
Yep, and they could just deny further space with this high noon as they are approaching the very open area of this point. So if I am HRT Shock, the only way I could probably deny this is that overclock from Nymphia. You want to look for that Cassidy, and you want to use that overclock right away onto them now, especially so that the deflect has been used.
Yeah, here it is. Deadeye, Greg, they're holding it. They're holding it. Won't quite find anything. Another bola here from Kaisuke does throw that out. Doesn't quite find any kills. Nope, is going to be able to find Greg with that explosive shot. And this Freya from HRT Shock putting in a lot of damage, but Stella, she is putting in damage for herself. Now, both DPS for the side of HRT Shock are dead. Ambivert, they're trying to find a kill. Does have Declan there to back them up. That's going to be Stella Luna falling. NicoCat Fan Club not quite able to finish out Runasapi just yet.
Yeah, I think Stella Luna at the end of the day was just trying to build towards that Genji Blade ult charge and really stall the point even further away from, everyone else on NicoCat Fan Club, right? That bot was super close to the spawn of HRT Shock, so the longer it stays away from being able to continue pushing, the better, and that's exactly how it works. So they're going to be re-engaging, at least with that Genji Blade, if they're NicoCat Fan Club. Maybe with this orbital ray, maybe not, but one way or another, the only thing that might deny it is just really killing Stella Luna.
Whoa! Stella Luna, she's already taken out Instinct. She uses the dash reset to go for Nymphia. Gonna take out Kaisuke as well. Stella, she just finds so much value with these blades every time. Team kill here for NicoCat Fan Club, all off the back of just one ultimate from Stella.
Yeah, 1 minute 20 left on the clock, and if your HRT Shock is definitely looking dire, you want Instinct to get that orbital ray online because you need an ultimate to at least deny what's incoming from NicoCat Fan Club. They have their own orbital ray, they have their own downpour, and I wouldn't be surprised if they open up with this downpour.
Yashim trying to stay alive here. It is going to be Aureus Hunter pulling out this orbital ray first. That allows Yashim and Greg to find some kills. Look at all the assists there from Aureus Hunter on this Juno. It is looking very dicey for HRT Shock to try and come into this Nymphia. He is going to swap over onto the Tracer, try and get the touch, just gets it. The downpour comes out, doesn't actually connect onto anyone. Greg now with the Deadeye. DM from Declan is going to be able to deny that, but it's all blue in the kill feed. Just going to be Declan alive on the point. Here we go. Thor called it. we are going to a map 5.
We are indeed, and just really an opposite from their first meet together against each other in this playoff run. It's not a 3-0 anymore. Nico Cat Fan Club has learned and turned this into a 2-2 scenario and have to turn things around and turn it into what is essentially a nail biter map 5. So if anything, this is now on the side of HRT Shock to pick a map that will win and lean in their favor, because if there's one thing we've seen is, hey, whichever maps they pick is what they win in. So this is at least looking well in the favor of HRT Shock. So if there's one thing they can at least look at statistic-wise, it should be in their favor, but they really need to lock it in. They still need to be strategic, and hey, they were at least trying to be strategic in doing so, at least here in this Runasapi map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that NicoCat Fan Club really came alive, though. Yashim on this hazard looked really great. Excellent aggression. And then the rest of NicoCat Fan Club doing a really great job of following up on that aggression. We saw so many final blows there for Stella Luna, either with the blade or oftentimes just being able to kind of finish the damage that's being laid out by Yashim and Greg. So I think that it's going to be tough here for HRT Shock. You do have the Mac pick, so that is great. But yeah, you cannot underestimate this NicoCat Fan Club, because they are very hungry to go to that grand finals.
Exactly, but if you are HRT Shock, you should be glad that this, I guess, map choice for is Escort. And there are, if there's one thing Escort is heavily known for, it is the fact that, hey, there's a lot of dive availability for it, right? It just enables the clan on the D.Va more.
That's so true. Yeah, so the Escort map options that HRT Shock will be choosing from, we have Rialto, we have Route 66, Gambali Monastery, and Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I think if you are a team that's very, traditionally we really know we're good with dive, right? There's no reason not to go to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Now, the issue also with Watchpoint Gibraltar is it could get very, very oppressive, right? The amount of high grounds that you have to deal with, and the really tiny choke points you have to go through to even get through to that, second point enclosed area of Watchpoint Gibraltar, could make it a very, how do I say it? It's like, it's all or nothing kind of.
Yeah.
It's an all or nothing kind of map. So if you want to avoid those very all or nothing kinds of scenarios, you'd rather go to the other 3 choices, right? I know some teams who lean more heavily to something that's like brawlier do like to go to Shambali Monastery, right? But if you're someone who's very comfortable in anything dive related, I really think maybe your best choice might be Route 66. It's either that or Watchpoint Gibraltar. But at the end of the day, if you do, on the really off chance, have a solidly good hit scan player that plays Widowmaker, I would really highly suggest Rialto.
That's true. We haven't seen a Widowmaker appearance, but, if you're gonna pull out something really unexpected, I mean, this is your last chance to do so. We're in the lower bracket. This is the match point. So if you have something up your sleeve, if you're one of these teams, now is the time for sure. I mean, they've played against each other so many times. They're so familiar with each other by now. This is the last shot to try and surprise the other team here.
Yep, and so a lot of this is then just hinging upon what is going to be the map pick for HRT Shock. So we are really just waiting on HRT Shock to decide what map they are going to be bringing us to. And from the looks of it, yes, traditional, not too surprising. It is what it is. If you are a team that really loves dive, why would you even skip Watchpoint Gibraltar?
Yep, that's exactly it. I am anticipating a D.Va here. Now, HRT Shock is going to have that first hero ban as well. So you have the opportunity, if you're HRT, to try and either do like a protect ban, potentially. Or you could really go for like a target. So NicoCat, actually NicoCat Fan Club have already banned out the D.Va, so right off the bat, HRT Shock, that you can play the D.Va here.
if there's one thing you can do to really just hurt both teams, right? If you want to hurt both teams, lock out the Ana. Ana's traditionally such a quintessential support hero in Watchpoint Gibraltar that the moment you remove her from, the equation as a character to play on Watchpoint Gibraltar, the whole calculus of how you would play Watchpoint Gibraltar changes, right? Now you're going to have to figure out, is there a decent substitute for that Ana? Technically, your only potential decent substitute is that Juno, but even then, her healing has a distance fall off. So it also isn't as consistent as that Ana. So at that point, you then have to change maybe the type of composition you plan to run on Watchpoint Gibraltar, which is a whole other, can of worms in itself. So it'll be interesting to see where HRT plans to go with their ban. And from the looks of it, they are... Wait a minute. Yeah, they have to switch because HRT Shock had already... It was... briefly, y'all saw that it was a Hazard ban, but HRT had already banned Hazard pretty early on in this series, so they need to reconsider what type of ban they're planning to go for. And really, at the end of the day, you kind of have an idea of what NicoCat likes to run on the more divier stuff. I think you ban a Zen.
Ban out kind of that greedy backline, because you have to expect that they probably are, NicoCat probably are going to roll out on that Hazard. So what can you do to kind of remove some of that support from the Hazard? Hazard, of course, has a lot of burst damage, able to take down squishies very quickly. And if you layer that on top of a Discord orb from a Zenyatta, it will immediately delete the squishies from the side of HRT Shock. So they will get kind of a redo just to think about what they're going to be able to ban here. And well, we actually have HRT Shock just declining to ban. So oh, sorry, the timer is not down. Just kidding, y'all didn't hear that from me, but apparently this is an option that you can do if you so choose.
Wait a minute. Is it... Wait. Are they actually?
It's kind of shocking to me. I feel like surely you'd want to ban something out. Just something.
Hey, if the team is comfortable not having to ban... Okay, if they're not... So we have been at least told by the voices of the sky in our inner ears feeding us information of what's going behind the scenes, is they're forced to make a ban. And it seems like they have decided to ban this Juno. So we are at least pretty set that Nico can't really ban any hero from the support. But really, if you're NicoCat, you know you want to run that Ana Zen. You're greedy. Yeah. You're a greedy backline. So I wouldn't have been surprised if they just didn't. If they did a different kind of ban on support just to protect their Zen. So the fact that they don't have to even do that is great. So what I want to see like NicoCat fan club decide on is, hey, if we want to play the characters and the style we want to play, which is like that Wrecking Ball, maybe that Hazard, with that Ana Zen kind of situation, what is going to give us problems? Anything with consistent damage. And if there's one thing that Kaisicle has shown us is the Kaisicle's nasty on the Torb.
Kaisicle definitely can put in a lot of damage. We saw them play the Freya as well, but NicoCat fan club, I mean, they're concerned about this Torbjorn. Absolutely. I think that Torbjorn does a great job of kind of like shutting down angles and really just disrupting anybody that's trying to put pressure onto the backline of your team. So yeah, NicoCat really going out with kind of a target ban there, trying to shut down Kaisicle. But I mean, I have to say, Kaisicle, I mean, they looked great on the Freya as well, put in so much damage on Runasapi. So still definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with on Watchpoint.
Exactly. So I think that it just becomes a question if they are going to be locking that Freya, or if they are going to go, on a different kind of hero to maybe deny what is incoming from this NicoCat squad. So what are other characters that could slow down a Wrecking Ball, for example? You could do something like maybe a Sombra. You could do something like a Tracer really just to heavily mark Yasham. Because if there's one thing that's actually pretty surprising is none of these teams have decided to ban a Tracer. Because if there's one thing that Watchpoint Gibraltar is heavily notorious for is that underpass section, and sometimes just getting the freest card to push is great. And Tracer's really solidly good at that. So some teams have opted to ban the Tracer just to deny that.
That's true, but yeah, not gonna be the case here. Now, Nico Cav Fan Club are starting on the defense. On this Wrecking Ball, so we saw Yashim doing really impressive things on this Wrecking Ball. Like you said, we do have the Ana. They're opting to play this Brig backline as well, a little bit more protection for Twink, who has subbed in for Mazamel. So we will have Twink for Twink in on that flex support role. HRT Shock, well, they're back on that Diva as well.
Yep, and I think that's really just how it is. Like, you already know HRT Shock really love playing with this Diva. So it's all up to Yashim really to cause problems in this high ground and already have forced out bajillion cooldowns from HRT Shock, allowing this massive nade to come in from Twink for Twink.
Ooh, yeah, Declan gonna get demacked there, and that is really not what you want if you are the Diva. I'm still alive, maybe trying to get a remake going here, but with Kaisicle being taken out by that Dynamite, it's just HRT Shock having to regroup.
Yep, and just looking for these stragglers, the head of Instinct almost being removed, but removed from game. Instead, it's Instinct taking out Yashim, so that's less pressure, and this is all coming apart for NicoCat Fan Club. Your key players are slowly falling down, and everyone else has to back off. There's nothing really to disrupt.
Oh, yeah, nice re-engage there from HRT Shock as soon as Declan was able to get their mech back. Everybody back in the fight. The spawn for HRT, of course, is so close there. So now you're able to get that positional advantage. Greg is up on this high ground for NicoCat Fan Club. Aureus and Twink will be up there as well. So this is a really strong defense. We see the pile. Oh, nice sleep in as Yashim tries to go just for a little bit of a dive by. Does get hit with the nade as well, but gonna be able to pick up that mega health back. The point though, Declan pushing forward somebody from NicoCat. Okay, it's gonna be Yashim coming in for the touch on this Wrecking Ball. Does have the support there with them as well, but it's a lot of damage coming out from HRT Shock from this server room. So it's going to be Stella and Yashim trying to displace, but beautiful nade from Instinct. And actually, meanwhile, it is going to be HRT Shock able to slide that first checkpoint in. And that's kind of happening a little bit on the sidelines there.
Yep, certified C9 courtesy of this NicoCat Fan Club composition, because at the end of the day, we did point it out, there is no point presence on this card. You want that Tracer normally as that point presence, and that's exactly what Kaisicle is doing. Everyone else from HRT Shock is already pushed up 5 ultimates online. They really don't need to build towards any ultimates. They can just aggressively continue to push up and use any of these ultimates, especially with Orion Hunter dropping immensely low.
Ooh, okay, Nanoblade coming out from NicoCat is going to be able to pick up Ambivert, who used that rally to try and deny it. Instinct going to shut down Stella before she's able to find anything else, exactly what HRT Shock needed. But, I mean, that pulled out a lot of ultimates for HRT Shock, who's still trying to push this payload forward a little bit, but Greg wants nothing to do with it. Gonna find 2 kills there. NicoCat Fan Club back in control.
And NicoCat Fan Club still have ultimates to work with. They definitely still have this Bob to deny the card space, right? At least you now have something to be off level of point presence in what might be, you know, a fight towards that end. But you want to build towards other ultimates. You also used a lot just to deal with the blows that were coming from HRT Shock. So if I am HRT Shock, I am at least probably going to commit this Bob in the next fight as you're pushing in. But huge anti denies even the space of Nymphia to do anything.
Yeah, look at how aggressive NicoCat are. They're trying to just stuff HRT Shock in this high ground, controlling the ship really well. Declan is going to fly up, try to put a little bit of pressure on. Nice nade coming out from Instinct, but the timing just not quite there with Yashim. But Kaisicle is going to be able to capitalize on it and going to be able to find Stella there. That's a big source of damage now gone for NicoCat. The Bob committed from Nymphia here. She's going to find the headshots as well. Just gonna be Yashim on the point for now. The supports have had to drop off the high ground. NicoCat, it is not looking too good as HRT Shock gonna go ahead and pick up this second point of watch point.
Yep. We're now seeing this struggle, right, of going on to this very hyper commit to the dive kind of composition that Nico Cat fan club has, right? Yes, Greg is there to pepper that damage from a long distance, which is great, right? You still want that Ashe, especially the pressure against Nymphia's Ashe, but now you're struggling at least to keep a point presence alive. So you're just giving HRT Shock so much point presence, and Pulse already tossed trying to get Twink for Twink, gets nothing from Kaisicle, but hey, at least you made the Ana panic.
Yeah, I made the automatic. Nano has come out here from HRT to try and follow up on the space that Kai kind of made there. Yashim, though, has a Nano of her own. Gonna be able to find the kill onto Instinct here, and all the while, a point is being moved just a tiny little bit. It's just Nymphia on the point, though. Stella's going to be able to shut that down, find Ambivert as well. Nico Cat trying to make a hold here on third point.
And this is not actually a bad spot for a hold, because now that the spaces are super wide, right? Like the Tracer isn't going to have as much of an easier time to really continue pushing the cart. So they have already picked out Kaisicle in the process. So this is looking at least in the favor of Nico Cat fan club. Now you also still have that primal, so Yasham can't really go deep in as necessary to survive and secure picks, because I think what you at least want is to make this on a Brig backline feel incredibly uncomfortable, or even make this Ashe feel very uncomfortable.
Yes, Greg gonna get back set up on this high ground with the Brig on. Yashim falling quite low with that dive in, but she's got the primal to try and keep herself alive. Ambivert falls so low, but they have the rally there. Beautiful sleep. Instinct, she really shuts down the momentum there. Yashim trying to find a kill onto the Brigitte. The peel is there, though, so now no tank available for Nico Cat fan club. Gonna be forced to potentially give up this high ground. Twink is still up there. They will end up getting a little bit of dynamite on them, but Aureus popping that rally. It's not gonna be enough to save her from this pulse bomb of Kaisicle. Stella had the blade out, but there's just too much damage coming in. The deflect isn't enough to keep her alive, and Greg gonna fall a little bit late there. Yashim, she's back in it, but just for a mere second now. It's just Nico Cat fan club trying to trickle onto the point. Not gonna be enough. 1 minute and 20 seconds in the time bank as HRT Shock close out watch point.
Yep, and if there's one thing we know about Watchpoint Gibraltar, is that, as I said, it's a very all or nothing map, and the fact that you managed to complete all 3 points with some level of time left is already a humongous feat for HRT Shock. You've set the standard for Nico Cat fan club. You've set them how high of a mountain they need to climb, and let me tell you, they have to hit the summit just to even have another chance of like fighting it out, to take this map from HRT Shock and winning it all in the end. So there's a lot of work they need to do, and a lot of it also has to just start out on, okay, who is going to be marking that cart? And it already seems that Greg is going to be that cart marker, playing the Tracer for Nico Cat fan club, something I wish I had seen from them even just earlier, because that has been the biggest problem for them. Just really no cart presence and allowing HRT Shock to easily roll the cart through the path.
Yeah, and especially where one team's kind of running that Tracer and the other team isn't, it really just allows HRT Shock to control more angles, because you don't really have anybody that's able to mark Kaisicle, really take those 1v1s. Yes, Aureus Hunter doing a good job on this Brigitte of peeling for Twink, but the Brigitte's not going to be able to really take those 1v1s. You still have to be involved in the fight in some way, shape, or form. So we will see what Nico Cat can get done on this attack. They have to get all the way to the end of watch point just to stay alive in this.
Yep, and they're already causing disruption in that high ground, making Nymphia not feel as comfortable as they would have liked. So cart is continuing to roll through that under, and the supports of Nico Cat fan club playing at a very safe spot. And now this is an interesting type of development. Is rather than hard diving together with a wrecking ball, is this Tracer Genji have decided to be a team and push the cart together.
Here we go. Nice sleep again from Instinct. She finds that sleep onto Stella, but Stella's able to get out alive. Now the point still pushing forward. It has managed to get out from under that low ground of potentially really difficult spot to kind of push through. HRT Shock on the high ground here. We see Stella, she's trying to push up onto the high ground, but she has nobody there to back her up. Greg on the point, trying to sneak it in, not quite gonna make it as HRT Shock just get one last touch in here. Instinct though taken out of the fight, some headshots coming through, and that is looking like it's gonna be a first point cap here for NicoCat Fan Club, and a pretty quick one at that too.
That was actually on a steady roll from NicoCat Fan Club, realizing that this is what might be the slight difference between the issue from the last point really has just been maybe that slight compositional difference. Already they're taking ship, denying any space for HRT Shock to even get this high ground, and just letting the Tracer continue pushing the cart because they want this high ground. This high ground is so important in Watchpoint Gibraltar. It is quintessentially like your game is lost if you're not even going to try to fight for it.
Ooh, Kaisicle just trying to burn down Yashim on this Wrecking Ball. Does have that Pulse Bomb available. Declan biting off maybe a little bit more than she can chew, going into the ship with a Brig and an Ana, but manages to keep the mech alive through all of it. Now Kaisicle gonna try and put some pressure on the point. Stella Luda, she gets anti, she does not care, has the Nano Blade out, is able to find the first one, gonna catch Nymphia off guard a little bit as Nymphia is able to find the headshot, but otherwise, NicoCat Fan Club continuing this roll forward.
That sounds like a horror movie, right? Like, oh my gosh, this is an anti-Genji, he's won, he should be dead. Oh my gosh, there's a blade, gets one, and then flanks around behind your Ana and Ashe, and it's just like, yo, where did you come from? That is the jumpiest jump scare of all time, and I'm here for it. NicoCat Fan Club still rolling this card with a hefty 5-minute 20-second time back. This is insane from them, but now with Yashim down, their job right now is to continue rolling this card, right? You don't want any more further trades, but you want some of that distance before your Wrecking Ball comes back, because that Wrecking Ball is going to set things up for you. And hey, they have mines. You want those mines to at least deny and put the other roles of HRT Shock into uncomfortable spots. But who's uncomfortable is Greg, just being cornered with all those missiles.
Oh my gosh, the micro missiles from Declan just absolutely deleting the Tracer, but the trade does come through, so it's a 4v4 now. Yashim trying to displace these supports from the high ground. It does force rallies out. Actually, from both sides, we have the rally kind of war going on in the hallway. Ultimately, Ambivert gonna win that out as Kaisicle finds that final blow onto Aureus Hunter, and with Yashim falling as well, NicoCat Fan Club, no, Greg, no, died to the micro missiles, died to the squish. Declan has Greg's number.
Greg had to be sat on really just to, keep themselves from continuing pushing the cart. But hey, you've pushed the cart further up, so that means you at least have to worry less about this long sideline you have to push through. It's really just that doorway where all the spam damage could come in. So you could already see the Genji of Stella setting up that high ground, waiting for the ball to really come in. And already they're on Nymphia. They already know who the main source of damage and pain is.
Yep, Stella gonna find that opening kill in this fight, but Nymphia, she managed to get the bomb off. Immediate karma for poor Stella, as Twink will be able to demech Declan here, so this is an opportunity for NicoCat Fan Club. HRT Shock essentially down their tank now, actually down their tank, down their backline as well. Nymphia has swapped over onto the soldier here, finds a kill onto Aureus Hunter, but payload still moving forward for NicoCat Fan Club. It will be Kaisicle trying to get a contest here. The mines available from Yashim, they're all over the point. Stella has the blade out as well, able to pick up the kill onto Ambivert, with Twink taking down Instinct as well. HRT Shock just holding on by the skin of their teeth. No support alive to keep them here, as Aureus does find her way back into this fight. It's just going to be clean up here for NicoCat as they finish this point out just under 3 minutes in the time bank.
Nah, these teams are unreal. How do you finish Watchpoint Gibraltar, but more so insanity with this much time? So, I am amazed by both teams. First off, finishing off Watchpoint Gibraltar, but second, you could see just how much of a well-oiled machine both teams are, and where they know they have to play as these characters, right? As these roles. You definitely know that high ground is so important, so you always see them fighting for it. There really is no option but to either fight for it or go to an angle that, tries to get the pressure off that high ground. So HRT Shock's job right now is really to continue rolling this card as consistently as they can. And if you're Nico Cat fan club, your goal is to set your win condition. You have the most time, so rather than just wasting it saying, hey, we have lots of time to, you know, remove this card should it be our turn, it's more of setting, hey, we need to make this super easier for us. And already it's looking like HRT Shock are trying to find the answer to this, with Kaisicle going over to this Freya and Nymphia on the Widowmaker. Maybe trying to get a potential quick pick, or going off in that interesting low ground angle as needed.
Ooh, okay, a little bit of hero swapping going on for HRT Shock. It will be Kaisicle using that Symmetra teleporter just to get their supports across. Nymphia going to opt to play the Ash. What a nade coming through. But, I mean, the Dynamite ends up finding Twink, so even out here. But, Nico Cat Fan Club, now you have no supports in your back line, and that is going to be very difficult to try and hold to this point. That means Payload going to get quite a bit of space here for HRT Shock.
Yep, and if you are at least, if you are HRT Shock, you will take that win. You want at least one more person maybe to help your Tracer move this cart a bit more, but already the supports of HRT Shock taking that high ground with already a nade committed and lowering every DPS of Nico Cat Fan Club.
Here we go. HRT Shock has pushed onto the high ground. Nade connects on to Declan, but she's able to stay alive, stay healthy, as the payload is kind of stuck in that uncomfortable car wash position. We will see Declan gonna drop down, try and push this forward. Nice peel back up onto the high ground, but it's just a little too late. Stella Luna finds two, picks up a third as well. She's absolutely on fire with this Genji, and with time ticking down, HRT Shock only have 2 members make that one alive, and that is going to be it. No first point captured. Nico Cat Fan Club doing amazing at shutting HRT Shock down on watch point.
And, you know, out of all places to stop it, Marissa Weber is just slightly past that car wash, because if there is one thing that would have made it actually, you know, a bit more winnable for HRT Shock is if that ship had hit much closer to the checkpoint, right? You know, that open area is just more oppressive really to deal with overtimes, and it's closer to your spawn as a defense. Now, if you're Nico Cat Fan Club, you love this. You love where it ended, you love where it, and a lot of this has been, okay, we just need to build those ultimates and deny everything else and deny HRT Shock from building the ultimates they need, or at least being the first ones to take a push at it. And HRT Shock, they're either cooking or they're cooking. What's on the menu, guys? What's on
not
the
as
menu?
exotic as we thought.
I don't know. Oh, okay. No, we're cooking. We're cooking. The menu is dirt, chemicals, cigarettes, and soda.
Oh my
I think the only one with the healthiest diet here is probably Brig.
Yeah, that's so true, actually. Yeah, this is, I mean, this is it, right? You gotta come out with something that's gonna really try and catch Nico Cat Fan Club off guard. And I mean, I guess the Moira Avenger Cassidy is what's gonna do it, as the point is pushing forward. We'll actually see Nico Cat Fan Club. Greg is gonna go back. They're gonna swap over on to the Cassidy here, so gonna match on that Cassidy. But wow, a lot of damage coming out from Kaisicle. Actually really able to chug down Yashim on this Wrecking Ball. The Dig gonna be able to stay alive as well, and this is all about burning time off the clock now if you're HRT.
No, but I think the reason why they pick these characters is what survives. What can survive on its own? How do I get more shields on my own? And this is exactly that comp, right? Kaisicle playing that Venture would allow their own shields, but with the Brig dropping very low, Instinct just managing to peel just in time, getting Luna out. So this is a very solid 4v4, but the cart is continuing to roll with, you know, the core of Nico Cat Fan Club still on it. No ultimates to work with just yet, but Instinct already slowly building towards that coalescence, and that's a lot of damage. Kaisicle doing their darn best to really mark Yashim and doing a good job at them. Lots of displacement coming from this Venture, so we already can see how much value the Venture is already creating with the time still ticking down.
HRT Shock, you are gonna lose Kaisugal here, a big source of damage. You've locked yourself into this mega room, but it's kind of all for naught as it's just a flood from Nico Cat Fan Club, the Deadeye from Greg, you know, throw in the mines, why not? Instinct's trying to use that Coalescence, but as much as Nico Cat tried that, or sorry, HRT Shock tried, that's gonna be Nico Cat. This is the first win that they've taken from HRT Shock, and an absolutely impressive performance. They'll get to move on to the grand finals.
Oh, great job from, oh my gosh. Great job to them for, you know, turning things around, right? This Nico Cat fan club really making a story for themselves and learning from, you know, their previous matchups against HRT Shock. So great job from them. But hey, if there's one thing we can at least know and see from HRT Shock is they know how to put up a fight. So you have a solidly good core of members, and I think a lot of this now is really, okay, we need to maybe change up maybe how we do certain compositions or what we do when we're in this kind of pinch. Maybe a part of it is diversifying health pools, or maybe just changing or learning different ways to understand how our comp should work into what Nico Cat Fan Club wants to run.
Yeah, absolutely. Big congratulations to Nico Cat Fan Club. We will get to see them play again tomorrow against NATO Island on the grand finals. Now, don't go anywhere because there's still one more match to be played here tonight, so we are going to take a quick break now as we get that lobby set up, but don't go anywhere. We're going to have the Masters match coming up next. Okay, welcome back. It was a nice quick break. As promised, we do have one more match here for you guys tonight. It is going to be the Masters lower bracket here. It's going to be Fruit Salad versus Are You Kidding Me Right Meow? It is Rain on play-by-play, joined by Thoria May once again. All right, this is it. We just had a banger of a match, so I'm really looking forward to this one tonight.
I mean, I'm looking forward to this one also because these two teams have players that I think Rain and I have seen in other tournaments, season, calling all heroes players. So they're making another showing at least tonight, at least here in the Kunoichi tournament. So at least we have an idea of what this is at least going to look like in terms of standout players, how everyone is going to do. But a lot of this then is going to be on, are they going to be, competitive enough with each other as we take a look at bracket on to see how they even got here in the first place, right? Initially, Fruit Salad really tossed down pretty early on by this Are You Kidding Me squad, right? That solid 3-0. But it looks like your team tossed Are You Kidding Me right now back to this lower bracket. Rain, looks like your team's doing well.
Yeah, surprise! Ragnarok Sif is the team that I manage. Yes, they having a pretty good run. They're gonna be able to stay in that upper bracket, which means that the winner of this match here tonight, Fruit Salad versus Are You Kidding Me Right Now, is gonna be able to move on to the grand finals and face off against Ragnarok Sif.
Now the question is Fruit Salad going to have a similar story as the Cocat fan club, or are we going to have a different tale this time around in this Masters lower bracket matchup? Who knows really, but what we do know at least is potentially the first map we are headed to.
So it is going to be a control map, and we're going to be heading over to Ilios. So we're going to get a little break from Lijiang Tower for now. I know, right? A little bit of a difference here. Of course, Ilios, another fun map, and another one that I do think we get to see a decent amount of. It's just hard to compare to Lijiang Tower.
I think Lijiang Tower is so tried and tested and true in terms of what works as a composition there that, a lot of people do lean towards it, and try to just re-innovate. Now, in Ilios, it's a whole different kind of scenario because it always feels like people are trying something new. But as the higher seed entering into this matchup, Kittens will be the first to ban, and I wonder what they are, meowing about behind the scenes in their ban, seeing that this is Ilios. A lot of things can be banned in Ilios. Oh, some people could ban a hog. Who knows? Maybe in Overwatch 1 that would have been the case. Let's be real. Too many people have gotten hooked into that hole.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be a little bit traumatizing. Also, I chat. Don't mind the torb that's appearing there. That's just a leftover. That has not been called just yet. We'll see what is Kittens actually going to ban here. Time has ticked down, so they have the option to ban out a tank damage or support, and it does mean that Fruit Salad won't be able to ban that role. They're gonna go ahead and ban the Diva here to start things out.
I think a Diva ban on Ilios actually isn't a bad choice, right? The Diva could be solidly strong in that, whether that's Lighthouse or even something as well. Just the ability to really touch the point in and out, take that high ground, really dive. It allows for so many opportunities to work with and open up with. So I think this is a solid ban, especially if Kittens are trying to protect, a tank that they would rather play on Ilios. So that's one that, they're kind of expecting maybe Fruit Salad to ban. So now this is up to the court of Fruit Salad, and there's a couple of options you could do. But I think one thing you could do is maybe make a specific round map on Ilios a bit more of a struggle, right? Lighthouse, very known for those Ana kind of compositions, and exactly that. You get an Ana ban from Fruit Salad, so that means no annoying nades raining down from that high ground into, that enclosed point that brawler characters would like to play on Lighthouse.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they end up rolling out on. I think that there's a couple of options here. Lighthouse, we do tend to kind of more see a bit of a dive here, so potentially maybe seeing some Winston. You still have quite a few options to run for support. If you run that dive, you can do the Lucio Kiri, you can do a Juno. We did get to see some Moira in our last match, so who knows? Maybe it's going to be brought out here on the Masters as well. But I think that there's also kind of an opportunity to play some more Brawl, right? And you can really just choose to force fights on point, including on Lighthouse or on Well. There's some options here of what you could play. We could also potentially see some Pharah come out. We haven't seen any Pharah in the matches so far tonight, but I think that Ilios Well and Ilios Lighthouse can kind of open up that door for a little bit of air action.
Yep, and I think with the Diva ban also just allows for that space for Pharah to rain down all that damage with less pressure. So it's going to be, Fruit Salad needing to have a hit scan potentially that really marks the Pharah as necessary because there's no Diva to mark them. We are not in the world of another game where certain tanks can just leap up and catch a flying character and toss them back down to the ground. Does not exist in Overwatch yet. I wonder if it ever we do. I hope not. But here is the fruitiest lineup that we've got with Fruit Salad, Rose, and Hostile on that DPS line. Fuzzy Dough, that tank, and Queen Bee and Mafia on those support characters. Just making a really, sweet and delightful fruit salad for themselves.
Yeah, I love to see it. And again, like we kind of mentioned, these are players that have come up from Calling All Heroes Rising. So some of these teams, such as Fruit Salad, do have a Rising team, but are playing in this Masters division because they have that exception player. Now we'll take a look at Are You Kidding Me Right Meow? This is gonna be a long team name to kind of get through for this whole one. So we will
call them kittens or meows.
Kittens, I love it. The DPS lineup for Kittens, it is going to be a Soup and Saturn. On the tank, we have Blood Bunny, and then rounding out this team on that support line, Nacho Toast and Violet. And again, more Calling All Rising heroes. If you've been watching some of that action, you'll be familiar with some of these players. So excited to see these two teams who have kind of that background of playing with each other already. These aren't teams that were just pulled together for Kunoichi. These are teams that have experience playing with each other in another setting.
Okay, that is true, but also, Are You Kidding Me Right Meow released on their creation date like a week ago. Is
that what they definitely all know each other though?
Yeah,
I've definitely seen these players together.
The creation date, according to their roster sheet, is like a week ago. Fuck with us, and then we tweaking. So this team has at least an idea of, they may be new altogether, but they may have played with each other at least in different points of time. Maybe not as a full 5, but maybe as a duo, a trio, one way or another. But these players know each other one way or another, and they definitely know the players also on the other side. So this is going to be a pretty, hopefully, tight competition between the two as we lock into the sunny seaside weather of Ilios. I am glad we are no longer in winter here in the US.
Yeah, you and me both, Thor. A winter in Canada can be a little rough, so it's nice to, sort of be moving into springtime a little bit. Definitely, I'm never going to be blessed with the beautiful weather that Ilios would be seeing, but, a girl can dream, a girl can go on vacation. That's what I'm really hoping for as we see these teams hovering over some heroes here. Of course, doors haven't opened just yet, but it does seem like we have very, very different compositions that are being locked in.
Yes, there are, and just to make sure that everyone else on the viewers though, the team names have been swapped on top. So running out right away for their composition has been Nacho Toast, Blood Bunny on their side, are the Are You Kidding Me squad going off for a more Winston composition, while we have a bunkery traditional, I miss this kind of composition, I haven't seen these in ages, from Fruit Salad.
Yeah, Fruit Salad on this point. They've got Rose on the Symmetra just charging up that beam. It's gonna be so hard for Blood Bunny to try and walk into this with this hostile on this Reaper as well. Point has unlocked here. Kittens just have not found an opening to try and push onto this point. It's going to be Fruit Salad picking up at least the first cap here. Now, nobody actually has died from either team, so there's an opportunity for Kittens to try and break in here. They really need to try and take some angles. It is going to be Blood Bunny just trying to poke on to the point. The hammer from Fuzzy Doe just really zoning everybody out. Blood Bunny, though, doing a great job staying alive. In fact, they've stayed alive so long that Soup going to be able to find the first pick here, but Rose, I mean, trades it out almost immediately. Gonna find Violet now. No Lucio for either teams here. Percentage still burning for, or going up for Fruit Salad as Rose going to find the pick on a Saturn. That is it. Kittens need to start backing out now.
Yep, and a lot of this has just been the really strong bunker presence from Fruit Salad, right? Queen Bee staying alive through all of that is what's also massive, right? I think the way that this composition is going to crack down is if Queen Bee is out of the equation. So you really need to look for that Baptiste right away. Make that Baptiste feel uncomfortable. And one way to do that is with this Pharaoh. Make them have to take damage from a different angle, something aerial, and a window already committed by Queen Bee, just really to pressure out everyone else from this Are You Kidding Me squad. So Bob is committed and Mafia already out of the squad.
Yeah, Saturn finds that kill onto Mafia. The Bob actually gonna get pinned off the point. Fuzzy Doe, she sends him straight off the edge. The point still in control for Fruit Salad. Rose uses that wall to try and stop things. The shatter comes out from Fuzzy Doe just as Blood Bunny pushes out onto the point, but it is looking like Kittens putting a lot of damage in here. Mafia is going to use that beat, but it's just not enough to keep their tank alive, and that is going to be Kittens finally breaking this bunker that Fruit Salad had set up.
Ooh, and this is where it's going to be a bit tougher for Fruit Salad to now continue pushing to that point. So you have all this poke damage from all sides coming in, right? Soup can now rain damage from the high ground. Saturn also has that space to work with. So you already see those changes and swaps coming from the Fruit Salad squad. Fuzzy going over to this Orisa, just allowing for a bit more burst damage and maybe something to combo off with this Reaper. But hey, Saturn just coming in with a barrage. That's just easy peasy lemon squeezy sets things up. Is that a 5k? That is a 5k. The Farah can do no wrong. The Farah can do no wrong when there's no hit scan. And that's exactly why you see Rose switching over to the Cassidy, because, well, we really don't want to let this Farah range free. That's just really it.
Yeah, so we'll see what Rose can get done on this Cassidy. I mean, Kittens does still have quite a bit of like mobility here. Blood on that Winston as Salad's trying to take up the high ground here. Fuzzy Doe has swapped over onto the Orisa, so not on that Reinhardt anymore. Might be a little bit easier to try and push onto the point. They are at least going to be able to get onto this high ground. Has to be careful. Blood Bunny, she has the primal available should she so need it. Cooldowns have already been forced out from Fuzzy Doe. She has pretty much nothing to work with. In fact, the lamp actually comes out from Queen Bee as well. The primal now committed from Blood Bunny. She's looking for some damage, but in the meanwhile, Saturn has found her backline. There's no supports available for a Fruit Salad, and that means that Fuzzy Doe going to be falling shortly here as well. Blood Bunny doing a great job just creating an incredible amount of space for her team.
And an incredible pick as a result. They may have pushed up, created so much space, but gave their life in the process. I think what would have wanted to see is actually Hostile use this Blossom at least to melt Blood Bunny pretty earlier, especially now that this is looking like the last fight territory and Saturn already doing damage.
Saturn picks up the kill onto Fuzzy Doe. Gonna find Queen Bee as well. Throws in the barrage for good measure. There's just such an insane amount of damage coming out from this Farah. Bob on the point. Just gonna clean up the remainder of Fruit Salad. It was a close map, but it felt like once Kittens broke down that bunker, it was just all in their favor.
Exactly. And I think a lot of this has been, okay, Fruit Salad wants to bunker. So part of the problem then is also in that rotation to take it back, they prefer to bunker somewhere. And if you're Are You Kidding Me right now, you already know that that's not what you want, and you don't want to play into their style of gameplay. So what they do, they play outside of that tiny room, really just poking damage from outside. That works in their favor. And that's what I wanted to see Fruit Salad just commit to something, not stay as a bunker anymore. You really need to take that point. Maybe, yes, there's a primaling monkey in a tiny room, but I think that was prime opportunity for Hostile to just blossom and get that monkey out of the equation. Because really, that blossom, there's no one really that's gonna get caught out of it because of, you know, the utility and how spread out this Kitten squad is. But already you see Kitten sticking to what they are tried and practiced with, whereas Fruit Salad still also taking the same. Maybe Rose just sticking to the Sojourn this time around to maybe pressure out the Pharah.
Yeah, we do see the fight kind of happening over on the corner here. Gotta be really careful because you do potentially have the oh no, actually Pharah does not have has the opposite concussive, so it's gonna pull everybody together. Fruit Salad is able to get the first checkpoint flip, or the first point flip here. Lamp has been forced out by Queen Bee, but otherwise Fruit Salad trying to stay healthy here. Hostile gonna be able to find the first blood on this Ruins map with Blood Bunny falling. That is going to be Kittens having to back out. Fruit Salad taking some space here as well.
Yep, and that allows Rose at least push up play on this high ground and really put rain in damage from the choke and give a solid idea for everyone else on the team where the Pharah is. So if I am at these Fruit Salad, I don't have ultimates to work with, and I'm already expecting that barrage coming in from Saturn. So someone has to mark that Pharah one way or another, making them feel very uncomfortable.
Ooh, okay, we do have Blood Bunny swapping over onto the Orisa as well, so we have the Orisa mirror happening here. Now the barrage is available for Saturn, but they fall so low. Hostile actually going to be able to take out Pharah on that Reaper, and with the next pick from Rose, it is going to be a numbers advantage here for Fruit Salad, who are still in control of the point as well. Rose is not done just yet. She's going to find Violet as well, and that's another fight win going for Fruit Salad.
And if there's one thing we at least see is no ultimates are committed. So we are expecting that barrage next fight. We are expecting that orbital raid. They might be comboed together or staggered from each other. But if you're Fruit Salad, your goal is not to have all 5 at the same time being dropped.
Ooh, does seem like we have just a little bit of a prod issue, so we're just gonna try and get our observers back into this this fight, as we just saw a little bit of a black screen there. But yeah, Fruit Salad are so far in the lead here on Ruins, but oh, here we go, we're back into it now. It has been that orbital ray committed from Kittens, but it's actually not enough. It's gonna be Nacho Toast falling there, but some trades coming through here, so there is an opportunity for Kittens to try and stay in this fight. In fact, they really have to stay in this fight. Fruit Salad now at 99% here. They want to take us to a third point of Lijiang Violet. She has committed this rally, keeping Kittens in this fight, swinging away, and it's going to be enough for Kittens are going to be able to finally get a percentage going on Ruins.
And now I like this swap from the side of the Kitten squad. Saturn going over to the Genji. So that means they could do just those cleanups a bit more consistently, right? You could pepper that damage onto the Baptiste from a different angle. So this allows at least more room besides being in the air to deny the space, and already they're taking those high ground angles and being a pest and a nuisance behind everyone else from Fruit Salad as they try to push in with 2 ultimates to work with. I want to see a Blossom this fight from Hostile, but no, we get a Terra Surge first from Blood Bunny, being proactive and pushing up.
Yeah, it's gonna pull out the barrier from Mafia, and that allows Saturn to get aggressive. Here's that Blossom that Thor wanted to see. It picks up 2 kills as well. Fruit Salad trying to break their way back into this point with Saturn falling. The point flip is gonna go to Fruit Salad. We will have Violet. She's trying to get the touch. She will just barely get the touch. Nacho gonna be the next one, and Blood Bunny has swapped over onto that Winston. What a beautiful boop there from Mafia. Gonna deny the touch. We're going to the third submap.
And what a great third submap to lock this point with. But well, where I always say if there's one point of Ilios where anything can happen and that could go wrong, it is on Well. Why is that? Because there's a hole in the middle.
Yeah, so many things can happen with this. I mean, environmental kills galore. I'm hoping. I mean, if you're a Lucio player, you gotta be looking for it. You have that perk now as well that gives you that more distance on your knockback. So this is a great opportunity to really shine. Now, I do have to say, I'm surprised. Okay, Saturn is gonna go back over onto the Pharah here as well.
And I think that works also very well for this team because there is more places to hide from the sidelines of Rose, right? You have that higher windmill side, you have this high ground, right? There's more places to hide, and I think that was just the difference between playing Pharah and Ruins and playing Pharah here. But already dropping very low is Nacho and Blood Bunny, so they need to slow down their pace just a bit, whereas Fruit Salad are just going go, 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 mixing things up and turning into something delightful, trying to wait till this point turns over.
Yeah, Fuzzy Dough on this Orisa. It does have the shield almost burned down immediately, but the rest of Fruit Salad is comfortably set up kind of around this cage area, and they're doing a great job of just holding down the point. And the longer that this fight goes on, the better it's going to be for Fruit Salad. Violet, she's getting a little bit aggressive here, is supported by Saturn. The point has not been flipped by either team just yet. Rose gonna open things up here, finds that kill onto Violet, and now no Lucio on the side of Kittens. That's gonna open things up entirely. Rose finds the second kill onto Saturn, slides in aggressively here. She really wants to take this duel, but I mean, yeah, Soup had the Kiriko pocket. In the end, not going to matter too much as the rest of Fruit Salad gonna pour forward.
Goodbye! That's a Lucio diff on our screen. Maybe not on the Lucio's POV, but on the Orisa's POV. But I think what was actually pretty interesting from that whole engagement is the zero pressure placed onto Rose throughout all of that. They already had flipped the map. They were on the side of the Kitten squad, and just no one was looking at Rose. So they were able to just pepper damage in and put everyone else at a lower deficit. Now, Fruit Salad does have this window, so I wouldn't be surprised if they lose it for this next fight to sustain and to stay in this area.
Here we go. It's a Kitsune Rush out from Nacho Toast. Queen Bee, she's immediately going to respond with this window. Fuzzy Dough has the Terra Surge, but Saturn, only going to pick up one with that barrage before Rose does take her out. Hostile picking up the kill onto Blood Bunny as well, and that is looking like another fight win here for Fruit Salad. Still in control of well.
Yep, and Nacho has to be, forced slightly back to regroup with the team because that's the only way to save yourself and make sure there's no further staggers. Now, the sad thing about that is really just Kitten having used a bunch of ultimates at least to get through that and just not getting any value with 63% on the clock. So Fruit Salad are going to keep this point in their favor, and they have an overclock to work with and a potential Blossom. So if I were them to still keep this point, I open up with that overclock. Really force out other utility from Kitten. But hey, Kitten decides to be the first one to take anything.
Blood Bunny thinking that there's going to be an overclock coming out as well. Goes on to Rose. Isn't able to find the kill because Mafia gets a beautiful beat out. Queen Bee is going to pick up that kill onto Saturn, but otherwise, Kitten's doing a great job. Pushed a little bit too far into that cage, though. Ends up with a death. There is the boop. Violet, she's going to find the kill onto Violet, or onto the Reaper, and the boop kill onto Fuzzy Dough. Hey, make it a 3K. I mean, well is really just Lucio's playground.
Okay, but also that gets Violet to that Lucio beat. They were solidly far off from it, and that was a massive pick onto an Ursa. So that's just so much ult charge to them. They now have a beat to work with on this next fight, especially now they're aware that the overclock is still online. You already had burned that monkey primal trying to just even get and just trying to force it out. So if you're that Kitten squad, you want that beat to keep everyone alive and healthy.
Here we go, overclock out from Rose. A little bit zoned out there, not finding a fake. That's what she was looking for. Gonna find the second one as well. And for Kittens, it's looking like they're not gonna be able to hold on to this point. Soup finding the better of Rose as she pushed a little bit too far. The Kitsune Rush committed as well, but it's not enough. It is going to be a Fruit Salad, just using the Terra Surge to clean things up. No, actually, Bunny will just get past. The beat doesn't connect on, unfortunately. Violet will get one more touch here, but everybody from Fruit Salad alive. Queen Bee with the window, and that's gonna be Fruit Salad picking up the first map here.
Hey, and this wasn't their map of choice either, so things already starting out in their favor. So already Fruit Salad looking a bit better than their first matchup against Are You Kidding Me earlier on. So great job, and I think this is a start of good things for this Fruit Salad squad. Now, if I am this Kitten team, I at least know what their brawlier, bunker type of gameplay is. So now it's a question of, hey, do we continue bringing them to those kinds of maps, or do we bring ourselves to a map that we work with? And it seems like this Diva ban pretty early on from Fruit Salad gives me a hint that this Kitten squad might actually be more preferable to the Dive. So now that the Diva's back online, there's so many, I guess, maps you can opt to go to on Hybrid. And hey, if there's one thing we know about Hybrid is normally people like going to King's Row, but I don't think that should be the play for them.
Yeah, I'm not thinking that either. And there are some really good dive maps in the hybrid map pool. We have Blizzard World that we got to see already, Hollywood, and then Nimbani as well. Nimbani kind of feeling like that is the hybrid dive map, especially on that first point. On second, third point, you know, it gets a little dicey. You might need to swap things up. But I think that now the Diva's back in the mix, really opening up the doors for any of those hybrids, save for King's Row.
Yep. Exactly, and you don't want to bring Fruit Salad to King's Row because you've already seen how solidly good that Orisa composition of theirs is on Ilios, right? They still opted to play it no matter what, so that just means that, hey, we kinda don't want to run into that if we struggled into it just here on a map like Control, which tends to be a bit like more chaotic, whereas like generally hybrid maps or even escort maps, they're very like, okay, we set up here, this is where we have to fight, this is what we have to take, whether in various compositions. So in this kind of scenario, like, you don't want to overthink things.
Yeah, exactly, because you have the map pick, but then we still have the hero bans as well, so you can do your map pick, you know, and then you refine it from there, because this will give Kittens the first hero ban. So you've seen what Fruit Salad are playing now. So I mean, Rose has been absolutely incredible on that Sojour. Yes, you've been running kind of like a Sojour of your own, but there's always the opportunity to ban that out or ban out one of like the support lines as well, because this is all about kind of like the target bans, yes, the protect bans as well, but you don't want to kind of show your hand too early. This is a first to 3, so you might want to like hold on to one of those hero bans for when your back is like really up against the wall.
Exactly, so if you know, which is why if I am at these Kitten, you know that this is the type of their go-to brawl composition. Keep that in mind. Mental note that maybe not ban the characters pretty early on, and maybe ban something adjacent to it or something that really won't have impact as much down the line if you're unable to ban it down the line. But we are going to Hollywood.
All right.
Now, why Hollywood over something like a traditional Numbani map, right? For if you're thinking about doing something dive.
Yeah.
I think the thing about Hollywood is that first point, yes, there's only technically one hell super oppressive choke in it, whereas and the point itself that you need to capture on first point, once you get through that initial annoying choke and you're able to take that high ground, it's a fair even fight for that objective point, whereas Numbani, it's a bit harder because it seems like there's just more, I guess, sides to that objective square you could still pepper damage from. So it's harder to still keep it in your favor, which is the very opposite of how Hollywood looks like. So that might be why it makes it feel less oppressive if Kittens end up having their backs against the wall. So now it's a decision of what are they banning to support this map choice.
All right. Well, it's gonna be a tank. Kittens are gonna go ahead and ban out the Hazard here. So we mentioned it kind of before. Hazard is kind of a mix between that dive/brawl tank, where you have the mobility of a dive tank, but you have the sustain and staying power of a brawl tank.
Exactly. So if there's something that, you know, you're expecting a specific team to be someone who's a bit more brawl heavy, they might have that Hazard as their, you know, go to, hey, maybe we do need some level of dive. This character is dive brawl, has some level of dive that's still brawl adjacent. This makes it easier for their tank to slot into. So I'm not too surprised at this hazard ban. Now, what Fruit Salad is going to ban in response is what might be interesting, because you don't want to ban the Sojourn, right? Everyone knows Sojourn. As much as they're broken, try, tested, and true. As long as your hit scans are fine, it's a fair fight. But they have opted to ban this Brig instead, so they might have been expecting something like an Ana Brig or a Juno Brig. So now that you ban that Brig, you are signaling to Kittens that, hey, we want you to play that Lucio. Now, it becomes a question of, will they play that Lucio? Not necessarily. You could honestly still force what I call the glass cannon backline. Ana Zen. Fragile, don't get me wrong. But if your backline can land other shots and rain in a lot of damage.
Yep.
There's nothing to heal if the thing damaging you is dead.
Yeah, and I think that the backline of like the Ana Zen can really, for Kittens, like it could pair really nicely with this Diva composition. I think that like the combo of having the Ana kind of sustain, like the steady heals, the burst heals, plus that Discord where like you can really follow up on those Discords with like the micro missiles to really just burn anything down. That could work really well for Kittens. But if Fruit Salad now, you're trying to shut down kind of a flank denier, right? Brigitte is really about the peel for that support. So this to me says that maybe Fruit Salad are going to kind of roll out on a Tracer, maybe a Genji, something that's really going to try and target the backline of Kittens.
Well, if there's one thing I know is that, you know, your Brig is that backline protector. You know what's also an annoying backline protector? Her father.
That's so true.
Torbjorn is still on the field, people. And that could pepper damage left, right, up, center, whether the Torb is dead or alive. So, that's one option you can have to at least deny these flankers, but it seems that Kittens have opted to go what I do miss from, you know, old Overwatch 1. You're solidly good on a Lucio backline. Those were the good old days.
Yeah, they were the good old days back when Lucio had just like infinite kind of field of healing, field of speed. Oh yes, and I think Kittens with Soup on this Ashe as well. You have now 2 knockbacks to protect Nacho Toast on this Ana, so you have good control of the high ground if you're Kittens.
Yep, and it looks like they're opting to at least just have this Lucio Genji mark that first high ground and not letting the monkey play. They're just counter diving this Diva engage on the high ground and fighting it. But Rose already dropping to 26 from all the damage coming from those on the separate high ground, and Fuzzy already demech.
Yep, Saturn did find that opening kill onto Mafia, so you don't have the aura heals, you don't have the speed to try and get out. Saturn, they're gonna deflect your own bullets right in your face, and as soon as the fight began, Kittens went ahead and shut it down.
So you already can see from how these engages are going where the split is for this Kitten squad. You have the 3-person dive of that Lucio Genji monkey, and then it's really up to Soup and Toast to really just be further back out of this and pressure out the Pharah, but already pressured out is Soup with Fuzzy and Mafia just diving them simultaneously.
Yeah, really aggressive dive here from Mafia and Fuzzy Dough, and it's really panning out for them. Fuzzy Dough doing great things on this Diva, able to get a lot of final blows. Percentage now building on the point for Fruit Salad, and with Kittens so far back, it doesn't look like... No, they actually do look like they're staging for a touch here. Saturn's gonna dash in, get the first touch as the deflect available. Not gonna be able to stop the damage coming through from Fuzzy Dough, running them over. Now, though, we do have Blood Bunny back on the point, so it's a big source of HP now, but there's just no supports to keep her alive. It's really just a stall game, as the point will end up getting captured, and the payload gonna start pushing forward.
Yep, so you can see these more coordinated dives on this, more stagnant backline of Kittens. If you look at Fruit Salad, they have a composition that really can at least play together much better, dive together much better. So this 3-2 split going for Kittens is a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Now that you make it easier for Fruit Salad to know who to dive on. So a lot of this is going to be counter diving one way or another, and the counter diving just hasn't been working. Fruit Salad with 3 ultimates, one of them being a rush. They might rush this high ground.
Oh, yep, gonna be hard to rush in when the nano comes out. Blood Bunny, she's able to take a lot of space, and Saturn is there to just follow up on the kills, finding the dash resets, and that was a very quick fight for Are You Kitten, and this is gonna mean that they still get to control this high ground.
Yep, and that is essentially a good spot also for where this cart is. The cart isn't in an area where the high ground, they still need to get through all this damage from the high ground, and Blade is committed by Saturn, getting Mafia already.
Ooh, yeah, Mafia didn't quite have that beat online anyways, but this is just more time off the clock here for Kittens as you just commit that Blade, and then you're gonna go ahead, back out, and just wait for Fruit Salad to come back in.
Yep, and a lot of this from Kitten now is more of cycling ultimates. You still have that Primal and that Feed, so you are just having your Monkey go in and Primal to further bother everyone else like that Sojourn who's dropping very low.
Oh my goodness, Mafia just barely managing to keep Rose alive there with the beat. It does connect onto all 5 members of Fruit Salad. Blood Bunny, though, she does get out with her life, so gonna be able to stall the point a little bit. Bomb on the high ground. Not quite gonna find anybody. What Fuzzy Doe will be able to get back into her mech, very importantly, though. And now it's the members of Kittens actually falling very, very low. Blood Bunny going to be the first one to fall. Queen Bee, she's going to go ahead, commit that Kitsune Rush. Just really wants to clean this fight up as Fruit Salad looking to start pushing this payload forward a little bit more.
I think what I want to see from this Kittens team just do a bit better is stabilize a bit. Because what ends up happening is they get these massive picks, but they don't have that soft restabilization, right? They'll get the huge picks, they win a fight, but in those moments where they try an engagement and it doesn't work, they don't really do a mini stabilization as needed, and sometimes you just need that. But already dropping very low is Blood Bunny and Fuzzy, so they're forced at least back out as this card continues rolling by courtesy of Hostile.
Yeah, here we go. Another nano going out on to Blood Bunny. She's trying to disengage Fruit Salad from this high ground. Sleep hits onto Rose. She does manage to stay alive through it, though, as Fruit Salad finding the kills. No backline available for Kittens. And I do believe that is going to be the second checkpoint there being picked up by Fruit Salad. We don't know for sure. Unfortunately, Observer Feed has been lost, but we're working on getting that back soon.
Yep, and at least from the players who have been lost in that fight, I think that should at least be a solid win from Fruit Salad, unless there is a divine intervention somewhere with an ult or a heroic play from the Kitten squad. But already it's looking like as we go in that none of those happen, and the card continues to roll through this third point. Now, if I'm Kittens, we need to enable this overclock from Soup, and I think one way to do that is push everyone else back, maybe create that space, but do so with maybe that speed in. I think engaging with the monkey is a great way to do this.
And Blood Bunny, she is gonna have that primal available very, very shortly. We'll see just a little stall coming out on the corner. Saturn gonna go ahead, pop that blade. Mafia does have the beat, but it doesn't connect onto Hostile. It gets taken down by Soup. Meanwhile, though, the pulse bomb from Hostile gonna take out Soup as we are all even here with Blood Bunny picking up that kill. It is gonna be the numbers advantage going back over on to Kittens right now. They really want to try and demech Fuzzy Doe, but they don't want it bad enough to touch the spawn doors.
Exactly, and I think that's a smart play. You lost a couple of players from your team, especially I think Kiriko or maybe your Lucio early on, so it's great to at least come back until when they're there, and that's exactly what Blood Bunny's doing, and they have Primal to keep themselves even further up, and that's a great way to combo it with this overclock.
Soup gonna go ahead, pop that. Ooh, Blood Bunny maybe overstayed her welcome just a little bit. Soup did manage to find the kill onto Rose, so at least you're all even here. But I mean, if you're Fruit Salad, you see that there's no tank on the side of Kitten, so this is the opportunity to start pushing forward, taking a lot of space here. Queen Bee, she's very aggressive, unfortunately gonna pay for that. Saturn giving a little bop on the head as now Kittens are coming back into this fight with Saturn picking up a second. Kitsune Rush from Nacho just to really shut things down. That is Kittens pushing the remake, though. Fuzzy Doe does manage to get back in, but only for a very, very brief moment. Is going to get staggered out quite brutally here, and this is just time off the clock. I mean, Fuzzy's gonna have the mech back. Nope, not gonna be able to quite get into it, and with 30 seconds on the clock, this is reset time for Fruit Salad.
That is reset time and a massive stagger. So honestly, looked almost dicey there, but luckily enough, the last set of shots from Nacho managed to land and get the Diva. Fruit Salad have no ultimates to work with for this next fight, besides maybe a pulse bomb. So already pushing the tempo is Kitten with this lane.
Yep, they see that the time ticking down. Saturn gonna pop the blade. Blood Bunny gonna pick up Queen Bee as well. So there's no supports now for the side of Fruit Salad, but you did get that point touch, and actually you're gonna be able to find Nacho. Toes, pulse bomb sticks. Not going to be able to finish off Blood Bunny just yet. There we go. Hostile going to be able to finish it off. Now it is in overtime, so Fruit Salad have to stay on this point, trying to keep this going. Saturn picks up 2, though. Overclock coming out from Rose. She's putting out a lot of damage. There we go. Finding some kills as well. Gets shut down by Saturn. And this overtime, it means the Kitten's spawns are so long. But Blood Bunny's back in the fight now. Mafia just gets the beat off. It connects onto themselves and onto Hostile time, though. You gotta stay on the point. It's gonna be so hard to take down this Winston, such a big health pool. Gonna have the Primal available very, very shortly as well. We do have Fuzzy Doe swapping over onto the Wrecking Ball. It's a spin to win on the point. Queen Bee, she's got the Kitsune Rush to go as well. She's playing a little bit further back, trying to just get the heals onto Queen Bee, who's getting slam after slam on the point, but the spawns ultimately will favor Kittens. It's just a matter of time before they find the kills. Saturn gonna pick up 2. Overtime down. Kittens are going to deny the 3rd point cap from Fruit Salad.
And I think that's actually a pretty alright setup for Kitten, right? Making sure that Fruit Salad never gets to full cap this point, and that also ensures that we're never getting a draw.
Yeah, that's right.
I do not want a draw. Let's be clear. As much as it is fun to cast Overwatch, you also, you know, you play such a good game only for it to end into a draw. Like it just it feels a worse. It sometimes feels like a worse like a worse taste in your mouth than an actual loss.
That is so true. You like put all this time in, and what have you got? You got nothing to show for. I mean, this isn't a comp game, so you know you're not getting like wins or losses. I'm kind of thinking about my SR right now, but yes, no SR involved in this. Just a place in the Kunoichi Kavalry Grand Finals. You know, just the Grand Finals at stake here.
I think it's just time and energy that you put in, right? Like having to make sure that you don't lose a map, but also you don't win one, right? It's just like a situation sometimes.
Yeah.
But Kittens running out same composition, it seems like, as they were running on the defense. Fruit Salad sticking to the same. So this is we already have an idea on how this might work. Have Nacho build that nano, give it to the monkey dives on everyone else. Builds Primal, self-sustains through Primal, bada bing bada boom, rinse and repeat, and already they have gotten Mafia.
Oh no, the Lucio for Fruit Salad is gone. That is not the opening pick that you want. I mean, you will get back into this fight quickly, but now with the Tracer gone as well, it's a 5v3, and Blood Bunny, she's gonna go ahead and dive right into that cafe. D-Mech Fuzzy Doe, take down the Diva. No staggers to be happened here. Kittens are capping this point right here, right now.
I want to know what's going on through through Toast's mind, because that sentence just ended. But yeah, okay.
Yep.
So there was an interesting interaction that happened there, but point cleanly kept by this Kitten squad, and with 5 minutes 30 on the time bank, that is a pretty hefty time bank to at least go through the second part, which can also get super oppressive, especially when when the enemy team already is on that high ground defending it, and already booped off right away is Blood Bunny as per usual, because that's just the name of the game as a Winston. Already see swap Saturn going over to that Tracer, and I think that's a pretty solid play. You want a character with more consistent card presence to continue rolling this as you try to fight for this high ground. You don't want to waste time on not moving the card just because you're trying to get the high ground.
All right, here we go. Third time. Nope, Blood Bunny. She's going to get knocked just right back down. It feels like every time that she goes in for that leap met with a boop of some kind. Rose is going to be able to find a headshot onto Saturn. So you're down your Tracer if you're Kittens. Blood Bunny, she wants blood. She's going to find it. Rose is going to fall. So they're all even in the numbers here. But Fuzzy Doe has been demeched. Going to just go ahead, die on the point. Try and stall for as long as possible as Kittens still rolling this payload forward.
Yep, and for Kittens, you at least are still getting these staggered picks because apparently everyone else from Fruit Salad were mixed up so well that they split up from each other. Wait, no, I think the reference is the opposite. But Kittens have potentially 2 ultimates to work with. Beat still online, and that beat might honestly just be there to sustain what might be a Rush Bob combo from Fruit Salad. And Queen Bee already taking Nacho's head off with those kunais.
Yeah, more headshots to be had here as it's red in the kill feed. Fruit Salad fighting back. Blood Bunny has the Primal Rage. She is not going to use it. Gonna go ahead, wait for a respawn with her team.
And this is such an economical fight from both sides because really at the end of the day, someone's head just first get picked and it happened to be your flex support, everything collapses. So, guys, protect your supports. So, 4 ultimates from both sides available, and that just means particle effects left and right. There's multiple ways you could attack this, but definitely one of them is trying to take the high ground away from Fruit Salad, who just poops Blood Bunny off right away.
She's got to be getting motion sickness by now. It's brutal. Soup is going to find the opening pick here onto Mafia, who did have that beat available. Bob coming out. It's actually dueling Bobs as Saturn finds that pulse kill onto Fuzzy Doe. It's going to be... Ooh, Kitten's falling quite low in that fight, but they're able to hold on, and they are going to be able to finish out the second point of Hollywood. More than 4 minutes and 20 seconds in the time bank going into third.
Yep, I think a lot of this is more of just the ult trade. I think Fruit Salad only committed 1 ultimate for that fight, whereas Kitten committed 2. Yes, maybe one of them is a pulse bomb and it was more of a distraction, but it was enough to force out a couple of other cooldowns from Fruit Salad, as Blood Bunny already fully going in, completely aware they have Primal and are going to try not to have to use that Primal ASAP. So a rush is committed instead by Queen Bee.
Ooh, yep, that's gonna allow Fuzzy Doe to get aggressive. Maybe a little too aggressive, though, as she falls very low. Isn't quite able to build up to that Primal, but it doesn't matter too much. The rest of Fruit Salad there to back it up. And Kittens are gonna be forced to go back to the spawn once again.
You're forced back to spawn with still a hefty time bank of 3.5 minutes, and 3 ultimates to work with now, one of them being a nano. So that just means Blood Bunny can go in a bit more safer without having to use Primal, forcing Fuzzy Doe to actually switch over to their own Winston, and now there is a beat online.
Yeah, beat comes out from Mafia. Fruit Salad used that to get very aggressive Blood Bunny. She doesn't quite get the Primal out before she falls. Instead, it's going to be Fuzzy Doe in the Primal Rage herself, going to be able to help Rose pick up a kill onto Nacho Toast. And Fruit Salad, they're doing their very best to burn some of this time down from this clock.
And I think the good thing about, at least for Kitten right now, is that you still have 2 ultimates to work with, one of them being beat, and Fruit Salad has nothing to work with, having used a couple of those just to even retake the point from this Kitten squad. So you could aggressively use beat as one, or you could use beat to sustain through what might be looking like a dicier fight. But one way or another, just don't use it right away, especially if your monkey still has Primal.
Yep, here we go. Blood Bunny, she's gonna go ahead, pop that Primal, trying to find Rose, doing a lot of damage, does have that perk that gives her a little bit more damage on those jumps, but beautiful peel from the other members of Fruit Salad, turning around, taking down Blood Bunny. But in the meantime, Saturn did pick up the kill onto Rose, so you aren't gonna have your Ashe on the side of Fruit Salad, who nearly had that Bob online as well. Still some fights happening, just a bit of skirmishes around the point, but ultimately, Kittens are gonna just back up once again.
I think Violet might be holding this beat for too long, but I think right now with Bob coming in, that is a great time to use it. So great sleep, great beat, exactly, bada bing, bada boom.
And she's gonna go ahead and pick up Mafia on that Lucio as well. The Bob was committed from Rose here. Gonna be able to find Saturn. Gonna find Soup as well. Some trades coming through, but Rose doing her best to keep Fruit Salad in as the dynamite comes out, but it's not gonna be enough to take down a nanoed Winston, and that is going to be Kittens tying us up on Hollywood.
A great job from Kittens with their map pick, realizing that, hey, maybe you do ban the Brig, it just makes it harder for Nacho to survive through these dives, but, you know, a little good boop here and there, as, Blood Bunny had to experience multiple times, does stop the bleeding. So, great coordinated dives from, the Lucio Genji Monkey Core of Kitten for taking this map. So, it's a 1-1, and it's looking like we might be having another map fiber on our hands.
Getting 5 as well, Thor. I mean, this has been a lot of back and forth, and I think that these teams, like, I kind of came into Hollywood thinking, okay, Fruit Salad is a very brawl team, but then they pull out this dive composition, and they looked good on it. No, you didn't get the win, but you put up a heck of a fight, and that was not your map pick either. So I am impressed with the depth of the hero pool of this team. So definitely feeling like this one is probably going to go the distance.
Yep, and before it could even go any further distance, we will be taking at least a short break, right? Get, us casters some water to drink, but also, wait for these map picks on the side of Fruit Salad to figure out where we are heading for this map 3. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back for more Kunoichi here on the cast.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo.
out here, you know, you get an insight and you know something, you know, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, you know. But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, we are smack in the middle of the lower bracket Masters final. It's fruit salad versus Are You Kidding Me? Right now, we are all tied up 1-1, and our next point map, we will be heading into Suravasa.
And you know, Suravasa really known for it being a kind of brawler map that could also lean into maybe something like a diva being allowed to be played, right? I think it's one of those maps where there's a bit more, I guess, open spaces and angles you could do damage in, you could flank in, so it tends to be a bit more chaotic than something like New Junk City in a way, which you know, has more verticality in it. Suravasa feels like it's more flat, so that might be why Fruit Salad is bringing us there. Because if you're a team that like seems to wanting to play some of this brawler kind of playstyles, like yes, they did come out with that diva. Suravasa allows for that, you know, variety. Like you could flex from one or the other, but they are going to be banning first this time around, and you know, based on what Kittens came out with, I'm honestly not as sure, because Kittens has shown that they can play such a variety of playstyles.
Yeah, so with the bans, of course, you won't be able to ban a hero that you have already banned, and so far Fruit Salad has opted to ban support, so you can't ban the Brig, you can't ban the Ana. So this time they're gonna go ahead and ban out the Zarya here on Suravasa.
So a Zarya ban is pretty interesting. So it's either there's this read that Kittens might be coming out with that Zarya, or at least, you know, expecting that it might be a character that Kittens want to flex over to in order to bubble, you know, people who are diving in and aren't getting as much value. It could also be a pick to protect one of the tanks that they want to play. So if there's someone who wants to still play that Orisa in Suravasa, you want to ban a tank just so that your choice of tank is still free to pick. So now it's on the side of Kittens, and I wouldn't be surprised if a Kiriko gets banned, because in tune of one of my favorite casters I also like casting with, Moti, Kiri is always banned on the third map.
It's a pattern. It's gonna become a loss shortly.
Sorry, Mott, if you're watching the stream, like, it's a given. It's map 3. You know the rules. You just got lucky in the previous cast.
Oh, yeah, so another support ban coming out, this time from the side of Are You Kidding Me? Right Meow. Now, I have to wonder if this Kiriko ban means that you're trying to play some Ana here. That Kiriko does have a really good ability in the Suzu of really just denying any values from those anti-nades, and we definitely have seen some more teams kind of running that Lucio Ana composition here on Suravasa, where you're kind of really open space. You don't have the high ground to really set up the Ana on, but if you just play really greedy for the nades, sometimes it can really work out for you.
Yep, and I think there is still some level of decently distant sightlines. Like, yes, it's flat, but there are pretty long sightlines you could at least do damage through, and I think that's why Ana still could be played on a map like Suravasa. Now, the Kiri ban could also mean a, forcing what is traditionally the hero you would play in something like Flashpoint with maybe an Orisa, or whether it's a Hazard, or whether it's a Ramatra. The Kiri just allows for damage at different angles. They're less stagnant. They could play at a distance. They could poke from a distance. So you force the flex support who plays Kiri into something that's a bit less optimal. So you either force them to play a BAP, or you force them to play a Moira if you want to, play it in the same, to have either the same healing output, or to at least have that, to still maintain that brawler potential. But I'm intrigued by what I'm seeing. Okay, there we go. I was like, Queen Bee on the Life Weaver might have been too much cookage for me. I might not have been a fan of what's going to be on the menu, but this makes sense at the end of the day. So already we're seeing a Junker Queen Orisa type of matchup. So Fruit Salad has to get a pick right away and speed in right away, because that's how the name of the game is.
Yup, absolutely. So already Kittens have kind of positioned themselves around the point here. Nade comes out, does connect onto Fuzzy though. Looking, Kittens trying to find the kill. Blood Bunny is going to be the one to do it. Now with no tank on the side of Fruit Salad, it's just going to be too hard to come back into this. That does mean the first point flip going to go over to Kittens.
Yep, and I think that is a spectacular play, right? Nacho really just playing at like this further distance, really getting greedy with the nades, as you said, and that already created that opening. And as a Junker Queen, this has to change the calculus of how you play the character, because if you're going to get anti, the only way to survive through that is potentially through that shout. So now you have to conserve shout to either re-engage or to look for this Ana, and that's exactly what's happening. But great sleep from Nacho, protecting themselves right away from it.
Ooh, okay, rest of Fruit Salad is following up here. Hostile will be able to find that final blow onto Nacho Toast. Saturn, though, gonna be able to take out Queen Bee, who faded in to try and get that kill. Now, the point has flipped over to Fruit Salad in the meantime, and Fruit Salad doing a good job, really just chasing Kittens out of this point entirely.
Yep, but hey, if there's one thing you're at least sure of, it's like you now have your Ana at least a bit further, at least going to be there already for this next engagement, and has that Nano. So who you go to Nano is much of a tale, but it might be this Orisa just allow entering, and with this huge nade.
Oh my gosh, what a combo. The nade comes out, connects onto two, doesn't quite find that kill onto Fuzzy Doe, but does at least force the tank out of the fight, which means the Kittens gonna be able to flip this back over in their favor. The fight still going on now. If Kittens can find another pick here, could be massive. It's gonna be Kittens finding Queen Bee. The nade to kill Hostile as well. With the point going above 80% now, it's not looking like Fruit Salad are gonna get another fight on this sub-map, or sub-point.
Yep. Hey, if you're Fruit Salad though, you might as well just give this point and figure out what you're going to do with 5 ultimates to work with for this second sub-point, because you have 5 to work with. You've used none of it. For Kittens, like, you're going to have 3. They just have 3 so far. Maybe Soup gets the ult once they start to fight on the next sub point. But a lot of this is going to be, can Fruit Salad be proactive and commit an ultimate right away? I don't want them to be like being second in all of this, because their comp should not be running second. Their comp should be running first.
Yep, Fruit Salad have got themselves set up on the point. Ooh, here we go. Gonna use that first. Is the Rampage coming out? The sleep, though, followed up by the nade. A little taste of her own medicine. The beat from Violet is going to keep everybody from Kittens alive. And as that flash point opens up, it is going to be Kittens picking up the first point here. But Rose actually doing a great job trying to pull back into this. But the rest of her team not really getting the memo. Going to go ahead and reset.
But that's fine, right? Like, you don't have the Ana for that fight, so that means that there isn't going to be any sustain for Kittens. So they're going to have to either play their HP bars, or they're going to have to play their angles to make sure they're not taking any damage. But hey, you at least know you have that Nano Blade combo for the next fight, and the only thing that would stop it is probably an overclock Lucio Beat combo.
Oh, Kittens want to start things out with the Nano Blade. Beat from Mafia is available, but the lamp also gone now. Just slashing. Saturn's not able to quite find anything. Fruit Salad weathering that Nano Blade very, very well. This is an opportunity now for them to push onto the point. Nade comes out onto Rose, and Saturn's going to be able to finish that off as Soup does pull out this overclock, finds Queen Bee as well, taking a really nice angle here, is gonna be able to basically create a pinch, nice disruptor field so that Fruit Salad forced to just walk through the damage is gonna find that final blow onto Hostile, as well as Kitten's really just kind of walking towards Fruit Salad's spawn here.
I mean, they might as well because the cap is already going to be in their favor. So third sub part already turning over, and this is looking like it might be map point territory. So Ultimates to work with though. Fruit Salad still holding on to that overclock, and now they have a window to combo that in the process. So if I were them, I would proactively use one of them, just one, because Kitten doesn't have anything online just yet. You want at least use one of them to burn through the resources of Kitten and not use all of the ultimates.
Ooh, Soup starting things out for Kittens here. Rose tries to respond with the overclock, picks up one before being thrown right into the wall. And once again, Kittens get the first point cap.
Yep, and for Kittens, not really an expensive fight. You still have your Terra Surge, you still have your Beat. So you have that much utility to handle the Terra Surge that surge that is incoming from Fuzzy Dough. Window still online for Queen Bee, so I think they might be opening with that first to take the space, because Window on its own is like it's an alright pull, but it's really there to take space.
Yeah, alright, the Terra Surge from both sides coming through. The Nano, though, going over onto Blood Bunny versus the Window for Fuzzy Dough. Trades coming out, but ultimately Fruit Salad is up in numbers here. Soup gonna try and even that out, though, is able to do so, but won't be able to get out alive as Nacho Toast just tries to rotate through the fountain, and she will be able to at least sneak out on her own.
Yep, she just Nacho just having to finesse the way out and make sure they Nacho isn't staggered any further. But Blade online with no beat just yet, so I think one of the ways to deal with this is really having this beat this Genji Blade come in and look for that Lucio ASAP, and that's the story. That is what's happening.
Yep, here we go. The blade is out. Queen Bee gonna use that lamp. It's not enough to keep her alive, though. And although the blade has expired, Violet is still following up on the damage from Saturn. That is another fight win going in the way of Kittens. It's looking really dicey for Fruit Salad.
Yep, and they need to still rip this Beyblade out. It looks like one of them has to touch it. It's looking very dicey, but Hossa might have to blade just to create the space for them to push through, but already be out of any. The push is this blue. Oh
no.
The rollout did not happen, unfortunately. Kittens managed to take this map 3 in their hands, leading them to what is essentially match point territory. So if you are at least Fruit Salad, you are at least comfortable at the fact that your Kiriko is back online on this your preferred, I guess, like hero to play with your brawler composition is finally back online on that map 4. So now it becomes a question of, okay, which map do we go to specifically for map 4 for push? And there's a lot of choices, but if you're someone who wants to play maybe something that's a bit brawlier, I think Esperanza might be your answer, more than going something like Runasapi. Runasapi maybe is alright, but then you run into the problem of that high ground window is one. And Coliseo is always a hit or miss kind of bag for me. It either works for you or it doesn't work for you.
I do think that Coliseo can kind of open up an opportunity for some dives as well, and where you're kind of where you're Fruit Salad and you're playing into this Kittens team, like they looked really, really strong on the dive on Lijiang. Now, potentially not gonna play the Winston on Coliseo, but it still opens up like a lot of lanes to be controlled, and it can be pretty easy to kind of get some really nice pinches in as well. So we'll see what Fruit Salad opts to take us to. Fruit Salad will they'll have the first hero ban as well, but we're getting down to the nitty gritty now. So this is kind of those moments where at the beginning of the stream, we talked about like, if your back is up against the wall, this is when you really need to be pulling out the bans that are maybe going to make all the difference here. So Fruit Salad, I mean, this is it. You have to win this next map. Whatever you pick, you need to win it to be able to stay alive in this and try and fight your way through and try to get to that grand finals. But I mean, Kittens, they would definitely love to just close it out right here, right now on the push map.
Exactly. And if I were Kittens, then that would mean, picking heroes that put fruit salad, banning heroes that would put fruit salad in a tight pinch, right? If they could ban, a tank, they would. But I have a sinking feeling at the end of the day, fruit salad might still ban a tank just to protect their own pick.
Yeah, that's really true. Kind of one of those just like, yeah, throwaway bans, because of course the way the bans work is that if you ban out a tank, that means that Kittens will not be able to ban out a tank. So if Fruit Salad want to maybe pull out the Hazard, or we saw the Orisa kind of matchup there on Saravasa, and it didn't really go the way of Fruit Salad. So maybe you don't want to play that Orisa once again, but it is an option to potentially play if you anticipate the Kittens might roll out on something different. Probably don't want to take that matchup, but yeah, use the tank ban as a protect, or like maybe again, like I said this earlier, like the Soj ban is always there. It is always an option, but like where both of these teams have kind of been opting to run that Sojourn, maybe you don't. But I mean, Soup has looked really good on the Sojourn. It has been killing a lot of Fruit Salad's players, so it might be something that you have to consider.
Yep, and it looks like we are being brought to Runasapi instead. So there might be something up on the sleeves of this Fruit Salad squad on what they want to run on Runasapi. Maybe making a comeback again of that. I think it was like a diva that. No, it wasn't a diva. It was a diva that they were running on. No, it wasn't a diva. It was of what they were running on, at least Ilios, right? I think they were running that. They might have been running that diva, and it did immense work. So I think pulling from your playbook on Ilios might be the answer for this Fruit Salad squad, because they did win that map initially.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, exactly. You could kind of go back to your roots essentially. And Fruit Salad, one of the things that they were kind of like struggling with was a Farah being pulled out from Kittens. So I'm Farah probably not gonna end up being played on Runasapi, but definitely like some options for those like longer sight lines, right? We'll see. As the time ticks down, are we going to end up banning? All right, Fruit Salad, they don't want to take that Orisa matchup again. Didn't work in their favor on Saravasa there. So gonna go ahead and ban out a tank here, which means that Kittens are not gonna be able to ban a tank. It's gotta be a damage or it's gotta be a support.
So at least for Kittens, you are at least reassured that your Ana is still on board, and the Ana has done a lot of work, right? Nacho Toast on Ana really having impactful nades no matter what composition was being run, as long as the Ana was still available. But now you're going to put a question, okay, what is a DPS that could brawl well with, tanks that love to brawl on Runasapi, and you could ban something like a Cassidy, you could ban something like a Reaper, hell, you could even ban something like a Torbjorn if you're expecting like this really annoying poke damage from an angle. But it seems that Kittens are more concerned with the burst damage that a Reaper can provide. And let's be clear, we've also seen at least the Reaper from the side also of Fruit Salad. So this also might be just a ban to target one of the other players of Fruit Salad who has been rolling out on this Reaper.
Yeah, that's right. We did see Hostile playing Reaper, at least on Ilios a little bit, and doing a pretty good job. Maybe not getting, like, the Death Blossoms nowadays. Kind of hard to get, like, the big flashy Death Blossoms that once upon a time you could. There's just so many cooldowns now that can kind of shut that ultimate down. But, I mean, regardless, Reaper is still very, very oppressive to tanks. Even if you're not hitting those flashy ultimates, you're still going to be able to put out a lot of damage and get a lot of value for your team. So, no Orisa and no Reaper as we head in to Runasapi here. We'll have to see if these teams end up on a Brawl Mirror once again, or if maybe there's something a little bit different making an appearance.
We got some pausers in the chat, and already we're seeing Nacho Yoto still locking in that honor right away, so we already have that expectation. So now it becomes a question of, are they sticking to this Winston pick? I wouldn't be surprised if they do, because at the end of the day, a Winston Ana combo is still pretty solid. Like cycling that nano with the primal, always a good way to go about things. But also at the same time, like if you mix in the Genji in it, that's still more targets also for your Ana. Multiple ways to play, you know, whatever the composition that you're running. So I'm not surprised if Are You Kidding Me is going to stick with that. And now it's a question of what Fruit Salad is going to run out with, because Orisa's banned, Reaper's banned, so what are they pulling out? Are we going to see the elusive Bap Lucio make an appearance yet again?
Ooh. That could be kind of fun, definitely. Yeah, for the tank side, I'm interested to see as well, like, are you gonna run out on the Hazard? I mean, Kittens did ban out Hazard on the first one, so maybe you're concerned about that. So far, though, looking like Fuzzy Doe might want to play the Reinhardt here. We did also get to see the Reinhardt come out from Fruit Salad on that Iliosa Lighthouse map. Now, definitely, it's interesting, right? You're really banking on these Mei walls if you're Fruit Salad.
You're banking on walling off any heals from Toast. You already know Blood Bunny, and Blood Bunny doing so much work of creating space for this Are You Kidding Me squad. But we've also seen Blood Bunny really go in and die in the process, right? Like overextending essentially. That becomes more impressive if you can wall off the Winston from their Ana, because there's no more healing from that. The Lucio's forced to go in, and already the pin back just to heal for everyone else on Fruit Salad.
Yeah, Fruit Salad have set themselves up over on this coast side, but that does leave the bot open to some little promenade there. Though, the pin back, this is it. They're going to look to take the brawl on the point. Unfortunately, though, Queen Bee actually getting caught out in the rotation. That is the go button for Are You Kidding Me right now. It's going to be all blue in the kill feed. Fruit Salad just kind of falling apart, getting caught in the rotation.
Yeah, unfortunate. And I think one way you could also rethink, if you do want to play this Mei, right? You're not just walling off heals from the Ana. You could also be walling off the escape route of the monkey, right? Limit where they can get out, because the thing about wall one way or another is that it redesigns the map.
Yeah.
So already Blood Bunny dropping very low and just giving more ult charge to Toast in the process, who is maybe not napping, but their Sojourn is. Then that's a huge opening already for Fruit Salad. But with your Ana already lost, you have to kind of do this with a bit of a deficit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that Ana was a big source of healing for Fruit Salad. Fuzzy Doe on the Reinhardt just trying to get the trickle of heals coming out from the Lucio. Everybody's still very low. That means that Fruit Salad's just not going to be able to contest this bot. Now that you have, okay, Lucio Mei back in it now, and Queen Bee gonna have the LOS on the Reinhardt, not gonna be able to stop this checkpoint from coming through. The Mei wall does come out. Nice little backup, but Blood Bunny has the dive available, gonna be able to get back up onto that high ground. But it feels like Fuzzy Doe has been half HP for the majority of this fight. Soup finding that pick onto Mafia means that there's no speed to really get Fruit Salad out of a tricky situation. Fuzzy Doe, though, is gonna hit that fire strike, so it is even numbers here as the pin comes in. Shatter nearly available for Fuzzy Doe as well. The Nano is available as well. Gonna go out onto Fuzzy Doe. Queen Bee gonna die in the meantime, though, to that Primal Rage. Reinhardt's still alive, but Blood Bunny has done a number to the squishies from the side of Fruit Salad. It is hostile alive on the point, supporting Fuzzy Doe. Oh, the blade comes out. Just waiting for this Mei block. Immediately slicing and dicing hostile.
Oh gosh, that's such a funny interaction. But I've been waiting for Fuzzy Doe to really just rip this shatter. I think there were multiple instances where I think, and maybe this is why I don't play tag, is I would have shattered this monkey right away, right? I think you don't need something big for shatter. You just need to get someone and go onto it, like a Lucio.
Oh, Lucio, yep, gonna confirm that kill as well. Soup has used the overclock trying to deny some of the space that's being taken from Fruit Salad, but with that beat coming out, they have no mind for that overclock at all, as we see Fruit Salad back in control of his bot.
And also with the necessary swaps coming over for Are You Kidding, is Saturn going over to this Pharah. We haven't seen the Pharah make a debut since the Ilios map, and I think this might be something that helps bother Queen Bee a bit more, and Rose also. But Blizzard committed and Nano, so Blood Bunny very healthy through all this chaos.
Ooh, yeah, Rose got very low there. It seemed like Hostile used that Blizzard to try and kind of use it as a peel, but unfortunately didn't actually catch anybody out. And Kitten's back in control of the bot, and you didn't lose that forward spawn either. All 5 members are going to be positioned kind of around this point. Fruit Salad have no choice but to back up.
Yep, and this is what I want to see Fruit Salad, right? I think the problem with the Ana composition one way or another is just it was single target healing, and you were just easily dove upon by this monkey. Whereas a BAP, you have, I think, what I essentially think is more survivability and damage to deal with a monkey. So this works better, and I think there's more survivability. But at the same time, you do have to be landing your shots and at least helping melt and break these bubbles. That's part of your job as BAP now. So already Blood Bunny dropping very low with this necessary swap, and they could just speed in as needed. A charge, hoping to get someone, doesn't get anyone, but hey, they take the space back with no Winston.
That's right, Fruit Salad. Maybe finally going to be able to get this barrier pushed forward a little bit. They will be able to at least deny this forward spawn, but not before everybody from Kittens has gotten it. We do have Nacho Toast actually out on the side. Oh, the barrage from Saturn. They will end up falling, but you take 2 in a trade. You take those any day if you're Kittens.
Yep, and Queen Bee just regroup, jumps off map to reset and regroup with team just as you need. So, Kitten switching back. Saturn is playing a Pharah Genji kind of Knight with now going back to the Genji, but if you're Fruit Salad, you at least have this window and Shatter online. You can create space with this. Burn the monkey right away with that window. That's something you can do. That's a lot of damage coming in. Focus fire onto it because that's the only way you can deal with the monkey without having to expend other ults. Especially now that, well, they have Primal.
Primal and the Nano just to start everything out. The nade does connect onto Fuzzy Doe. Nice window from Queen Bee. Is it going to be enough? The lamp is there as well. The pin comes through onto Blood Bunny, but it doesn't actually do all that much damage to this Winston, who's really just displacing the entire team. Fruit Salad, though, somehow staying alive through it. Rose does find the pick onto Saturn, immediately traded out. Pin onto Violet, though. Fruit Salad just hanging on by a thread here.
Yep, and the bot turning back to their favor, but it is definitely looking dicey. Rose doing their own version of that Pharah gameplay has switched over to the Pharah, so no more Sojourn v Sojourn scenario, but I think the fact that we at least have Hostile and Cassidy should be enough of a pressure against maybe this Sojourn or even this Genji, so the Pharah pick is not that bad, but huge nade forcing out a beat from Mafia.
Yeah, the overclock here from Soup as well, matched by the shatter coming out from Fuzzy Doe. It does connect onto a few. Hostile finding that kill onto Soup. It's trades either way. Team is even for both sides. Nice nade again. Nacho Toast doing a great job hitting these nades. Nobody quite there to follow up on that one onto Fuzzy Doe, but the Reinhardt is able to stay alive, and the tank, Blood Bunny, not quite back in the fight just yet. So finally, a few meters gained here on the bot.
Took them a while, took them a long fight, but these hero swaps have been doing the work, and already the monkey counter jumping and trying to split the supports from the Reinhardt, and is doing a great job with it. So just unfortunate, but you know the reinforcements of Fruits of Are Kitten finally came back, and they're already just doing lots of work and pressuring out everyone else from Fruit Salad to regroup. Fuzzy Doe, in a last-ditch effort, switching over to this Ramatra, and hopefully that might be a good decision for them, because I think survivability is the problem with Ryan, is when your BAP and Lucia are split from you, you really don't have anything to ensure that you stay alive other than pinning back. Whereas Ramatra, you still have at least form and a slow, so that's something you could at least do with the Genji that's diving in.
Ooh, yeah, here's the dive. Saturn has the Nano, slices through the lamp, finds the kill onto the backline, and gonna find the final blow onto Fuzzy Doe. And I mean, that is it. You finish the fight out with the Nano Blade. There's not much Fruit Salad can do about it.
Nope, and with this bot slowly rolling into fully capped, this is going to be a tall mountain to climb, and window committed yet again by Queen Bee, and this is something that at least they can play safely in, because it is super far from Kittens to really bypass doors, and already they get Soup in the process. If they can get a Violet, that would be great, but the elusive Lucia with the wall riding tech just escapes the escape their death just a bit, along with everyone else from this kitten squad. So all of them should at least be scurrying back to the safety of maybe under a blanket, or somehow. But hey, they picked a corner and waiting for a huge nade to re-engage. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, Nate is out, but in the meantime, Nacho actually is falling to the form of Fuzzy Dough, but the damage has been done. Saturn and Violet picking up some kills. Violet actually gonna pick up a second there, so there's now backline for the side of Fruit Salad. There's a Primal Rage here, Bunny. She's just looking for the stagger kill onto Fuzzy, and oh, the bot, it is pushing forward. It's getting so close to the end. Fruit Salad, it's gotta be a really good fight here to try and stop this.
But it's such a tall mountain to climb because, like, you may have the ultimates, but you don't have the time. So you're going to every fight from here on out has to be perfect to even get to where Kitten managed to put your bot. So this is a tall mountain, so a lot of this is going to be ult cycling and figure out what ultimates to use, and one of them has to be used right now, one way or another, to create that space or at least get that pick.
Here it is. Annihilation committed by Fuzzy Dough, and everybody just kiting back out, and that is the damage from Soup raining into the tank. Now Hostile does pick up the kill onto Nacho Toast. Soup though, she's got an overclock and she's absolutely deadly with it. Gonna pick up a nice little 3k there, and it seems like Fruit Salad going to be sent home. It is Kittens taking the win on Runasapi, taking the match, and they're gonna be headed to the grand finals.
Yep, it looks like this Kitten squad has a chance, to have a meet yet again with Ragnarok Sif. Just, maybe changing the story this time around, maybe making a comeback from that last loss. But hey, they have another chance, and maybe they have time to sit on it and figure things out, because hey, that's still tomorrow. That's not today. They have time to rest.
That's right. Congratulations to Kittens, who will get to move on to the grand finals. That is going to be happening tomorrow. Excellent try from Fruit Salad. So much fun to watch these two teams play against each other. Watch them kind of duel it out here. Didn't quite find the revenge that Fruit Salad were really looking for, but impressive nonetheless. So yeah, not too bad at all. That is, I believe, going to be our last match for tonight, Thor. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day, but hey, that's how the cookie crumbles. But we do have all the grand finals matches tomorrow, and we start as early as I think 4 p.m. Right, production? Right.
4 p.m. Eastern, I believe, is going to be the first match. We will be starting in the Diamond division. The next match will be the Masters, and then we'll finish everything out with that Open division, our top tier of this Kunoichi Kavalry event.
Exactly, and what a better way than to potentially have to see these teams face off against each other, which I think it's not a 1st to 3 for grand finals, it's a 1st to 4.
Ooh, yeah, some more action. I mean, we got some 5 maps here, so I mean, let's do 7 maps. Why not, right? The competition has been quite impressive here in this event. It's so much fun to watch these teams all play against each other. Some of them like familiar with each other, but some other teams like making some appearances as well. Just got confirmation. Sorry, chat. No map 7s. Maybe map 5s though in the grand finals.
Thank God. Sorry, thank God, thank God.
Yes, absolutely. So that's gonna be it for us here tonight, but please be sure to tune in tomorrow for the grand finals. I have been Rain. This has been Thor. Thank you so much to the production as well. We do have Echo running the show tonight. We had Head Rammer doing the OBS. We also had June joining us for OBS as well. And of course, thank you to everybody for watching. We can't wait to see you here again tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern.